Does it make you nervous that I know all your secrets? Promise you honestly I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt. I'm wondering where it went wrong when you always said it, how you liked me better than anyone. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything. I don't feel bad, I don't feel sad, I don't get mad, 'cause I don't feel anything. And you're sending texts like you are writing up your thesis. I don't have the faintest idea why you would be hung up on me when you were the one who said it, that we had to end it. We cannot talk, we cannot just shrug or dust it off, erase that thought. Cause I cannot pretend I am your friend, I am your nothing. I don't feel bad, I don't feel anything. I don't know what you want, I don't know why you go. We've been here before, so now I'm back to
can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. Oh, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end. When I see you, I can't help but fall back into my emotions. Cause all the good times that we had is flooding like an ocean. Sometimes I wish we made it through the summer. I never thought I'd lose my homie, love, a friend, but it's over. I'm falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end. I cannot swim. No, I'm falling fast, falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end, deep end. I'm falling in the deep end, deep end, deep end.
We haven't seen you at the start of this year. You know, right now, everybody was talking about Blast last week. Everybody's been talking about the play-in. And Monte, you guys are kind of under the radar.
Yeah, we've been practicing for this tournament, hiding our secrets and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you guys, I heard on HLTV confirmed, wanted to get to a boot camp, weren't able to, unfortunately. That mean practice just from home? Like, what's the practice regimen look like for a team that hasn't been, getting too many officials?
Yeah, we tried to do as we normally do it on boot camp, but it's harder, obviously, so we didn't have that much focus, I guess, as individuals, but we still try to do our best in it, you know.
And what does, obviously coming off of it was Atlanta, right? You guys fell in the semifinals. So I think like in terms of LAN experience, that's really just what we've gotten getting more out of Monte. It's like we've been seeing you guys at these smaller LANs after Paris, still taking people down. But what's it like coming to Katowice not doing the play-in? Because it feels like, we come to expect you guys to run an event from the start to the finish. Yeah. And finally, Monte gets to show up on the second media day. Finally, you guys just get to go right to the group stage. Is that something you're excited about, or what's up?
Yeah, it actually feels great, and it's a very good experience. Like, it's completely other way, and none of our players experience it. Sure. Probably I only did back in Navi, and we will see how it goes, because normally I think it's better to start the tournament from the playing stage, because you have more time to get in the groove of the tournament. But we're figuring out the ways to prepare and to be ready from the day first,
And have you been watching the play-in?
Yeah, of course. We've been watching while traveling, and overall we've been watching some.
And you got any thoughts about what's been going down at the play-in? We got Furia out of the event. We got Astralis out of the event. We got Glaive top fragging with like 24 kills. What do you make of the play-in, man? Because there's been some crazy results. What's impressed you so far?
Obviously, the Glaive performance against Astralis. It's kind of historical for him right now with new Ence, Polish style boys, and also Spirit kind of impressed us how they approach the game. So yeah, basically.
Young player, obviously, Donk. Somebody who's so influential, I think, in just like everybody's kind of hyping him up. Everybody wants to see great things from him. Do you see a little bit of yourself in him as an older man when it comes to such a young, fresh player?
He doesn't remember.
I think
He doesn't remember.
I think it looks a little bit different when I was streaming. When I was streaming, it kind of was more like intimidating.
Okay.
When he's streaming, it's more like, hey, yo, bro, just chill. That's how it looks for me.
It's because your stature's changed, bro.
Maybe, but it's also his size and the screams. Like the screams are bigger than his size, and it's kind of like, it's cool. It's cool. If it helps him, then I'm looking forward to playing against them.
Obviously, we've been seeing the play-in. Donk is here, right? Yeah. Donk is a player who I think is looking up to somebody like you. Young, when you hit the ground, obviously different styles of player, but what's something in terms of advice that you would have for a player like Donk?
What an advice I would give to him. I think to not stop playing like he's playing, to not overthink, and he will continue destroying people. He's playing really good. Just don't stop and believe in yourself.
Believe in yourself, yeah. Because if you don't believe in yourself, nobody can believe in you. Is that good advice?
Yeah, don't go away with this confidence that you have right now, and everything will be good. All right.
Does he make you a little nervous?
No, of course not.
But I mean, he talks so much smack, man. He's always yelling, all right? Every single round, from the start to the end, he's loud, he's rowdy. It kind of feels like Donk is showing up and wants to take people out. Don't you feel like you're on his list?
I don't know. Sometimes it's funny to hear what he's screaming, because I understand what he's screaming. And it's also funny that he's screaming like this, You cannot just look at this without smiling, I don't know. But some people saying it's annoying, some people saying it's too much. But I don't think it's too much and it's annoying. It's just like, it's good that players are screaming, like it's esport. So don't bully him.
Yeah. This guy want to win Katowice.
Spodek! Yes!
Bro, I think they're stronger than Pasha biceps. Yeah, sure. One more for Papa. One more for Papa.
Can you help us?
Yes, of course. Come on. Come on.
There we go.
There we go. Boom. This is how we do it. This is how we do it in team play, Yes.
Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of Roll Swap here at IEM Katowice 2024. And we've got Coach Snacks over here. He is going to be training Magix and Shiro in order to make them into the beast that he was. Now this man, he knows what it's like to win in the Spodek. Guys, I have a present for you to start off with. This is what you need first of all. This is a vitamin shop. Vitamin shop. I'm gonna get your vitamins in.
I mean, before you said this with alcohol or something.
No. Okay, you ready? Oh, Snacks is okay. The trainer's gone first. Thank you, boys.
I didn't wait. Sorry, guys. It was so tempting.
You like that? Okay, Coach Snacks, what do you want to start with? What are we doing first?
We need to warm up our legs because, did you play football before?
Yes.
All right, so like this. You know this?
It's a tough one to do.
But we need to do it, you know? Let's go. Now this one. It's a good one. Okay, it's enough, guys. It's enough. In Poland, we only warm up like this. Okay, guys. I hope you are ready for pull-ups. This is what Pasha was always telling me to do, actually, because it can first of all can help with the flicks. If you know that he's famous like flick from Nuke on the top of main, and also with the flashes. And this is the most important thing as well in the game. So we go like this. You hold here, and you do this. This is gonna help you with flicks, you know? This is what you need to focus on.
I think you need to help me.
Yeah, I will, don't worry.
I believe in Shiro.
You can just like
Shiro
put your
can do
legs
this?
like this. Ooh! Nice. Let's go.
Look, Shiro, go.
Yeah, Shiro, one more for Papa, one more for Papa.
Can you help us?
Yes, of course, come on. Come on.
There we go.
There we go. Boom. This is how we do it. This is how we do it in team play, you know?
Yes.
All right, that's enough, that's enough.
Magics,
Yeah.
you ready?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
There we go.
Let's go. Yeah, you're going good, like Pasha told me, you know? One more. Oh. And one more, I will have you. Come on. Oh.
I'm impressed. Magic. How was that, Magics?
Yeah, that was pretty much refreshing.
Refreshing, I like that.
And I think it's a great time to get some burgers.
Some
Or
burgers.
steaks, yeah.
Steaks.
Steaks, we have to wait till we finish.
Burgers we can talk off camera, you know?
Ah, burgers off camera. Shh.
Alright guys, so after the pull-ups, we are for the test bench. Let's see. Alright. Are you ready?
Yes. Nice. Easy. Look at that chest. Good. Easy. See what he's doing? See, look at that control. Yep.
So simple zero for you. But I think you actually can take more.
More?
Yeah. What do you think?
We can try.
Alright.
50 each side. You think you can do that, Sharon?
Yes, it's so good for you.
Okay, let's do it.
Ready? Okay, sure, let's go. Show me your skill.
Okay.
Yeah? Oh, it's good. I don't even need to help you, but show me. If you want to win Katowice, you need to do the best. Yeah, perfect, brother. Go, keep going. Yeah, brother, you are stronger than me even. I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, this guy is coming crazy. Yeah, it's enough for you, isn't it? You need to have a break.
Shiver the beast.
Good practice for me. Really starts. Thank you.
No problem.
Next up is Magics. What are we thinking for Magics? What weight should we give him?
I think this is like breakfast, you know, for him
Breakfast.
as well. Like,
So you want to add another 20 kg on?
probably, yeah.
Okay, we'll add another 20 kg each side.
Yeah.
Come on, Magics.
Show me. This guy want to win. This guy want to win Katowice. Yeah.
It's Katowice.
Let's go.
Come on, Magics.
Spodek.
Yes.
Bro, I think they're stronger than Pasha biceps in his prime day. Bardzo dobrze. Yeah, let's go.
That was a good warm-up.
Yeah.
But it looks like it's nothing to him, you know?
No.
Just a snack.
Just a snack.
Okay, guys, so we're coming to the last exercise for today. This is what we used to do in all the old ways with my old team. So this is not a normal weight. It's gonna be a super final boss, the ultimate boss.
Okay.
And it's gonna be me. I'm gonna go on top of it. You need to push like this. I will show you, obviously, fast one. So you put like this, obviously, and I'm going on top of it. Are you ready, guys?
Yes.
All right, I think we can do it. So this is the thing to win Katowice, guys. Go for it.
Okay. Yeah. That's so fun.
Bugs.
Thanks. We need you.
Okay,
We need you, please.
Let's go. Let's go.
Teamwork. Full strength.
Let's go.
Good job, guys. Good job. It was really nice.
No problem.
That was good, guys.
Good job, Cody. Good job.
Good job.
It was a tough one.
It was nice, right?
Lots of fun.
Okay, guys, it was a nice exercise today. This is the way to be a champion, so remember it and pass it on.
Thank you, Snacks.
No problem. What about you, Mr. Banks? Do you like it?
Oh, I had some fun. I got to see these guys impress me. They motivated me. They look absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
Shiro, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah? You gonna come back?
Only with snacks.
Only with snacks. Okay, so we're here in Katowice, he's here. So every day during the event, before games, early in the morning, you're in here with snacks.
Yeah, 6 a.m.
Okay, 6 a.m. I'll be sleeping, okay? But yeah, you guys could do that, no problem.
Yeah, of course.
Magix, how much does this man help you? What does he do to you when you're doing this? Did you feel inspired?
He's the reason I'm going to keep it up.
Nice, and he's gonna keep it up.
I like
Snacks,
it. I like to hear it.
you've killed it. This is a very successful roll snop.
Well, thank you guys as well.
Thank you. Thank you too.
Whenever Snacks finishes playing, we know he can be in the gym coaching alongside Pasha, and he'll keep whipping these gamers into shape.
Probably in the future they will open the new gym, Pasha and Snacks, James Cone. I think I need a shirt to actually fake the pull-up.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and White Market.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Pasha's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
We are deep in the Silesian countryside for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, where if you're really, really quiet, you can spot a wild EVS op, a producer, even an infamous sighting of a TD. Yesterday, there was a lot of chaos, so let's start off with the order. FaZe taking down Rebels 2-0. Complexity turning up Big versus Apex. Heroic, yeah, they did push G2 to the brink, but when you've got an informed Monte showing up, it's not going to end well for your opponent. So, Shocks, how does that set up the A stream today?
Well then, on A stream we've got tons of action. At the end of the day, it's FaZe versus Eternal Fire. Do you think Eternal Fire can do it?
Before the tournament I would have said no, but for now it looks like it's possible, right?
Yeah, it is. Navi is also playing Apex, and I'm going to talk to JL. Before that, Navi lost yesterday, so...
Yeah, I mean, they felt the dunk and they experienced it firsthand. I'm going to be sure that the Apex is not going to be the same.
Yeah, they got absolutely donked indeed. And the first one we're going to see on A stream is Cloud9 versus Mouse. Mouse, it's the first time we're going to see them here in Katowice. I'm really curious what they're going to look like with Brawlan.
Yeah, new roster. Brawlan, one of the best things to come out of Sweden in the last couple of years. Haven't really found his groove, but maybe his time is now.
Maybe his time is now, indeed. Over to you, Tech Girl.
Thank you so much, Shock. So over on the B stream later today, we have Rebels up against Falcons. Polish fans are going to love that one, Moses.
Yeah, potentially. It'd be nice if they could have some hope of another Polish team making it through the group stage or at least challenging it. But Falcons is such a good team. They're still going to be favorites despite the fact that they looked mortal the other day and it's a new lineup. They should have all the advantages.
Are you going to be rooting for your NA brothers, Complexity, when they face off against Spirit?
My heart's going to be with them. My head's going to be with Spirit. I'm just thinking about Grim saying he's excited to see what the hype is about, and I think that's going to be a rude awakening.
I think he's going to be pretty upset, to be honest, but we'll have to see how it plays out. We're starting it off with Monte up against Gamer Legion. That should be a fun one.
It should be, and I'll tell you what, I love the way Gamer Legion ended the play-in stage. They absolutely demolished VP at their own game. Snacks called a wonderful game. Gamer Legion looked great. Monte hasn't played a single official yet in 2024. They could just get steamrolled. Could be a bit of ring rust.
A little bit of a fist bump for making it down the stairs. Good job.
Booyah.
Freya, I hear you might have lost one of our analysts.
Yeah, we have got so many banging games set to go down today at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, but I don't want to alarm anybody. Matthew was meant to join me. Anybody got eyes on Matthew? Where the Matthew is that you?
What do you want?
Matthew, my dude, we're live. Look, that little red light there means we're live. Are you all right?
Did Vitality come back?
No, Vitality didn't come back. I'm sorry.
Then just leave me in peace.
Matthew, let's be real, my dude. We've got a job to do. Come on. Ollie, come help me. Get this coat off, man. I've never seen you in such a state in my life. Are you all right? They're not eliminated, Matthew. Maybe we should look on the bright side of things. One loss doesn't mean Vitality's out. It's okay. Breathe. Deep breathe in.
I'm a
And
professional. I have a job to do. All right. I'm back.
Let's start with some exposure therapy. Sorry, Matthew, you come from psychology. This is the best way to get over a traumatic experience. Relive the pain.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do. Explain to me, why did Vitality lose out yesterday to Ents?
I don't know. It's all confused in my head. I'm trying to relive this moment. I spent the night here by the trophy just trying to understand what happened. Apex, very erratic. I think we saw the ghost of last year's. Katowice is still haunting these halls. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Ents. It was beautiful. Glaive, oh my God. But what the hell is going on with Vitality? I'm worried, I'm scared, but they're not out quite yet.
Yeah, Maui, if you're out there, please check the air quality for the next matchup for Vitality. I want to see if Zywu's going to be back. But let's not take anything away from Ents. Hades, he was looking great if we can take away the Vitality bias just for a second.
Oh yeah, if I put that to the corner for a second, that was great from Hades. Oh my God, the whole team was surprising. Take 2 maps out of 3 for a new project like Ents. What a scalp to be able to push Vitality down to the lower bracket.
Okay, maybe some shining light. I'm really reaching here. Maja is kind of French, right? He speaks
I guess
French,
he speaks
at
French.
least. So
And I claim him.
Great showing for Eternal Fire just yesterday versus Falcon.
And I'm going to say I'm not that surprised because I had a feeling that they would peak in this moment. When you look at some of their results ramping up and how many hours of Counter-Strike they had, Wicadia at the top of the FPL stats as well, that is a tell. That is definitely a tell. He's been giving us good performances here. Major, I think you told me he had a banger of a game.
Yeah, we talk about the youngest player on the side of Falcons. That's, of course, Boris. The oldest player on the side of Eternal Fire. That's, of course, Maja. 10 head-to-head duels. How many times did the old guard come out on top?
I'm going to say 4.
You're wrong. 10. Every single damn time Maja went head-to-head with Boris, he took him down. Age is just a number.
What the hell is that? So what you're telling me is I should go back to being a player?
You can come back anytime you want, Matthew. Although I don't want you to leave this. Let's talk about the last matchup that we've got on our radar. Of course, it was Spirit versus Na'Vi.
Yes.
We wanted to see Spirit get tested. How did they pass?
Flying colors, honestly. Every single game of Spirit is going to come with a ton of eyes and scrutiny and expectations. And when they lost that second map versus Na'Vi, I started thinking, ooh, here it is. Like, it's everybody calm down. But they made a fool out of me. Huge reaction on map number 3, off the back of Shiro as well. As if we had forgotten about Shiro and who he can be. He reminded everybody here in Katowice of the Counter-Strike he can play. A bunch of clutches, great stats, great openings as well. Don't, for once, had to look to his left or his right and say, wow, Shiro, you got my back on this one.
It was incredible to see them going up against what was their kind of biggest test today. Excited to see them going forward. Of course, we've got the trophy just behind us. We've got a whole bunch of cash to give away, but also a very important spot in terms of the Intel Grand Slam. So, Tech Girl, how is that shaping up so far?
Several teams here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice are in contention for Season 5 of the Intel Grand Slam. They've already lifted a trophy, which means that trophy for Katowice is just as important, if not more so for them. 2 of those teams, FaZe and G2, they're in the mix. G2, though, can Manasi do this all on his own?
Yesterday he did it, and I think he is the one to watch for the tournament. He is my pick of the tournament.
Pick of the tournament so far, Babski. Let's add the so far, because, I mean, Donk might be able to take it, but Spirit's not in the mix for the Intel Grand Slam yet. There are 3 teams, though, that are Vitality, Mouse, and Ents. The not-so-Polish, but now Polish team that could end up at the Spodek and possibly getting another trophy to add to the mix and get them in contention. Do you think it could happen?
Yeah, I would love to see it. I also think Glaive is hungering for a big tournament playoffs. Again, it's been so long since he's been in there.
It's going to be really interesting. I'm curious to see which team is going to take it. Who do you think could jump into the lead for the Grand Slam?
I don't know, after the results yesterday, it's open for basically anybody to be taken. Janko, you doing all right there?
Yeah, a bit of a cable situation. Cable management was never my strong suit. Freya, I'm more of a just plug in and play.
Let's see if this is your strong suit. We've got a game to be playing, gentlemen. Obviously, Sydney was the last IEM event that we had to be closing out the year, the first CS2 event. So during the media day, I posed the question to some of the players, where do you think CS2 will be by the time we get to Katowice? So on the left-hand side, we've got the players I asked. On the right-hand side, we've got the predictions that they made. I want you to match the player to the prediction and tell me for why. Maui, what's standing out to you?
I got one to kick it off because I feel like this guy is the most stoic by far. And so I'm going to say Rain probably just said straight up, nothing's going to change. That just feels very Rain.
You stole like what I want to say. No, not Rain though. I think Grim is so dejected with life.
Okay,
like he's so depressed in complexity that he would be that.
Okay.
But now I can't go for it. So now I have to go. I was gonna. Oh yeah, Kerrigan. I think he'd love this, right?
Yeah.
He's not fans of Vertigo. I thought that was going to be, I would have put Rain there because he did enjoy a little bit of Train himself. He had that legendary one before against VP like 8 years ago now.
Is that on Kingwin? Was he on phase at that time?
I think it was phase already.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's been on phase for a hell of a long time.
Yeah,
right?
forever feels like.
Who wants better movement for the B-hop specifically, bunny hopping movement?
Definitely not Snappy.
Yeah, who's a movement player here? I feel like it's... I'm kind of... I think it's got to be JT or Grim then. I don't think JT really cares about movement, though.
No, it's Sunpius.
You think Sunpius?
I think Sunpius, man.
Okay,
He's like jumping around with the AWP.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's give him a little bunny hop, too.
Well, CL right hand. That's like I feel like that's a tick for some player, you know, that likes to switch it around or likes to play with the left hand. So maybe someone like...
I think that's more of a Grim thing. If we're going to give him any... If we're going to attribute him to everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
You want to draw it?
I'll draw it.
Yeah.
Clean.
Like left, right hand.
Okay. Switch. Yeah.
Smoother movement.
We got economy changes and smoother move.
Okay, there's an important caveat, but not necessarily for the better.
Oh.
It's the economy changes.
Oh, a pessimist.
That's very important.
I think the pessimist here is clearly Snappy. Yeah, he's always got something to be mad about. Oh, well.
There you go.
That
Oh,
perfect.
It's kind of point to point.
Yeah, one to one.
You're revolutionizing the telestrator as well, Maui.
Yeah, I'm changing the game, I guess.
And JT smoother movement. That's what we got left.
I guess it has to be that, huh? Okay, well, we'll just do that.
They've been sliding down the rankings pretty smoothly.
Yeah, is that what you're going to talk about today when you intro them?
Probably, yeah. How they're frauds.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding, not frauds. They have a tough game today, though, on the B stream against Spirit. You know, no one is having a fun day in the office going against them with the way they've been playing. But yeah, I think we covered this one pretty nicely.
Yo,
How we do, Freya?
You want to know if you're right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to wait until the break because we also asked Furia, and they're going to be giving their answers very shortly indeed. And
from the
seeing
airport.
how correct our analysts are. But before we do that, let's go ahead and check in with our casters.
Stage here at IEM Katowice, and things are heating up. We'll be opening up with Gamer Legion Monte, but Harry, the play-in team so far are holding their own here in the group stages.
Yeah, it feels like the extra time on Katowice soil's done them well, right? Even in the games that came up as L's, I feel like teams were pushing the group stage squads to their very limit. I'm looking at you, Heroic. And, you know, on the other side, you kind of have this exciting story even to the end squad, right? Just beating down Vitality. So I think we've had a great time for the play-in team so far. I wonder if that keeps up.
It's only going to keep up, Harry, but Gamer Legion, they took down VP in the play-in, so I think they're ready to go up against Monte. Of course, Monte, it's been a month since we've seen them even play an official, but last year they totaled 353 matches on HLTV, so they're certainly one to look out for here at IEM Katowice. That will be coming up after the break, so stay with us.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Overpass looking great. He's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Okay, so for this one, we're going to be revisiting some predictions from IEM Sydney about the state of CS2 by the time that Katowice rolled around. Oh, they were happier days back then. Everyone was so full of hope.
Smoother movement.
Green, maybe, yeah.
JT. Oh, we got some differences of opinion here.
Do you know some piles if it's like a surf player?
No, I don't.
I can now reveal that it was some piles.
Economy changes, but not necessarily for the better.
I go for the JT again.
JT again?
I'll pick Snappy.
Yeah?
Snappy.
I like the confidence there.
Kerrigan for me.
Kerrigan? Okay. Wow, we've got a broad selection here. We got JT, we got Snappy, we got Kerrigan.
No, actually, Snappy.
Oh, okay. Last minute change. Well, the correct answer is Snappy.
Yeah, I knew it.
Okay.
It looks smart.
Does this mean you're 2 out of 2 now? Yeah, okay. 100%. I really hope you get to take out JT.
I'll take it.
All right, let's go.
Let's see what JT said. Minus vertigo plus train.
Oh, that's a Kerrigan one.
Who do you reckon said that?
Maybe rain for sure.
Ray or Kerrigan?
No, rain.
Ray?
Rain.
JT? Well, the correct answer is it's JT!
I told you guys. Better movement, especially bunny hopping. I'll pick rain again.
Rain again?
Rain.
Rain's possible.
That's right, you can't pick JT this time.
Oh, damn.
It's all on you now.
Broke his world.
I'll go for Kerrigan, man.
I go for Rain. I think, remember him bunny hopping?
I don't know.
I pick rain too. I believe in art.
Sure.
Let's go. All right, let's go. Let you down.
Let's go.
The answer was Grim.
Green.
Nothing big will change. That's a very negative comment. Who is that? We have 2 players.
Honestly, whoever said that was actually right. So, you know, kind of nailed it.
That must be Rain, I think.
I think rain too.
JT said that.
Correct answer on this one was Kerrigan. Actually said that. So a bit of a negative Nancy, but also
Come on,
right.
Kerrigan.
So that means the last one has to be Rain.
JT. Oh.
CL_ right hand. If you guys got that one a little bit sooner, I think you would have known that was Rain. I think that's a pretty Rain statement.
Yeah,
I see why you got tripped up on the last one.
Mine too.
So that was our little CS2 predictions with Furia, and that's all wrapped up. Sydney was a long time ago, but Katowice is just around the corner.
Welcome to the group stages of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. My name is Sam, also known as Tickle. I'm going to be your host here on the B stream for the first 2 games, and joining me, I have ex-professional player, analyst, and now actor, Maniac, and next to him I have analyst, just Yanko.
Just Yanko.
That's such a nice intro for you. He killed it. There we go. It's done. We have Yanko as well, and this is what is coming up today. Of course, Rebels up against Falcons, Team Spirit taking on Complexity. But to kickstart the day, Monte up against Gamer Legion, 2 teams that are normally the stone in the shoe of our bigger names. They always punch above their weight at these big events, Yanko, and now they're going to bash off against one another.
I like this, the graphic. It's cool. I just don't think we needed a plane. We needed a train for Rebels. They don't have to go very far to get to home. I think they're a nice little quick train trip away, but who knows, maybe Falcons.
Have you ever experienced that?
Disappointing you.
Have you ever experienced that? I never experienced that. I never had to just take a train home.
Yeah, I took a lot.
You took a train in your life?
A bus, I had to walk home. There was there was a lot of losses.
How does that feel to walk?
I mean, I didn't walk from Germany to Serbia. I walked from Serbia to Serbia.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Complete sense. Let's get into the game now, because 2 teams facing off, and Monte is actually one of them that their travel has become really difficult. They were mentioning in quite a few interviews about how the war has affected them. They haven't really had a chance to boot camp at the start of the year. I think it takes like 2 days for them to get to big events. So it's kind of why we've seen them do very little this year.
It seems like a far from ideal preparation for what is such an important event, that's for sure. I think it's a theme that we've touched on many games. The first day jitter. Well, in case of Monte, it is obviously even worse, right? The travel is complicated. They haven't played an official game in 7 weeks. That's 7 weeks without a record of an official game. When you think about Gamer Legion, they've already been to 2 events. That's Copenhagen's, that's the play-in, that's 11 maps being played. So by this account, Gamer Legion should hit the ground running, whereas Monte might need a little bit of time to just find themselves here in this whole era.
They did play like 300 and a gazillion maps last year, if I'm not mistaken. So is that going to help them a little bit, Janko?
I think so, and I think they're a team that's used to overcoming obstacles at this point in time and just adapting to situations, right? But I definitely wouldn't underestimate the fact that Gamer Legion season has started, 3 weeks ago at this point, so I'm sure we're going to see maybe a little bit of a slower start from Monte in this opening game.
We saw a lot of Gamer Legion throughout the play-ins, but let's talk about what we can expect from Monte specifically now coming in. No lineup changes for them in 2024. Had a nice LAN win towards the end of last year at ESL Challenger Atlanta, so could be feeling pretty good. Not a lot of changes for them. They just need to focus on their normal game, which has been punching above their weight for a while.
Yeah, definitely. I don't really think they've had enough time to do deep work in the playbook between that game you're talking about and now. But it is a Monte overall who's been able to overcome the loss of Boros, right? I think that's the story. I think a lot of people were ready to write them off when their superstar came to a different project. Of course, that's just not the case. It is just not the case. We see other individuals being able to step up. SDY and someone is definitely going to be talked about. Woro as well, you can see from the numbers, has a little bit more space. And I think Bro came in and he fixed an issue. He fixed an issue they didn't know they have, like a strong anchor that they can rely on and allowing the other players to shine. And in that regard, I think SDY is a very good case study, right? The idea that a player might look very limited, mediocre at times in certain setting, but actually he's got in himself to deliver more in a different position, a different role, different atmosphere. He's been doing much more than what we expected in the Navi jersey.
Yeah, I think Demka as well doing a good job of that anchor position, both on CT and T side, a little bit more of an aggressive player too. Krasnal, he looked really strong at the very start of CS2, fallen off a little bit since, but we'll see what they've been cooking up over the player break.
Let's talk a bit about the SDY evolution, if you like, because I see him now leading this and standing up and being that leader, possibly not the player many people would have thought would move into that position if you look back on his career.
Yeah, that's fair. First of all, because a lot of people are not really familiar with the spirit SDY. He's got more tenure and veterancy than what we might expect. So if you're new to Counter-Strike and you just got to know him in the Navi jersey, you might have thought like, what the hell? This is like an average guy. Like he's barely doing what he needs to, and there's a whole lot of negativity around him. He's in this trial test. You see that's the number on your right-hand side. But as he moved to Monte, and again, as the context changed, so did his performance. He started putting himself, I don't know if he did that or if people helped him be in these positions, but he's got much more impact, much more freedom and movement. Specifically on the CT side, he's their best defender in the team, and it's a new SDY. And I don't even like the term late bloomer. I don't think that works for him. It's just a change of course that he made throughout his career and a bounce back that deserves some praises.
Just finally found the right environment for himself. He was one of those up-and-coming players from the CIS region when he was on Spirit, but then they had to make roster changes, bring in newer players. He took a step back to accommodate them, and it felt like that has been a case for his career ever since, up until very recently in Monte.
Janko, have you ever loved a team so much that you decided to have you ever, yeah. Do you have a heart? No, but have you ever put a tattoo of a team logo on your body? No G2,
and if yes, where?
Anything like that?
Yes, I put Vitality, but I can't tell you where.
Oh my god, that could be either really good or really horrible. I don't know.
Well, it turns out this is like a completely normal thing. Apparently SDY actually has the Spirit team logo tattooed on him, and Banks is with him now. We won't see the tattoo, but we will hear
just
what
showing off each other's tattoos. Let's see this.
It's a tattoo vibe. Now let's just go to the interview.
Coming into their first game at Katowice and their first official of the year. Mr. SDY, I want to come back onto last year for you. You were champions in Jönköping for the ESL Challenger event, then you managed top 4 in Atlanta as well. What did you see as the key difference there, and maybe why you weren't able to push and go back-to-back champions?
I think we just had more calmness in our game in Jönköping, and everybody just play their own roles and just focus on themselves. And we lack a bit of it in the end of the season. So we should focus on it right now on this tournament for sure.
And let's talk about what you've been focusing on, because you've not even played online events so far this year. We've seen nothing from Monte. So what have you been cooking during the break? Because you told me you started practice on the 19th, right?
Yeah, we started to adapt to new meta, to new nades that team were using on tournaments and things like that. So I hope we did a great job during that, because it will be the key, I think, in this tournament for every team to control the enemy's grenade usage and stuff like this.
Now, because obviously the majority of your team cannot just easily leave Ukraine, you didn't do a boot camp, right? So how was practice? How did you go through it? How did you manage it all?
Yeah, it was a bit hard because, you know, on bootcamp it's the best way to practice. You all together, you can even look at people, what they're doing, like if they're using their phones and stuff like that. Yeah, and at home you cannot do that. So I hope everybody was professional and did their job.
And in terms of being professional and doing their job, do you feel like everyone's going to be ready, even though this is the first official of the year? Do you feel like everyone's pumped up?
Yeah, I think so. We're ready for this.
All right, I look forward to seeing it. SDY, thank you very much. They're going up against Gamer Legion next.
A lot of the things we were talking about, SDY brings up, but let's look at the side of Gamer Legion now. What are you thinking about this lineup currently, as what you've seen here at IEM, Janko?
I think these are the two teams that have done the best out of that historic field at the Blast major, right? When I say historic, I mean the weakest playoff field in history. These are the two teams that have sort of kept fighting, you know, into the breach, nowhere to be seen, and Apex so-and-so, they're just clinging by their fingernails, right? And Gamer Legion also had to change. You know, they were in the toughest situation. They lost the in-game leader and the star player.
Yes.
So they've been through two, first Neelan, now Snacks, who has been doing, I think, better than expected. Probably it came sort of out of left field that they picked him up, and with Gamer Legion, it's always a good result here and there, but they can't string it consistently, and they can't just get that one win to break them out. You know, in Cologne, they were one win away from making the playoffs as well.
Yeah, and the problem is, between that moment you're talking about in Cologne, there is an end of the year that is abysmal. Like, we're talking 6-7 straight losses, last place finishes wherever event you're going to. So when you show up in Copenhagen and then in Katowice, we have very little expectations. And then they surprise us. Holy hell, take down FaZe in Copenhagen, push it to 3 maps, take down VP here. Is this the continuity and consistency we're starting to talk about? Is this happening? Snack is a good shout out. He remains, for my money, the only player in that jersey that has the ability to create out of nothing during the round. And I think he's starting to finding his groove. Maybe now that the work has been done within the team, he's got this little rat moment, and I mean it as a compliment, because I think he's always been a rat in the game, but the best
Always
at
love
it.
when you call me a rat maniac.
You know, that's not on camera. But anyway, that's why we have a little nickname for each other. And Rat, Snacks, is also one. That works for him.
Did you just say you two have a little nicknames for each other?
Yeah, we have plenty, but usually we need to be 1 or 2 drinks in to start game out. So it's just
depends on the season as well, you know. I think also for we talk about floors and ceilings for teams. I think Gamer Legion have a decent floor, maybe, even though they lost like 15 consecutive games or whatever Maniac said. But I think the problem is their ceiling isn't super high, right? Because to have a high ceiling, you need to have players who can really take over games, right? Who can have a lot of impact in big moments, and they're still trying to figure out, you know, or we're still waiting for a player to step up. So far, it's been A-Core in the last 3 months or in this lineup, and you need a little bit more. Whether it's going to be, you know, where you're looking to Walt, to Isaac, it has to be one of them.
Well, you mentioned Isaac. I think he's part of the reason why the floor is so high. Because honestly, obviously anchors nowadays are not really people that get a whole lot of praise or airtime or whatever. We don't really mention them too much. But if you keep an eye on Gamer Legion and on the CT side specifically, the work he's doing, just by his role on the T side as well, he's never going to have a 1.4 rating. He's never going to be the guy up there that you mentioned. But the work he does on the CT side, that is worth his gold. Really, he's extremely strong. I think maybe Overpass might end up in the pool. It's one of the strongest sides. He is on the B side. They're closing in. So he's one of the reasons why they can be a little reliable now. But I agree with Janko. The top of the mountain, that's something that we need to discover.
Both of these teams towards the end of last year started getting losses. I was there on the different challenger things, and to me it looked a little bit like burnout. They were both very sick. Both teams, the different players started getting flu a lot. They were really tired.
Of course.
They were doing the whole grinding thing.
Or you would think that they're doing like triathlon or something, or endurance racing. Like, you got sick, you're playing video games, bro. You're just in your hotel room. Like, what are you doing to yourself? Are these performance? Give them vitamins. Like, do something. Every tournament, there's like half of the teams have someone who is sick. It's insane.
I mean, the question was going to be...
I'm sick of hearing that.
That's fine. I was going to say the question is maybe the losses towards the end of the last year, a little bit of tired from playing lots of games, and probably that experience will come in handy. Now, it doesn't matter. No more excuses about being sick. The video's coming up on your screens right now.
I mean, it's not about if it's an excuse or not. Of course, you can be sick. I just think you talk about rhythm. Monte's a team that's used to it. Like you mentioned it in your opening. They played 305 million games in 2023. I think they're used to...
Trillion.
You know, billion, trillion, gajillion. They're ready for these moments, right? So I don't think this should be exhaustion. It is also a matter of performance management, right? You peak here. Like respectfully, I don't care if you peak in Atlanta. Peak here in Katowice. That is the moment where you're going to shine. Overpass is a pick definitely for Gamer Legion, as we mentioned. And a little bit of Ancient, yeah, because Anubis was going to be taken away from Monte.
Anubis taken away, and they picked Mirage the last 2 times. And this time around, you know, they're only won 1 Mirage out of their last 5 times for Monte, albeit they played a lot of VP in that span.
That is true.
So, you know, that can be a difficult team to play against on any map. And Ancient has been really good on the side of Gamer Legion, actually. Only 1 win in the last, like, 9 maps or 10 maps, and that was against FaZe in that opener at Spring Groups earlier. So, another good option for Monte, despite...
I definitely agree with you. I do think that Gamer Legion, if they're doing their homework, have had a whole bunch of conclusions to draw from the Ancients that they have played recently at the highest level, and you would obviously prioritize the work a little bit. The Overpass pick, I think, makes a whole lot of sense because their T-side is strong. That's usually why people shy away from it. You know, T-side Overpass, you start a day like that, you can be a little bit timid about it. I really think they have a strong T-side. I don't think they're going to get blocked at all. So the veto, in my eyes, went pretty okay for Gamer Legion. I think they could be satisfied with it.
We need to go into game. We haven't seen Monte in 2024. We have seen Gamer Legion, though. Both of these teams, like we said, punch above their weight. Let's see who's going to do it today.
A strong opening game for the group. A game we've seen before, not just in major playoffs at the Blast TV Paris Major, but of course, back at Cologne, this was also the opening game of the group stage. Monte came out on top last year. They really did grind it down to the grindstone in 2023. 550, I've done it again, 353 matches played across a year. That is a record. Meanwhile, Gamer Legion are trying to rebuild, trying to find their form back from when we saw them in the grand finals in Paris. It's a different roster, but it's a lot of expectation, I'd say, on Gamer Legion, Harry. They took down VP of all teams and on Overpass as well, which is our first map of the series here as we wait to get in.
Yeah, it's no easy feat as this one gets very emotional.
I'm going to start crying.
Yeah. Oh no, it's kind of picking up in hype now. Okay, yeah, we can return to the good conversation. Here we are. Yeah, you know, that Overpass game was fantastic, and it was kind of, you know, spearheaded by this great performance out of Acor and Volt.
Yes.
These two have been a delight to watch. I think Acor's had some fantastic moments throughout the play, and so it's great to see him keeping up appearances and delivering us those moments, you know, he's capable of on a far more consistent basis. But yeah, I think that was always maybe, you know, the Acor problem early on, right? Was you could see all the flashiness, you could see all the glimmers, but then it was keeping that as a consistency. And you feel like he has been delivering for the Gamer Legion squad. Monte on the other side with Waro at the helm. They mentioned how they weren't able to get maybe as much practice in as they would have liked. And so they will be hard tasked to try and catch up to the pace the Gamer Legion have had since those playing games.
Gamer Legion one up to VP on the T side of this map. It's no easy feat. How will their pistol fare? Straight through Monster. It's an entry for Isaac. He will fall immediately, and already with smokes down, Monte have cover to hide behind, fighting for the round. Volt will fall, and Monte are going to come in swinging. I like the move. Snax is waiting for it, but there's just too many targets to take down. Monte find that pistol round, and it's Bro at the top of the board with 3 in the opener. You know, no easy feat replacing someone like Boros, who we've, of course, seen in that Falcons project, and we will see later on today in the lower bracket matchup. But Bro came in very confident to ESL Pro League. It was nice to see his energy on LAN. I think even if the numbers haven't necessarily always been there, he's statistically at the bottom of the team in recent performances. He's also the least experienced, right? The latest addition to Monte. And I think his energy matches this very loud roster. Not afraid to start screaming at players like Demq or Demka. So I do like Monte's energy. Hard to keep up across such a long and arduous year, but with multiple trophies at events like Challengers, I think Monte are on the cusp of being a tier 1 team. They just haven't found that consistency or deep runs against some of the best in the world. Just boogieing right now.
Yeah, a little time to talk everything through. Have some nice music on in the background. Game of Legion, it's like being at home. Something that has been cool is seeing so many faces from Polish Counter-Strike finding success, and obviously with Snacks in the server, I think makes a lot of sense to talk about, right? It was 10 years ago here with VP that, well, almost 10 years ago that he went on that legendary run and lifted the trophy.
Especially, you know, when you think about who was Game of Legion's last in-game leader, it was Shui as well, who is in Mao's playing against Cloud9 as we speak. Oh dear, somebody young. He will fall. Glocks, and they're really dragging this one out. 20 seconds, they've got to die before the time expires, and Krasnal will grant them that at least. Monte burn their util, but they make money at the end of the day, and Game of Legion come in with a gun round.
Yeah, let's see what they're going to do here. We won't have money for that A-Core AWP, not right away, so it is just rifles for Game of Legion. Waro on the other side, meanwhile, he's going to pull his out straight away, and so Waro 2K won't have anyone to test him in regards to that AWP head-to-head, not yet. And with that comes a little more freedom, and he looks to use that freedom. He had a great spawn for mid here. He's going to go take that peek with the AWP. Won't matter, because Game of Legion have got their eyes set on taking some control down here over towards B. Demka, good spot for this. Oh. They line up for him, and Demka tears Game of Legion a new one. Man, this round is already over. Back to the drawing board, 2v5. And Demka is still hungry for more. Hell, spamming a smoke did him well just moments ago.
True that.
So he's keen to repeat that.
My God, walking through the smoke, that's ballsy. But you think when you're going through that smoke, you're going round the way Game of Legion are, with your back against the wall. You should be safe to edge your way round. But Demka pushes all the way through. That's just an unorthodox move to be that close as a CT with a rifle. It's the last thing Game of Legion expect, and Demka is on for the ace right now. If Snacks goes back through spawn, back to that bomb, it very well may be an ace in the first gun round here for Monte.
Go on, Demka, get it. Why not? Why not? That's what you got to tell yourself. Don't you dare steal it, Krasnal. Come on, mate.
Demka wants it, man.
Let Demka have his strawberries. Come on.
Patience is everything here. Snacks has to go somewhere. Oh, there's a swing.
Oh, he's seen him. He's seen him. He's seen him. There we go. He really wants it.
Rabid.
They're trying to tee him up for it. They're being very, very patient here. I mean, could even look to remove Snacks after time. They fully collapsed in on him all around the map.
I like how they're still playing somewhat restrained. They want the guns up. Oh, Snacks doesn't know. Young's closer than the AWP. And this will be an easy round for Monte, supplemented by Demka's 4K. They throw Game of Legion to the wayside.
Oh,
this would be a great...
That one just sends little shivers down your spine for Game of Legion, doesn't it?
This would be a great tournament for Monte to make a run in, given the amount of hours they put in last year, and now the longest break we've seen them, 7 weeks since they played an official match. Coming into... I mean, no group is easy here at Katowice, but they're on a good side of the bracket.
Yeah. Oh, fast B pop. Fast B playing, bro. Just going to duck out of there, tries to put a bit of distance between himself and the pistols. Him and Demka going to back each other up. It's a little ugly from Demka on the spray. Bro tries to reel them in. He's going to fall getting nothing done.
What?
Krasnal dead. Game of Legion trying to make this one happen. They've retrieved the AK on Snacks. Volt's still up alongside him with a bit more health. They go looking for Demka, and that's a mistake they come to regret. This guy is having a great start to his Katowice run. A 4K in the first rifle round, and a lockout there right as that little partial buy from Game of Legion is getting out of hand. Demka sat 8-0.
Yeah, he saved that round, right? It was ugly whiffs as they came in, but I like what Snacks calls there. In the 2v3, they have info on 2 players, and they go and hunt down Demka. They use a smoke to block short, and they have a player trapped, but he gets both kills with 3 bullets in the mag on the last one as well. Very nice start for Demka in this game. And Monte are going to be aggressive, confident, everything you want and expect out of this team. This time they run through the smoke. They won't be walking, but they may be wounded. Nades going over the top. Just a little bit too deep. Lots of nade stacks attempted, but none of them connecting. It's only Bro in the sight. They find Demka this time. Bro puts up an admirable hold with 2 kills. It's an even odds fight as Gamer Legion own B.
Admirable from the Admiral. But will his first mates be able to steer this ship in? Monte, 3-on-3, A-Core with a missed chance there down in the connector. Krasnow will overwhelm him. Snacks gonna hold on to the site for now. Waro is still a long ways out from even being involved here. This could work to his benefit, and he will nail that shot onto Isaac. Snacks, you've got to do it alone. You've got to do it solo. Nade rains in, but he's still in the round. Dancing around at the back of the site and just playing this one around that clock. Waro might get the kill, but there's no round win here. Snacks styles his way to a little 1v2 clutch there for Gamer Legion. They've got full faith in him in those sorts of moments.
So nice to see Snacks, you know, in clutches, pulling them up for Gamer Legion. It's great to see this guy still just performing very well individually. Hasn't dropped off when it comes to, you know, aim, it feels like. And now that he's leading a bunch of young players, hungry players, I think, you know, if you're on this team, you're listening to every word that Snacks is going to give you.
And, you know, I mean, something that must feel very surreal and cool for him is whenever he looks up in the Hall of Heroes, there's literally a big, you know, blowing up picture of his face up there, right? He is already one of the legends here in Katowice.
Oh,
Samdar Young, here's these footsteps.
What a spray.
And he'll go on a tear for the double, cut down by Snacks, but still Samdar Young has teed Monte up for another round here, a 4v3 after that multi-kill in mid.
You know, you see teams come in who haven't played play-in very slow, maybe very, you know, you talked about it in the check-in today. Play-in teams are warmed up. Group stage teams got to catch up with what could be their first tournament of the year, and it is for Monte. But I think this is a roster that doesn't need much warm-up time, always seem ready, and like I said earlier, I think the break will have done them so good. And with an open bracket with Mouse or Cloud9 in the winners match, if they can win today, that's, you know, you're liking your odds in comparisons to the Vitalities, the G2s, the top side of the bracket. So I think Monte are gunning for the spot egg, and I wonder who will be able to put a stop to them. We'll have to see if Gamer Legion are up for the job.
I think especially over here in Group B with Vitality being down there alongside a very informed Heroic and only one spot available, it's like, damn, like you really don't want to go into that lower bracket, right? That feels like certain death. A little B play looking to come through for Gamer Legion. They just slowly tiptoe out through Monster. Good util to displace Bro in at the barrels. Him and Demka playing on top of one another here. And Demka gets overran. Bro can't withstand it, so battling back from the man down. A Gamer Legion. Warrior 2K is up in the heavens, but smoke in his face. No chance to play in yet.
Oh no.
Maybe no chance to play in at all.
I thought that smoke went underneath. Instead, tries to climb over it. What an angle for Kyo's. Not going to be ready for this, but the spray is so ugly. Isaac must trade. And if they don't move, hands off the keyboard, they win the round. Warrior has no kit. He's considering it. He's dropping in. But he saw that cross out, and with every second that passes, his chances elude him. That damage might be consequential. Warrior should just be able to get out of the range of the bomb. But Gamer Legion find a second round, and it's off of Kios's lights out double entry.
Yeah, very well done there. And, you know, I think you got to give a shout out as well. The whole reason that setup even looks so awkward is because of that you know, util combo used to flush Bro out from the barrels. Suddenly, that rather complementary crossfire that you had from underneath Heaven and the barrels player is forced into like this very awkward, claustrophobic feeling sight hold where Bro, you could argue, you know, it's like him and Demka try and play a sort of bait and switch, but I think it's very obvious that there's going to be a second man floating around there. It's standard util out of Gamer Legion. It's nothing special, but it's all capitalized on very, very nicely, and it uproots the Monte game plan.
Seeing a lot of smokes being broken in this game, I think Overpass is a great map for it with these tight tunnel choke points. And I asked Rushley, our resident observer, to get some info from League Ops on the damage reduction of team damage. You see, often players blow up smokes when their teammates are stood in them, and the damage reduction for grenades is only 0.85. So if it was 1, it would be full damage. If it was 0.5, it would be half damage. So it's still pretty high. My point being, bullets are 0.33. So if you shoot your teammates, you only do a third of the damage. But if you nade them, you do almost 100% damage. We've seen a lot of players get, mauled by their own teammates' HEs. You've still got to be very careful here when it comes to blowing those smokes, something that Gamer Legion have already done a lot on Overpass. They did the same against VP. Those little details do matter.
I'm waiting in this game for Waro to get involved, because it's clear that he wants to be involved in these rounds, but he's been dodged for the most part. That's so awkward. Kraz now on the jump peak missed the info that they were already deep out long, and this one might just sail by Monte. They lose that top site dominantly. And Warrior 2K, he just seems averse to the action here. Not his doing. He's trying really hard to be involved in the start of the rounds. He's been peeking mid, he's been peeking con, but just getting dodged. And the round that Gamer Legion decide to head up A is the round that he goes for that aforementioned con peek.
Oh no.
Waro's just left saving. And the Gamer Legion are looking to hunt him down. The USP
not sure about that.
Leaves him wanting, and that AWP is lost.
Yeah, he's started, like you said, looking for picks mid, but Gamer Legion go for 3 B hits in a row, and then the second they go back to A, Warrior started in connector. So Krasnal feels like he's checked long, but I love the call for Gamer Legion. It's just insta-long, close wall, they play it tight, and if Krasnal doesn't swing wide, he doesn't get the info. So it's going to be Monte coming through with an eco now as Gamer Legion have woken up. And with a vengeance, they go back to that B hit. Everyone is here, though.
Yeah, bro.
Oh.
Good dink. Time well with Demka's nade. More damage coming out of these pistols. It gets a little hairy, but there's the return from Gamer Legion. Now up 3v2. Gonna just hound down these remaining players, and Demka can't do a thing, so well contained there from Gamer Legion. That could have got out of hand very, very quickly once those few crucial openers go against them. But able to regain some control. Volt kind of starting to pull ahead, similar to that performance that saw them beat VP in the play-in stage. It's good that he's offering up a decent bit of consistency here for Gamer Legion on this map. And now we're into a tie game. Acor got run boosted, but then just went like, nah, actually, I'm not peeking B.
There's not much you can do there.
Yeah, fair enough. You're just going to get smoked.
Ooh, Young again, delayed mid-take. The molly is less common nowadays. It's a hard lineup. The smoke is, well, an everyday occurrence. Young tries to play behind it. He won't hang out forever in middle. With Waro AWPing long, it's important that Young doesn't get picked early, or Waro loses all information on middle. So back to the bomb site, with his eye still on toilet, so Waro can't get walked on close. Just supporting his teammate by staying alive. That smoke removes information for Monte. Waro can definitely still hold for a little bit.
Looking like he's going to get dodged again in this round, though.
Oh, they could walk. Oh, okay.
That bomb was going back, and so this little play out through middle is nothing more than a space-taking fake for Gamer Legion. They force Monte back to play a little more passive within the sites. And now that they have connected, they look to go B. That means Bro and Demka will get tested again, and they both play close to Monster. Go for this sort of bait and switch on the left-hand side of it. Demka going to make first contact, and then based on his results, Bro's just going to take a swing after the fact. You hope they're so tunnel-visioned on Demka.
What?
The Bro could pop off, but it never even gets that far, man. Demka just churns them up. They peek him one at a time. And that was their greatest mistake. Demka lines them up, knocks them down. And Gamer Legion is sent packing from that play down towards B.
He's sharp.
He's looking really good to open this up, man. Considering how often B has been the object of desire for Gamer Legion, and I know they've still had some good results down there, you feel like Demka's putting in a hell of a lot of work right now to try and lock this site down.
You give him the fights, that's what you get right now. And if that funnels them up to A, well, you finally might get your dream, Harry. You might get Warro actually getting some engagements on this top site with the orb.
Mate, it's not my dream. It's his dream. You can tell, like, he's been approaching these rounds very active for the most part on the AWP, even looking interested in, like, impossible 1v2 clutches, right? It's clear he's wanting to have that explosive impact on the orb, but has been dodged thus far. And so will Warro finally get his round. Will Gamer Legion head that way? Because that play in towards B has left them hurting. And so a little tag timeout called on in.
Well, this is a cool game because while you have some teams like Cloud9 who don't even have an AWPer, you, in this game, have two teams whose statistical best player is their AWPer. And obviously, if you said that in Go, it wouldn't have stood out too much. But they're two AWPers that haven't really had a notable drop-off in CS2, where many others have had trouble adapting. Of course, not everyone, best AWPers in the world, still able to show that. But, you know, on these middle-of-the-pack teams, still, Warro and Acor have given us phenomenal games as of late. So, something to be said for that. Demka, however, is the star of the show right now. And he wants his time in the spotlight to continue. Aggression towards short. On an off angle in the open. And hungry to peak, but still restrained despite his aggressive position.
There in the mid-round, they actually go ahead and just walk back this short control. Just wanted to deny it early to Gamer Legion. And I mean, when you don't have connector, doors blowing off, it is a lot of responsibility. There's a lot of angles there. You're kind of weaker on the B site as a result, so they just fall back into it. Feels like Monte, you know, knowing how kind of dominant that last round was, they're anticipating Gamer Legion to have lent back up top site as well. But Gamer Legion haven't taken that bait, not yet anyhow. The bomb moving out through Monster on the back of Snacks. But Gamer Legion are very far apart here. You've got this one-man lurker, Volt up in the bathrooms, Isaac still in the connector.
Volt's completely avoided Warro. That's very big for Gamer Legion, but with 20 seconds left, this monster play is still the prerogative. Volt has to play now. He has to get spotted, and he will. Young executes him. That does pull Monte back. For a moment, they think maybe it's not B, but the flash makes it clear. 14 seconds, the turnaround for Demka in the right place with the right result. Meanwhile, even Isaac gets knifed on the A site. I don't know how that happens, but Monte eviscerate Gamer Legion. Not a death in the round. I'd love to see if we get that knife kill. Isaac was lurking toilets, but even then, why is the AWPer getting a knife kill? What? How does this happen?
It looks, the replay like barely sheds any light on it. If anything, it looks like more crazy now that I've seen it. Oh, dude, no boot camp, just vibes. That's what they need. Monte up in the lead here. And so pistols out for Gamer Legion. Oh, maybe there's a round here for this AWP.
No.
It's up against pistols. They're going to come up through the connector. Some die young. Nails the first, but there's a lot more where that came from. Warro fires off a shot. Some die young controls the spray.
Not bad.
And Warro 2K.
Yeah.
Gets his fight over in mid. It's just the one and done. Still, Gamer Legion lock in the round, and at this point, damage doesn't matter. Monte able to have everything they could possibly need. Gamer Legion will pull out that AWP on Acor, who struggled to find his footing at the start of this one. Hasn't had many an opportunity to get involved on that AWP.
If I'm Gamer Legion, I'm wondering, where has this half gone? I feel like they haven't even got to really play it. And they've got 4 rounds. That's fine on T-side Overpass. A 5th would be fantastic. But it just feels like so many of these rounds have been Monte dominantly taking it without casualties. So Gamer Legion feeling a little bit robbed right now. They're going to go back to that A site into the perfect setup for Monte. Oh dear, it's poetic. Warro hits his. There's finally Acor with a trade. Double setup denied by the Danish AW. And it's going to be Gamer Legion 4-on-3 with a hefty opportunity to make this half perfect. 5 rounds. That would be great right now. Oh, Kios, this is a risky play on his own. there's no trade. That feels like such an oversight in a 4-on-3 to not play that together. It's one thing to buddy system, but Snacks wasn't even ready to help.
Yeah,
oh dear.
I guess if you wanted to try and justify it, you could say that they heard Bro run the rotate up towards upper, so maybe they're thinking they've prompted an overreaction out of Monte, but yeah. That one's going to hurt. That one feels more unforgivable. Just walking in, his teammate's not there, trying to take a bit of space ahead of that bomb's arrival, but now it's left him a man down. And they know they're walking into two players. They've seen both Demka and Bro here. They just don't have the time to change their mind, so they're going to need these openers, and they need them cleanly. Won't happen. Acor finally having a round here. 3 kills to his name. 30 seconds left. He's been quiet on this map so far. Can he deliver in the 1v2? Needs an ace clutch to do it. And he's got Demka to get past, and no one's managed that so far. Monte close out this first half with a dominant lead, spearheaded by Demka's stellar Beholds. Gamer Legion are setting up, and this will be their first game of the group stage. Keels is trying to get his earphones in and get himself warmed up. How are you doing today, my man?
I'm doing so great. I'm hyped up to play the game today.
Now, you're always hyped, though, and you're always loud, but I know Demka over there is quite loud as well, so you're going to try and beat him in that shouting contest?
I mean, no, it's not a showing contest. I will just do it on the feeling. I'm not forcing it. That's it.
I like it. Don't force it. Go over it naturally in here. Mr. Isaac, the CT lockdown player. Yeah. You are having a pretty damn good tournament right now. How's things feeling in the team?
It's feeling nice. Yeah. Changed up some roles, so it's feeling pretty good.
How do you think your chances are against Monte?
I think they're pretty high. I mean, it was a long time we played them. Last time we lost versus them in Cologne, but...
That was CSGO, though.
Yeah, true. Now it's too. I hope we have a better showing today.
All right, let's see how it goes down. Now, Snacks, are you going to talk to me even though you didn't get your chocolate bar?
Yeah, I'm not sure, actually.
You're not sure?
Yeah.
Can you play really good even without your chocolate bar?
I mean, I'm going to hide somewhere and eat it probably, you know, so then maybe yes.
Snacks needs chocolate to perform the whole way. Now, Equal's been in superstar mode so far throughout the tournament. What do you think that it is? Is the roles, the change of swaps and stuff for the team, it just made you perform better, or are you just feeling it?
I think I'm just feeling it, and at the same time, the team is playing more around me and taking more charge and trying to set up as well. So it feels good.
It definitely feels good. It looks good on the server as well. I got to ask you this, Mr. Volt.
Hello.
Why is Stitch here?
Oh, it's my lucky charm for my girlfriend. So I mean, if it's there, we need to win. So that's why we're gonna win today.
So if you're Stitch, is that her? She's Lilo?
No, that's her.
Oh, so she's Stitch. You're Lilo then?
No comment. No comment. No comment.
He doesn't want to answer that. He doesn't want to give a comment. Let's see how Gamer Legion do against Monte in the game. A streak of 4 in the middle is all Gamer Legion are able to manage. Monte start this one strong down on that B bomb site, and it ends much the same way with Demka top in the charts, sat up 16-4, and I think that's quite indicative of where these rounds are ending up. Gamer Legion putting a lot of attention down towards B and coming to pay the ultimate price. Will 4 rounds be enough, Hugo?
It's hard to know. It's a great map for Gamer Legion, but it has been predicated off of a lot of strong T sides. So I'm a little worried here. Monte are seeming like they're in unstoppable form, but Acor on the CT side comes in with a blinder. 2 pistol kills. He felt locked out of that first half on the T side AWP. Well, this time he's on full control. Krasnal almost gets that bomb back, but almost will not cut it. Will Warrow.
They're already ready for this backstab, man. Double setup down in Con. This is such a powerful setup to get past, and so Warrow won't. Kios gets rid of him, and with Acor maybe starting to wake up that last round where he finally, gets to have some impact on the AWP. Looks like it's put a little juice in him, and so now 2 kills in the pistol. If Acor can get switched online, maybe there's still some hope for Gamer Legion here.
Sadly, as we learned from that first half, it's not always down to the CT or because Warrow, we know how good he can be. He was relegated to the A site while Gamer Legion were going for B pops all half. So it's down to where Monte, want to end. Once it hits gun rounds, we'll have to see what their game plan relies on. Because as much as I'm sure Gamer Legion, part of their B hits was knowing that Warrow and Sumdo Young are playing that top site. It goes both ways. They know how good Acor can be when he's in form. We saw that opening BO1 on Nuke against M80 where Acor had just a phenomenal CT side. So that's something to consider if you're Monte in this position. They take a full eco. They're going to wait for the guns to come out. Acor in that map that I mentioned was 18-3 on CT Nuke. Most of it AWPing.
Ooh, he's got a lot of kills right here.
He's got a lot of danger. If he goes, he's dead, surely. But they come to him, and that's a lot nicer. Yeah. All right, guys, we're going to be going B now for the rest of the game.
I mean, considering heading into the last round of the half, Acor had 2 kills.
Yep.
He's done well for himself to shoot up through the scoreboard over the space of, 3 rounds, now sitting top of it for Gamer Legion. This one is just a nice stat pad round. Helps bring you back into the game a little bit. Smiles all around for Gamer Legion. Guns now come out for Monte. Similar to Gamer Legion in that first half, it will be lacking any form of AWP. Playground Molotov goes in, and that's going to at least temper the mid-aggression. Monte, eyes set on taking away connector and middle at the start of this one. The guys in mid taking a bit of a slower approach, so letting the com players play first. They've got 2 to get past here. Krasnal leads the way. Ooh, just looks away. And that's going to give over a nice easy double for Snacks down in the connector. That's a bit of a disaster here for Monte.
Ugly look. Didn't fully clear the corner. And Snacks gets out into water as well. B players will rotate up, and Gamer Legion's moves looking nice and smooth right now. They're even getting aggressive. It's not a bad play to make, considering a B player is on the A site. Acor can play his timing game, knowing at less than a minute. If they're not taking long now, they maybe never will. So he's got a backstab potentially. Oh, they turn. Great time to turn for Sumdo Young. Eyes in the back of his head, and he'll take off Acor's. 3 on 4. Don't count Monte out.
That was the bomb spotted there as well for Gamer Legion. I wonder if Monte try and use that to their advantage with still a little bit of time left and control over connector. They look to go down and now move swiftly in towards this B site. Good timing on that nade from Snacks. A lot of damage done. He's in at the back of the site and, well, just nails that first man in from CT. With a bit of help from Kios over at Barrels, this one is swiftly repelled. And Demka, he knows this feeling all too well. He was dishing it out in that first half, just locking out the B plays, and even spam to death from Volt. That AK save is denied. Gamer Legion well and truly back into the swing of things here, as now just 1 round separates them and Monte, and there's not even really anything to go off of in this one for the Monte squad.
What a spam for Volt. That's just going to ruin your mental if you're trying to save there. No info.
I started there because I noticed they started buying, but then I realized, no, okay, just the hero gun on Kraz now.
Yeah, it's pretty bold. You're going for the hero Galil, but if you can drop guns, you can definitely win a round where CTs are as spread out as they are on that A site. But we talk about A, and we talk about A core. AWP here, he's starting down lower, but with nothing on the monster peak, which they don't smoke, he's going to rotate his way up. Monte sending Deagles out into mid. Trying to find these picks. Heavy A setup for Gamer Legion. And Falcon getting aggressive. They've got plenty of util here. They can flash their peaks. Acor can set up his team. Run boost, but they've yet to find that AWP. Don't know for certain whether it's in play or not. But just by the way they're playing, it looks like they're expecting it. No flashes for Monte. Just 2 smokes for this A execute.
Kraz now leads the way on that Galil.
Oh, they rotate. They missed a smoke.
Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. That's going to shut them down, moving up through short.
Oh. They smoked themselves off.
Also gives up the aim of the game that it was going to be this A play. That's really rough.
Yeah.
Well, that good timing on the third man rotating away from A is no longer a factor for Monte. I can assure you of that. Acor has promptly come back up on the AWP, and now as the smoke fades, Kraz now finds a kill, but it's on his teammate, and the rest of them all get shut out. So that hero Galil proves to be more of a burden than a blessing. And this one is tied up now with Gamer Legion, gifted a missed smoke from Monte to really reveal what was meant to be happening in that round.
I don't think that round could have gone worse. They did everything right. They delay enough that Gamer Legion move off of that triple stack. And then as 5 players are close A with no real info for Gamer Legion, they smoke themselves off and then they team kill. And then they almost ran out of time. Like that couldn't have gone worse. Monte have to not tilt. That is the goal right now after a disastrous round. After an excellent first half, Gamer Legion are back in business on their map pick. Even score and no AWP for Monte.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a 4-round streak out of Gamer Legion before. This is another, but now they've got to move beyond that, right? And they're looking good to do so. For Monte, timeout called in, time to try and figure out how they want to approach this one. They know that AWP is in play. Will that influence their decision-making at all? Doesn't look like it. It's back to this early mid control. This time a lot more onus put on taking it. They're going to nade the smoke over in middle. That gives them open sight lines, and they move up behind it. Boost from Snacks. But the fight's going down over here in mid. Acor on the angle. Has a chance to take a shot, just dip out of there. And he's just kind of going through the motions of being this top site AWPer right now. Firing a shot, moving back. Volt is trapped down in con, and so that kind of brings Acor forward, right? It forces him to try and play around with his teammate. He doesn't want to hang Volt out to dry. Gets away with that kill in mid, and now they're teeing up Volt. Down in the connect, sabotaging, teeing up. There's a thin line. The nade does slow him down and almost ruins that peak. He gets overran by the MAC-10.
I don't know what that was. They flash for him, he peaks, but then they nade him as well. That wasn't, I don't know. Not sure what happened there. Some miscommunication.
He was just sending real mixed signals.
Yeah.
What do you want from me?
Poor Volt. He had a great position as well this late in the round. But 40 seconds, the path to rotate is open, and Monte can take it. If Mora wants to drop down, what a move from Snacks. That's very risky, but it's confirmed everything now. We should see a second B rotation here for Gamer Legion. Isaac in the smoke finds a double headshot, and it's Demka again. Just trying to save, it won't happen. 9-8, Gamer Legion, despite that little mistake in connector, shall we call it, from the B side, it's going to be their round easily. Snacks is so aggressive, you know, sometimes to their betterment, sometimes to their detriment. But that's a great little move from him at 30 seconds. I'm loving watching this Gamer Legion team play. You know, Monte had my eye in the first half, but Gamer Legion are playing solid individual CS.
So you just like the team who's winning?
Yeah, I love the team that's winning.
What a bold statement.
Yeah, but the recovery has been very nice for Gamer Legion. It's Akor's hitting his shots like you expect. I just like good CS, man. And right now, that's all Gamer Legion. What have Monte got? They've had a couple of...
This time, if you want to, like, you know, if you want to say something quite good about this little partial buy, it's that they're a lot more decisive in their moves, right? They kind of set up over towards A early. Oh, Isaac, you
close.
You crafty bugger! Don't ruin it all. Spamming this smoke. Oh, even more damage. Krasnal's come back in with the hero Galil. Worked out so well last time. He had to go back for it. Re-smoking at Monster. Gamer Legion still set up heavy over towards that top side, but things will change, and Akor drops in from the heavens with this AWP. Well, it proved to be the blessing needed to withstand this crunch from Monte, who now wait for the perfect moment to go.
There's no flash. This is such a hard round to win. They need to get the first entry. That doesn't go their way. Isaac, the jump. Avoided. Krasnal gets a kill with a Galil, but the AWP is covering it. Akor should have this one. His teammate falls, but re-peek at 15 seconds. He's got it in the bag. Waro does get that kill off, but out in heaven with no util down. That was never meant to be for Monte. The fact they even make it close is impressive. 10-8 that Eco dealt with, and Monte's final timeout called as they just try and hold on to this game that is clearly slipping through their fingers. Not a single T-sided round. 6 in a row for Gamer Legion on their map pick. We wondered if 4 was enough, and right now it's looking like it.
I mean, I think you have to look at two players, really, for my money. Isaac and Akor have just been stellar since moving on to this CT side. Since Akor's brought the AWP out, he's at opening kills in all but one round. And for Isaac down towards B, he's just been doing a very solid job of anchoring. You've had occasional bits of aggro. Even back in the pistol, it was him who opened up, I think, with that double through the connector. So, you know, this has been like a real reactivation of a few key Gamer Legion players. Akor is no small part of that. This AWP has been ruining Monte's game plan. They're constantly having to operate from a 4v5, it feels like. And that's all come from this big gun. So let's see, Akor gonna have another chance to tip the scales in Gamer Legion's favor. That much is for certain. He holds the line. And Monte just might give him this fight up through the short side.
It's got to be quick. And that flash will force a shot. It's good info and further control for Monte. Gamer Legion have 3 here, and Akor boldly goes back on the angle. Another miss. He doesn't care. Gonna have to try harder than that to get Akor off this position. A re-smoker front toilet allows him to fight Divider still if he wants. Monte are locked out of middle. We are going to see hopefully a nice execute from Monte. You'll see they have 4 Molotovs, 3 smokes. They've got everything they need, but they're still going into a stack. Snax' position is so powerful right now.
They're going to flash him in for a peek. Snax, I figured he would be waiting until contact is made in the site, but no, he takes some initiative there. Akor's AWP finds more success for Gamer Legion. And for Monte, a non-starter of a round. There just isn't time to win this. There isn't numbers to win this. Some die young, that's nothing more than a consolation frag as Akor rings out with a double. Him and Snax, 2 kills apiece up on the top site. And Akor really recovering from, I think it was 2 kills in round 11 of this game. Now sat top of the entire server.
Bloody hell. What a game for Gamer Legion. They really have been playing in tandem. The flash peaks have been excellent. Aside from that one connector round, they have been teeing up their teammates so well on this CT side. The comms must be flowing like butter. melted butter, not fresh out the fridge. Gamer Legion are anything but cold. Three AKs, or 3 rifles rather. Monte realizing they have to fight for map point. Got to put something in. They almost require a bomb plant in the last. They're just going to go for a B pop, but of course Akor's here, 4 strong on the lower site, jumping for information, but ready for the execute.
I mean, there's no denying Gamer Legion have just had the read on Monte throughout, and it's not like Monte are doing a lot right now to kind of pull the wool over their eyes, right? Whenever they've sent players elsewhere, they've normally been problems as opposed to helpful. This one is an utter lockout down towards B. Monte try to go a little faster in this round to ones gone by, try to leave themselves with a bit more time, but there is no more time in Overpass. They've got one more chance left to start a streak here, to embark on what would be the start of a comeback now. From an 8-4 lead, it has disintegrated, and they've not won a single round since getting onto the T side.
And I want to say this is Warrior's first AWP in the whole half as well on this last round, with no helmet, with no nades. So, you know, Akor was in the same position. He couldn't even, despite their rounds, 4 rounds won, get the AWP going till the end. And we saw a nice 3K that, you know, wasn't enough to win the round. Feels like Waro never really got a chance to start playing in this game unless this round is the opening. Flash not needed in middle, or maybe needed for Volt. He just goes for it. And Bro takes him down. Akor trying to escape. Can't hit the stutter in time. Goes back for more. Wow. He loves a repeat, does Akor. His teammate's out on long right now, so he's not exactly trapped in toilet. He has a route back to the bomb site.
Every bone in your body there, if your Monte is telling you he's going to go back, telling you he's just going to peel through the angles, go through the motions.
Oh, Snacks as well.
Snacks with the backstab. I mean, Snacks is a great positioning all across this, it feels like.
Yeah.
Him and Akor just trading around the map, always in the right places, and the backstab now comes in. That's the bomb away from Monte. 2v3, but only one man in middle. It's Sumdai Young with a tall task ahead of him. He's got to get past Snacks, and the whole time he's paranoid about his backlines. He knows connector's open.
Going A.
And so the bomb now retrieved. Demka has secured control of short water earlier in the round. They're going to get out into the B site. Snacks is still coming in on a flank. Snacks actually knew it was B before the B players.
Yeah.
He's already here. And so Gamer Legion just trying to draw attention in from CT. These fights won initially by Kios, and he'll go on to silence them both. Gamer Legion put this one to rest convincingly, and it's with strong performances across the board. A hell of a redemption arc out of Akor, who started this game slow, goes on to top the charts. Snacks moving around the map and roaming like he's in their brains. And then you have this lovely B-site hold out of Isaac. It all comes together beautifully for Gamer Legion, and that tees them up a map up now.
Yeah, a reassuring opening map here in the group stage. The play-in teams continue to impress here at Katowice, and with Ancient up next for Monte, they need to wake up stat, because they will be back on that T side where they were unable to field a thing on Overpass. Ancient, then Nuke if we need it. We'll be back soon.
Don't know how it's come to this. I don't know how I could resist. I took a vow to never sin, but I saw the darkness from within.
It ultimately came down to who had the strongest CT side here on Overpass, and Gamer Legion head and shoulders above Monte, to be fair, and obviously able to take their map pick.
Yeah, this was one of the most one-sided half I've seen in Katowice. Probably a total of 13 kills for Monte over their T side. That's 9 rounds, 13 kills total, barely more than 1 frag per round. This was a very cut and dry half. Props to Acor on the AWP, good bounce back from the first half, but props to Snacks as well. We have to talk about some of these reads from Snacks. 3 on A when needed, 4 on B when needed, in connector at the beginning of the half, just to make sure you stress Monte a little bit. Masterclass.
Yeah, whatever Monte was cooking during the player break, it turns out very bland, at least when it comes to Overpass, right? There wasn't really much there on the T side from the very beginning, you know, in the first gun round, just 2 guys dying to Snacks in connector, not really much going there. And yeah, I think the Harry and Hugo mentioned War couldn't get an op until almost the very last round of the half, and some missed smokes, right? Missed timings, good reads from Gamer Legion, like you said, and yeah, just a dominant performance in that second half.
In the second half, but at the start, I mean, to be fair, Gamer Legion got 4 rounds on the board, but I thought Monte looked pretty damn strong. At the beginning, I thought, well, look, the break's obviously done them good. They're coming in. Was it just a matter of changing it over, or do you think Gamer Legion kind of had that in their back pocket, knowing 4 or 5 rounds on the T side would be fine?
Well, I think the main difference was that when Gamer Legion got shut down on their T side, they still found solution later on. You know, later on, we talk about Acor with the AWP finding. He only has 5 kills in the first half, but 2 of them find at the very, very end to win a round on their own. So when you think of 4 rounds on the T side, that makes a difference. But I think both defense indeed had arguments. I mean, Demke, you mentioned him, made like absolute wall on the B side of Overpass. But unfortunately, he
laid an egg on the T side.
Yep, 0 kills, brother.
Didn't get a single kill. And I think for me, there was one round that I need to single out in the first half, because otherwise you might have seen something similar for Monte on their City side like we did from Gamer Legion. The only difference was those 4 rounds in the middle of the first half that Gamer Legion was able to string together, and it all started from a 3v4 situation right in a reset round. We always talk about in the, you know, when you're losing rounds, when you're behind, you need to win consecutive rounds. If you just win 1 round and get reset, that's not going to work out. So if you go to round 6, you know, it starts off with SDY with an aggressive play, finds 2 kills on middle, and, you know, maybe overextends a little bit. You can see after the second kill here, he can fall back. He goes for the 3rd kill, dies. So it's still a 4v3 for Monte. You can see now the utility from Snacks. He has 2 of his players coming out monster, and now we see the innovation, right? The next step in CS2, the nade gets broken here, like from Snacks, who's in water. That allows 2 players to push into water, find the 2 B defenders, and now it goes from a 3v4 into a 3v2 with the bomb down. Completely different round. Monte even, you know, starts going for it. War will save the op, but this was what really cemented, sort of gave Gamer Legion a foothold on that T side.
I agree, and it shows the discomfort from the CT side as well. You mentioned it, breaking open the grenade, and you have 2 CT sort of pans down, caught out in that position. If you flip over the switch to Gamer Legion, they never really got caught in these positions. They were either a bit more aggressive towards the end of Monster, ready to have that sort of flick-flack cover, or they were far back. Like sometimes we saw them with the AWP Heaven, with Snacks coming in rotation. They never really got caught like this, but also Monte didn't have that little element of finesse that Janko is mentioning here. Like, hey, here's the nade, I'm going to blow it open for you. It was very basic, very simple CS, too simple.
And I don't think you're going to see that from Monte. That's just not who they are.
No, on Overpass for sure.
They don't have a lot of finesse, and that's not necessarily, you know, a terrible thing, right? You can't keep it simple. That's why they're a team that in 2023 had the highest percentage of traded deaths, right? Like, they keep it simple, but they execute it very well. And that's a style that works for them. They even managed to win the Challenger in Jean Copping, right, with that style. So obviously, moving on to Ancient, that's going to suit them a little bit better, right? They're obviously going to be more comfortable. But yeah, there's a clear difference in style between the 2 teams.
I agree with you. I just think whenever you are backs against the wall and the defense, let's just talk about this offense that struggled for Monte, right? When you face a defense that is fully loaded, like locked and loaded, AWP 1 or 2 if you want, all of the nades, this is where you kind of need to have just a little bit of finesse, a little bit of creativity. Just
some
to
double
help you,
fake in there, you know.
Or at least have some very updated utility so you can break the line. That's not a secret. It's not a mystery that Acor was going from 5 kills in the first half to 20 on the second. And of course, he hit all of the shots. I'm not going to take nothing away from him. But that's a tell on how the defense, or the offense rather, was struggling, was a little bit dry, not exactly a lot of shoulder peak. That's, if you're always having a time like that, that's not supposed to happen to that level.
They weren't the toughest shots to hit, let's put it that way.
Yeah, but exactly, so that's a tell on the quality of Monte, right? If you are giving Anchor so many of these kills, and he's not even impressing our dear Lord Yanko over here, holy hell, that's a problem.
Does anything impress Yanko, though? That's my
Sometimes I can, but that's more on the dance floor. It's
on the dance floor only. You mentioned his name quite a bit, and I am curious to get your thoughts on the fact that Snacks coming into Gamer Legion towards the end of last year. I do think that it's helped polish their game a little bit. They look a lot better to me in the server now than in the past. Do you think it's been a good addition, if you like, having that legend in the space?
Yes, 100% yes. It is a great improvement for them. I will say as a caveat, I think he needed individually a little bit of time to catch up, and he could not just be behind in terms of his level. Now I think we're fixing that. I think now he's very much in a good form and in a good shape. The matches I've been seeing, he has not been struggling. And now you can start to feel the effect of what he brings, which is mid-round, late-round ideas. I don't necessarily imagine him as like the creator of strategy. I could be wrong though, but like coming up with like some incredible new strat. But I'm damn sure that he can read rounds as they go. He can read rotations. He knows where to stack. That he's always had that sort of sense for the game. And on the CT side, it was very apparent. You could basically just follow Snacks and you would know where Monte were going. He's like a heat-seeking missile. Like he knows where to go.
I think we have to give some credit to the coach as well when it comes to some of that innovation, some of the cool utility that they're using, and some of the cool strats that they have. But yeah, for Snacks, absolutely the experience when it comes to that, reading the game just instinctively, calling, and in the mid-round, late round, also a guy who's, you know, done it all. In a sense, right? The pressure isn't going to get to him in some of these close games, right? He's the one who's been on this stage before and just wants to get another team there again.
Yeah, he's actually, I see his name behind you on a banner. He's one of the many Virtus Pro players who are here with us in the Hall of Heroes and actually playing.
So interestingly enough, Banks, actually, I know he was running around backstage. We saw him, and I think that he's actually checked in with Monte to see how they're feeling after that map loss. Let's find out.
Just catching up with LMBT, the coach of Monte, and he said, okay, yeah, things started well, it's the first game of the season, but that T-side they know wasn't acceptable. One thing that was interesting here, though, is he said it's a bit worrying going into Ancient, even with it being such a good map for them, and obviously we've seen the struggles of Gamer Legion, because getting 0 T rounds on your Overpass is not going to fill you with confidence when you're going to start on the T-side for Ancient. So it is a tough test for them. They started off so strong, but then it really slowed down, so they need to refigure what they want to do and how they're going to do it. Let's see if they can.
Okay, so that's interestingly, as we move to Ancient, Banks mentioning there, Monte, the coach is now not feeling too great based on their performance. Do you think that they just needed some time to wake up? They are a very strong Ancient team. Is that going to be enough, Yanko?
I think so. When we talk about a slow start, I was considering that for like the first map, not really for the whole series. And I think Monte has been in this situation before, and it's just who they are. They're not going to magically change their style because, you know, maybe the players couldn't find any openings or they weren't as sharp individually, right? They just have to break through that wall, really. Right. And I think they'll be able to do so on Ancient.
And I think the bulldozing style works a little better on Ancient. They tried on Overpass, obviously broke their teeth against a couple of good stacks and AWPs. I think on Ancient, you can get away with that. We see a bit more explosive CS.
Especially because I don't think Gamer Legion is as strong on Ancients. If you had to look at the stats, would it play more in the favor of us going to a third map?
Yeah, they're horrendous on Ancient. The one win just came against FaZe in the opening game of groups, and then when they had the rematch against FaZe, they lost, I think, 13-5 or something along those lines. You know, it's not been just tier 1 teams that they've been playing on the map. So, you know, you never know, but I think this is where the ball is completely in Monte's court.
I'm ready for map 3.
Ready for map 3. There we go. That's you're hearing it from the boys. Inside Extreme Masters Katowice group stages. It is Monte up against Gamer Legion, and we're going to Ancient right after this.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
now. Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that? Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Something's in the air tonight. Something's in the water. The walls are closing in. This room is smaller. Another desperate hour. Another face out. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. None of us see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. Tension getting higher. I see it in their face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames grow. You know I could break an empire in a single blow. This isn't finished. It's only begun. Nothing's unblemished. The damage done. None of us see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing?
Monte made mincemeat on their T side of Overpass. They're going to start things off here on Ancient on that aforementioned T side, so they're going to have to start this one a hell of a lot stronger. It's a far more comfortable map for Monte. A bit of a home ground for this squad. Gamer Legion on the other side, outside of a surprising result versus FaZe Clan and their opener back at Blast, have had a string of rough results here on Ancient.
Yeah.
So you'd like to think Monte can look to bounce back here and now.
I mean, if they can't win this, they were never going to win the series, right? At the end of the day, Gamer Legion, since adding snacks, have lost this map 7 out of 8 times they've played it. So having some trouble adjusting to a new map for snacks, historically obviously not in the pool, so we'll have to see how his T-side looks, but it's Monte taking that reign to start this game. 58 games of Ancient logged last year, 38-20. Not bad numbers for the Ukrainian organization as they set up inside of A main, going for this pop into the site.
Yeah, Isaac trying to bait them into Vault. Vault very low from that peek out through main earlier, but he gets one from this forward position before he is traded. That's not bad considering just how low on HP he was. Still, the advantage lies with Monte. They're taking space over in the temple. And now in the 4v2, they're going to look to get this bomb planted. The spam connects and denies that plant. Acor brings it down to a 1v3. His high-flying pistol round that helped get them off to a good start back on their CT side of Overpass. But a 1v3 here is asking a hell of a lot. Set up in Donut, ready to deal with him on this swing is Demka. That star from the last map on their CT side at least.
This is terrifying.
One thing Demka's good at, it's just holding an angle, holding a line. He will get tapped out, but Sumdai Young is there to trade. And so the pistol round goes the way of Monte. They get a T-side round on the board.
Hey, it only took them 2 maps, but I imagine we have a lot more in store for Monte in this second map of the series. Waro still fighting in that post part with 1 health and 3 kills to his name. He was very eager. No way back in for Acor, no way allowed back in at least. Shut down after just a couple of kills. Full eco for Gamer Legion, playing it smart. Just get those guns out ASAP. MR12 don't have the room to risk forcing and delaying your gun round on CT half. It's not too common. Oh, the push through is good, catching nades out, but still, Donut's stack is made quick work of by the MAC-10. Great recovery for Sumdai Young. Now they can just walk into the A site. Only Snacks, some tagged up players, but the MAC-10 will lead and try and make that money. Ooh, nice catch. Info gathered. You don't really want to bail at this point, though. You have full faith, 4v2. Just make sure you're going together.
Oh, look at him. He's pieced it together quickly that it's still the follow-through.
A flank Donut. They're taking their time here.
They're very paranoid. They don't know where Snacks has gotten to after getting that kill.
Nowhere.
Smoking off main, he returns to the temple. Hands clasped together and seeing if he can pray his way to success in this one. Even a kill on the MAC-10 would be lovely. Just that extra cash injection for the future and doing a bit of damage because it's only rifles that remain for Monte. This round is a guarantee for the Monte squad. Sumdai Young, very, very wounded. Luckily enough, they end the round before he's got to worry about that bomb. So there it is, the 2-0. They stick the landing versus the USPs. Gamer Legion now going to come through with their first buy.
I think something that's not exploited enough, and of course it's not a guarantee, but that's what I thought Snacks was doing there, and we've seen it on Nuke, is the idea of, especially in those rounds when Snacks has a MAC-10, he doesn't care about saving. His goal is damage, is forcing Monte to die with a bomb, right? Like going for a very late tap, you might get a kill with that, and just in a time where everyone's maximizing the numbers, damage, economy, all of this really does matter. Going for a very late tap on Nuke, A site, jumping out of heaven, or anywhere on Ancient where the bomb radius is large, I think there's some value there. Would love to have seen Snacks really drag that one out. But, oh, Shadow for Volt. He's going to drop off. Molly in main, and the orb is waiting for him to give Waro the satisfaction. It will not come through. Oh, Waro has to hunt him down. He's got him locked inside the temple now.
Yeah, but that's nice and easy for Volt. He just won't go re-peeking that angle. Instead, trying to send them into Acor's or back at the spawn. Bit of re-aggression over towards B in the meantime, and Snacks will get that trade. So 4 on 4. Sumdai Young nails Isaac out through the red room, and now the alarm bells are going off for Gamer Legion. These rotates are going to be tricky at best. Sumdai Young getting snuffed out at least gives them a bit of breathing room. A 3-on-3. That's a huge swing kill for Acor to have found. It now enables Snacks to rotate in freely and not have to worry about the presence of this man in the back line. They're going to try and move through Cave. Another missed shot out of Waro 2K. Responsibility to kind of reel this in falls to Demka back in Donut. If he goes back on this angle, Acor's got him. And now it is just Demka left standing. He fell entirely silent on that T side of Overpass. And he'll get snuffed out here. Snacks gets the better of him, and Gamer Legion are on the board early.
That is a very different round of Sumdai Young swings, right? Like, he's up in red room, his teammate flashes Acor from the A site. Acor is full blind there in CT with the orb. He doesn't fire, he knows what's coming, and fortunately for him, as you see on this POV, he waits it out. Sumdai Young is jiggling. He had to believe in the flashbang. If he just goes wide, if he runs out there, that's a guaranteed kill. That's probably a Monte round. Did not believe in the flashbang. 2-1. Gamer Legion get on the board early. Nice round out of Snacks again. He has been a delight to watch inside of this team. It's hard to say the same about Nealon. He was fine, actually. I felt like, you know, I actually liked some of the T-side rounds he called, but Snack seems to get far more value as an individual. And we're at a time where, you know, not only can you not have an in-game leader that can't frag, you know, it's not 2015 anymore. Everyone needs to be able to play at a high level, but also, you know, your AWPers must be strong riflers as well. And I think Warrior is a great example of that for Monte. Ooh, mid-chase for Gamer Legion. They get flashed out, they'll return. There were 4 players crunching mid there for GL. Snax needs to live now, dropping his util and getting out as they chase him down.
Yeah, that's spooky. You hear the Tech 9 rattling off and you know that they've just taken that space. They haven't respected the smoke in the cave. And so it doesn't serve to do much for Gamer Legion. Doesn't slow down this play, doesn't limit the options for Monte. They'll smoke off both long and short. Slight different timings on them, and that's going to leave an option a little later to maybe try and take some of this long control back on the fade of the long smoke. Sumdai Young caught lurking out through A by Volt, who keeps his wits about him. It's a 4v4 retake. Thing that's awkward for Monte here, they don't have a lot of space, right? They're set up over towards ramp. They got a man back in the cave, but they really need some pressure alleviated on the extremities. They shut out that first man at long. Waro, he has missed a bunch of shots on this AWP so far. If he could get involved now, Demka dead. Waro will get tested here. 1 kill from him, but 2 kills remain to win the round. They get on that bomb, and Acorn nails the shot when Waro tries to swing. So Gamer Legion pick it up in that retake over towards B. It might have gotten dicey off of the break with that immediate dink onto Snax, forcing the site to get conceded, allowing Monte all that room, but they collapse down upon it.
Man, Volt must have heard the lurker there because he was so ready in Donut in a post-plant back on the A site for Sumdai Young. And that really hurts for Monte. You could tell how, as you said, they didn't have much space. It's very constricting in those post-plants on Ancient B site. They were really trying to get a smoke spam. They couldn't get a single kill before the smokes went out. Gamer Legion didn't give them any opener. And great trade work for Gamer Legion in a chaotic situation there. There is a player on the box, still here after the flash. Kiel's got to be careful. They just put pressure on the ramp, but no commitment here for Gamer Legion. Utils look solid. I'm definitely more worried about the second half, but it's got to start somewhere. A-Core has a player locked in, and he just nades him out. Sumdai Young wallbanged at the same time. He's getting unlucky right now. He started this map 7-0. The last 3 rounds have not been too great. A-Core lets one past, but Snax helps out from the window. Ooh. This is getting a little bit messy. It should be controllable for GL. Bomb coming into B, and Kios is late.
Ooh. That's good info. When you see Kios kind of running over like that, it gives the illusion that the B site's already been conceded. You've spotted all but one of these players in Vault. And so Util now starting to stream over from CT. That bomb plant at least comes through for Monte, but can they make it anymore? It's not a good start. Bro tapped out. Waro with his deagle is double swung from the long side. And so Gamer Legion, they will take the lead here and now. Monte happy at least that they get out of that round with something. The plant over towards B. Gonna flush out these T-bank accounts. Allow Waro to bring that AWP into the fray again.
Reaction time from Bro seems a little slower than we used to there on that cross. He had ample opportunity to get a player running to long. You could see Gamer Legion were very scared that someone had taken the long side already. Good awareness from A-Core to spam and nade at the same time. Basically clears position if he doesn't get a kill. And yeah, frustrating for Bro, who gave them a plant at least. He found that empty B bomb site. Monte, with the money, now have a full buy. What are they going to do with it? A pop, it seems. Just Volt here, full util, and he's jiggling with a molly. This is a very safe play. Can get the molly down. One player might often commit through it, and so that's the kill Volt needs to get on this hold.
Good util. As soon as he saw the shadow, immediately just kind of goes through this protocol, the molly, the nade, all to soften up Monte, and he even follows up with that opening kill. Acor burning, but Volt locks it in. 3 kills from back in Donut. This is one guy, that one A-site defender, putting up one hell of a stand. Sumdai Young does everything he can, but now he's wounded. Waro given a bit of a freebie. They didn't know he was tucked in, concealed behind the big box. They're going to go looking for Sumdai Young, trapped in Donut. But you can't forget about Waro 2K, who tries to make this move through the back line. It's going to come down to Sumdai Young having to clutch this. 3 kills in the round right now, sitting top of the board for Monte.
What a fake.
Acor's taking it all the way around to B. But with each passing second, he doesn't hear anything, and he's keeping nimble, he's keeping mobile on the AWP. I like this protocol from Acor as he creeps up through cave. He's pieced together where this bomb is going, where Sumdai Young looks to end up. And if you're Sumdai Young, that AWP last seen over towards CT, you don't expect him to be where he is right now in the cave. Sumdai Young only has a little bit of time left to clear out all these angles. He's low on health. He's wounded from that skirmish out through Donut earlier on.
He's hurt him.
Well, the experience shined through for Sumdai Young. He's poised nicely to deal with this push out of Acor. Just looks to the back of Donut. He had to flick for that, and so Acor picks it up in the 1v1, denies Sumdai Young his glory.
Those are such great clutches to watch. 2 very intelligent players maneuvering the map. A death cam fake back into a late A play. Acor with his aggressive B move gives him great timing to get back into Donut, because he knows if I don't see Sumdai Young immediately on B, he might not be coming here at all. So he just sets up to push cave and fast flank. He flicked that as well. Acor flicked. He wasn't even ready for that position. Sick round on the retake, and that hurts for Sumdai Young, who played everything else perfectly, even had a good position. But it's the pre-aim that lets him down. My oh my, we've got a good game right now at a Gamer Legion, making the most of that opening map, not guaranteeing themselves to a third. They can compete for this series in 2. Monte. Oh, Snack spamming. Yeah, I have a feeling Snacks would be good in this position, right? Wallbang, smoke spams, and mind games. Got it all, but gotta get that reload off. Krasnov won't punish. Gamer Legion have put a lot of pressure on ramp, but not made it clear when they are pushing. Donut swing. Isaac has a teammate there to help him as well. He doesn't need it. Volt comes in with a third. Great tag team inside of the Donut. Even though Demka gets out A, there's still Volt to worry about in this position. And we've seen Monte in a lot of these 2v4s where they have the sight, but it's allowed by Gamer Legion. It's known about. And this AWP is about to peek in for the killing blow.
Surgical stuff out of Acor, Tim and Volt leading the charge, and I mean, that's the duo you've seen step up for this squad. That's the duo you want. Even tries his hand at the jump shot.
Ooh.
Bit of damage out of Bro, but nothing to write home about. He's getting flanked in through main. And of course, it's Snacks there in the back line, man. You're always looking over your shoulder when it's Snacks that you're up against. Feels like he spends more time in T-side positions on his CT side than the other way around. He starts that all the way over in cave. And then he's flanking in through main to deny even an attempt at the 1v4 for Bro. Timeout called in. LMBT wanted some time to weigh in.
Gamer Legion just been very adaptive, very mobile. They've been giving up sites. They've been crunching mid with 4 players. Acor's been a nuisance. It's not a clear way. I would, if anything, like to just see Monte play more aggressive and go for these Hail Mary pops, you know, go for some B rushes. Of course, you can, you know, Gamer Legion read that, especially in this round after a timeout. If they just stack 3B and they have good molly nade protocols, Monte will get turned into dust. But if you can find the right round for it to work on, you can definitely give yourself away. And they've tried this on A before, and Volt saw the shadow and he dropped the molly early. Let's see how he plays this one. This time it's just a smoke, but it will still go in before Monte are there. However, they can go through that. Ooh. Ollie smoke.
I mean, one of the hard things to contend with in just these like straight up A execs is oftentimes, even if you get the site control, because of what you're smoking off, you don't get a lot of space, right? And so they're going to find themselves restricted. It kind of hinges on getting through with some nice clean openers to put that pressure on Gamer Legion. And right now, all the opening kills are coming up in favor of Gamer Legion. Snax absolutely bodies Monte as they try to get out into the site, and even though Demka provides that first, he won't take it any further. Volt moves back in. They put a lot of faith in Volt to solo anchor over here towards A, but they've always got support ready to move in and assist him. All his job is like try get one and then just stay alive, buy us time, and I feel like Volt has been fantastic at doing that over here on A.
He wasn't really required on Overpass, but yeah, Volt has been flawless on the CT side of this map so far. He's not made a mistake, he's not given away an opening kill, he has just played solid and done exactly what he said, won and gotten out every single time, and that's your role as A anchor. Snax with a beautiful spray of 3 kills there as well. This feels very difficult right now for Monte, very constricting. Some good grenades start off this round, but look at Snax go, he just doesn't care. Over the smoke and into lane. He takes 2, and he even gets out alive.
One of the things that's so great there is that round has been many rounds in the making for Snax and co, right? They've been throwing the kind of lane take utility in the bulk of these rounds, but not always doing anything with it. And that one there, the kind of intention from the get-go was to go and take this main control. They had 2 players pushing out through mid, ready to jump up into the heavens and lend a helping hand. And so if you're Monte, you've kind of let your guard down a little bit, right? You've seen this lane take util countless times, and there hasn't often been these pushes behind it. But then it comes through, and they get so blindsided by it, so caught off guard. Snax gets out with a double kill, and even lives to tell the tale, considering the position he was in. That's crazy.
Oh, Volt's going for it now. This is dangerous. It's being held, but the timing. Sundae has just cleared this. There's no way he'll turn back again. This should be a guaranteed kill for Volt, and he'll see Sundae going towards the B side. That might be more info. It won't adjust anything as you have... Oh, Acor is even rotating over. I say that, yeah. 3 players towards this B bomb site right now. Gamer Legion, eyes on the prize.
Snax is just trying to sell this long up corner for Isaac, who's tucked in and goes unchecked. That kills free, and there's the follow-up. Now, AWP in rotation. This is looking really put together for Gamer Legion. I really like some of these proactive moves in the mid-round, some light conditioning being done over towards B to even facilitate this round happening in the first place. Perfect reaction from Volt. I mean, you know, you said it was scary. Don't get me wrong, it is. But when you're in that 4-on-3, you know there's going to be gaps. You know there's going to be holes in the default from Monte, and Volt, the moment he gets up through main, he knows he's found one. He knows he's right where he needs to be, gets out with a kill, extends that advantage even further, kind of traps Monte into committing into a B play that is known about. This is textbook CT side from Gamer Legion thus far.
And Yanko said on the desk something I agree with, which is, you know, the floor of Gamer Legion seems pretty high, being a, you know, disrupting tier 2 team, but the ceiling doesn't seem that high. Sure, they had that Paris run, but that was a different roster, it was a different time. So I think for the first time, we're actually, the question must be asked, will Gamer Legion show a higher ceiling? Will they actually make another deep run? Because right now, they've taken down VP. They're looking rock solid against Monte. They're playing great CS. Acor's having a ball. I think we might be in for, you know, I presume Monte with the team going to make the run on this side of the bracket. It could be Gamer Legion if they can keep playing like this. Mouse and Cloud9 playing on for the winner's match against the winner of this. I don't know, man. Something's in the water. Gamer Legion looking good right now. Are they up for the task? Can they keep it together? 7-2 CT Ancient. 7 out of 8 losses since Snax joined this team. This has not been their map, but right now they're making a case for it. Dangerous. Sunday uncovered though by the AWP. Flash dodge, they go back for more. They just crunch mid again. Brutal for Gamer Legion. And so many rounds are just left to this. Demka, 1v5, and Volt won't even give him a chance. 13-4 on Volt. And just nothing to rely on for Monte in this game. 2 sole rounds. They were the first 2 rounds.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that in and of itself speaks volumes, right? You're 2-8 down and you won the pistol. Like, that is a real sinking feeling carrying forward the rough T side that we saw on Overpass. That burden still very much with Monte. And I don't know, you've got to give Snack some serious credit, man. I think there's been just some very solid calls across the board, some great awareness, some good mid-round moves being made.
Nice. So wise escape there. Doesn't want to get ahead of himself at this scoreline. Could have fought in front of the molly, but will just, you know, bide his time. And he's got Acor on default to bait for him. Snacks can play in any of the available cubbies. And Acor, I have no doubt he'll get a kill here at least. And he'll probably re-peak with how he's been playing today. He's doing that on Overpass A side. Great molly. That'll disrupt. Smoke must come down. Snacks trades out his. And so everything Monte do, Gamer Legion have had an answer for it. This is like the first time they've taken cave. And look at the blockage they're running into. Meanwhile, War is waiting for Volt to get aggressive on A. He's not giving it. In middle, no eyes for Gamer Legion. They just don't care. They know the object of the desires at this B bomb site, and they're putting it to bed. War's got to get a kill here.
Oh, and he will. It's important, but there's still a kind of a layup for this, right? It's almost a bit of a bait and switch on a delay. Isaac in the back of Donut delivers a double kill. Gamer Legion, they can rely on all the individuals right now. Isaac rises to the occasion, and no push on the back of that flash. Waro 2K battles back.
No bomb, time.
10 seconds and he doesn't grab the bomb. He hasn't grabbed the bomb, man. He's looking for the kills. And Gamer Legion don't have to give them up. They'll deal with Waro 2K. They'll put a stop to that clutch. If not picking up the bomb, didn't do that already. Gamer Legion, it doesn't matter who it is in these positions. It feels like everyone's kind of stepping up to the plate right now. And there's some really good setups to even put them in these positions in the first place.
Yeah.
For Monte, the thing that made this round so exciting for my money was just that, like, for once, they kind of had, like, a backup plan, a layer of obfuscation around it, you know. A lot of these rounds, I think, have been pretty cut and dry in terms of wherever you're seeing them early, that's really where they're looking to end up, right? They haven't really concealed their wants and their needs on this T side.
And it's like the game plan hasn't worked, and they don't know what to do when it doesn't work, because the only thing we've seen Monte go back to are these A executes, but Volt, with the exception of that round, he loses a 50-50 duel. It doesn't matter. Isaac 3Ks it, but Monte's A rushes haven't worked. We haven't seen anything towards B. Their slow cave take, we just saw how hard that was. We haven't seen any sort of very fast B play. These slow, methodical rounds are getting cut apart by the Danish AWP. Ooh, just missed that boost player. But this smoke, Volt's gone through it in mid. There's a trade for Waro. Still eyes on mid from Isaac. That is going to force a player off of B, and that's where Monte are ending yet again.
They're blocked at ramp, and Acor just holds the run up. I mean, that's a nice, easy shot for him, right? Not going to miss those. Molly to delay the plant, buy you even more time to bring bodies over. And even though Acor falls, the follow-up kill comes through from Bro, and suddenly this one has a lot more legs on it. That swing out from Snacks over towards Cave gets punished. Footstep heard. Waro knows that they're up in the heavens. Kios responds. He's not really been required across this game. The backstab from Waro is lovely, and this will go unchecked. They won't know about it, so that one step that Isaac made betrays him. Kios 1v2 now, and a lot of time having ticked off this bomb. Never going to be easy, and Waro sends them packing. All he needs is that little drop of info, and he swiftly reacts, but it's just for one round right at the end of their T side. They win the pistol, one in the rifles. That is not enough. Right now, Gamer Legion sporting a massive lead.
can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go.
Monte may be needing a little bit more warm-up time before they get going in Katowice. It's 7 weeks since this roster played an official match, and they've so far have found 3 T rounds across 2 halves on the T side. Is this series doomed and dead on Ancient? Can Gamer Legion pick up their 2nd win with Snacks on this map? Or do Monte have a phenomenal comeback in store? I'm not sure I've seen enough to convince me of that yet.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think there's going to be a couple of things we would need to step up first, and that's, you know, you want Demke returning to his sort of start that he had in this series, and CT sides where this guy can do fantastic work, so hopefully he can have a return to form. But Krasnal and Bro are both really struggling here. The win just feels like it's been knocked right out of Monte after that horrible T side in the first map. And if Gamer Legion win the pistol, as far as I'm concerned, then yeah, this is already a done deal, right? I think the entire map is almost riding on the results of this one. The plant down, a 4v4, Gamer Legion, they know this could be the game, this could be the path in through the upper bracket, secured right now. They find themselves in the man advantage. Monte on the back foot. Gamer Legion, they've got the bomb to play around, and Monte are wounded. They're slow. They're not going to get given fights here. This one is away from Monte, and they can't do a thing about it. Demke runs for the hills as Gamer Legion snap that one up. They lock in double digits, and with it, they put themselves really just 1 rifle round away from winning this series convincingly.
Yeah, this is a phenomenal run for Gamer Legion to begin Katowice, but there are so many more teams in store. Mouse and Cloud9, meanwhile, rage on map 2 on the other stream. And the winner of that will be facing likely Gamer Legion at this rate. Monte won't have the room to take an eco here, feeling like a force is a necessity in the 2nd CT round. And it's a shame to see for the Monte boys, who haven't had the chance to boot camp coming into Katowice, who had a very busy yet successful 2023. They might start off Katowice on a sour note.
But I mean, it's sick for Gamer Legion, and it's sick for Snacks, honestly. I've absolutely loved how some of these rounds have come together.
Yeah.
And I love how positionally he seems so switched on. Snacks makes his life very easy for himself, right? He doesn't often have to nail some crazy flick or do the impossible. He puts himself in positions where the round just kind of plays out almost like it's on rails, but he's doing a lot to even get to those points in time. He's got great awareness, a great read on the game, and I think this has been a real flex of that, if I'm honest, from Snacks. This whole series has felt like a flex of that. Monte even forced here, so that idea that I put forward where I said they have one rifle round between them and a one series, that's not even true anymore. If this one falls on deaf ears, which it looks like it's going to, by the way, there's no one in B, and that's where Gamer Legion are heading, so you can presume this one's done. You know, what does that leave Monte with? They're going to take an eco next round and then play for overtime? Like, I don't know, there's nowhere to go from this. You're kind of done.
Well, don't speak too soon, because this flank timing is pretty nice for Waro. I'm scared he still may just miss the bomb. Acor makes it in. I mean, they smoked the ramp.
He could have had the best timing in the world, and he's got a scout and a USP, you know? Like,
well,
he shouldn't ever be doing it.
Yeah, gets a FAMAS, but he's smoked off. It's done. Oh, hoping, praying, and saving. Gamer Legion on to 11. It's not just a fact they've won this series, it's the way they've done it. Extremely dominant CT sides.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? It was easy to home in on Monte because they didn't post a single T-side round on that last map, but you also got to think, you know, what does that do to Gamer Legion's confidence, knowing that they were up against the T-side first, knowing that they kind of had Monte in their heads. You can imagine during that little break between the maps, there was a real discussion around, okay, let's just make this really easy for ourselves. Let's kind of ride that high of knowing that our opponent just had a dismal time on the T-side. Yeah. Let's make them repeat that. Let's put enough distance between us and them that even if they win this second half pistol, it's not a problem. And so the moment you start racking up as many rounds as you do in the first half, man, if you're Gamer Legion, as far as you're concerned, this one's a lock-in. You've run away with it.
Yeah. Well, this is it. Last chance saloon. This is that one rifle round, Harry, and it's barely that.
Yeah, rifle round in like heavy quotation mark usage here.
Very large ones, comically. We've got a couple of rifles, and we've got a round.
So the bare minimum requirements have been met here.
Oh, no.
Snacks creeping up all the way to the red room.
Waro's holding this out. I think he may... He looks like he knows just from his POV. Look at him.
No,
he's holding
he's
deep,
looking at deep mid.
If Snacks peeks, he dies. As in Waro dies. Unlikely to hit the headshot. Even Snacks taking his time there. Or he knows they're behind him. He's got to make a play. Missed shot from Waro. Hunted down. No escape. And Gamer Legion surrounding that B bomb site with pressure being put on red room by Snacks.
It's more great positional play out of Snacks, right? Just here's that scout. The moment he hears a footstep, he immediately activates. And now look at where you've got him. Sure, he's a little low, but the smoke in the red room is enough. It's diverted so much attention away from all the bomb sites for Monte that suddenly they're left with one player on each side of the map. Some die young. The one hero of the first half is locked out, and Snacks collects his final kill down in mid. 12-3. This is a bludgeoning. Monte on the receiving end of it. Starts on Overpass, and it comes full circle here on Ancient. As you highlighted earlier on, looking to get their second win on the map since adding Snacks into this roster, and what a win it is. It's so one-sided. This is a map that Monte usually have good results on, great results on, in fact. And they've just not even gotten started.
No.
By the way, this scoreline as well is with Monte having won one of the pistols in this map.
Yep. And getting a free anti-eco. And even that was uncomfortably close. Snacks, that reposition back in Cubby and mid as well. I feel like he's playing such great individual CS, and the calls have been there as well. And it certainly helps when all of his players are firing on all cylinders. Volt was a rock on A site, only one death in the whole half. In his position. Acor's been mobile. Isaac got that massive 3K in Donut in a crucial rifle round. Ooh. Kills get spotted, forces a smoke, but that's a last block used by Monte towards the B bomb site. Gamer Legion have already burnt out everything. They've got the round in the palm of their hand. Monte know they need to make a play, and I like this one. Back down the ramp, inside of the smoke. Maybe a flash for Waro, but they're just going to play the fade. Everyone's here.
Yeah, good trading out of Monte at least, but it's immediately cancelled. That layered swing from Gamer Legion. They battle for the ramp control and they lock it in. All this attention is drawn away from Waro at least, but that spray is real ugly to lock in that kill. It needed to be so much more. Everything in that round is trying to tee Waro's position up. Sumdai Young delivers something for Monte. A little ray of hope right at the end. But it's A-Core left to go up against someone who has been the nightmare of this Monte squad. Back in cave, backstab for Demka, at least connects. And so Monte, they win one round over here on the CT side. They're first in a little while.
It still comes at a heavy cost, right? It's still not going to be comfortable economy at any point in the game right now for Monte, unless they start stringing together 5 alive rounds. Gamer Legion coming right back in with a buy. I like the repositions on longside for Sumdai Young, just swapping short, long, putting the spam on, not letting Gamer Legion actually kill him through the smoke. Mid take for Waro and SDY. We have B pressure being put on by Snacks, but this is all a bit of a ruse as they walk up on A, and there aren't actually eyes on A. Demka's very passive right now, letting them into the bomb site. And Isaac's even faking. We don't want A. Smoking donut. We want nothing to do with this. They smoke him. He just sits behind it. Demka does go for the kill out A. A-Core going to get blinded. Turns back and gets a double kill. Despicable. Isaac backwalks through the smoke. Waro's here, but they can cut him off with util. And with a plant in, with Snacks playing for the late round, he might cut down these B players.
I mean,
not the gun for it.
He has an MP5.
Okay.
So in his defense, right place, good idea, but not the tools for the job. He'll have to reroute into main, still trying to be useful. He gets boosted up, and now he's in a far better spot for this MP5 to get put to work. A-Core is the one that opened this round, and now as he wraps into the spawn, he could be the one to end it. Will get run at by Krasnal, but there's the trade out of Snacks, spamming away. They're on this bomb now. They will just look to stick it. Volt swinging from main. One kill still to find, but the Glock won't connect in time. The blade is pulled.
Wow.
And Waro locks him out of it.
Oh, it's not pretty.
It's not comfortable.
It's a round.
And right now, that's really all Monte need.
Yep.
Damn.
7 more, waiter. Nice save for Waro. They swap off the bomb as well, calling that he has the kit. That was a donut player who dealt with a lurk out mid. Very importantly, play smoke without it. Volt has every advantage to win that round, but the clock works in Monte's favor this time. And the first time out used here for Gamer Legion. The first time they felt any amount of pressure in this series, perhaps. And economical at that.
They still have an idea here, right? Even in a round like this where you don't have a hell of a lot riding on it. You saw Snacks doing a good chunk of talking there. Volt's going to go back and grab this bomb. All of Gamer Legion setting up outside of the B site.
Woo! That's a USP kill.
I like that from Bro. Knows what he's up against. Good read on the money of Gamer Legion.
It's a flex.
So just 4 more of them. And this one is locked in. They block over at ramp. Krasnal toying with the idea of peeking, but it makes you a little nervous. He will fall. Bro creeps up and looks to deal with this boost. A-Core, the fact he even tries swinging there is absolutely wild. I feel like A-Core's always down to give an angle a second chance. Oh, God. They lose Bro inside of the B site. Now, that bomb won't make it across for free. Not while Monte hold on to heaven. Oh, dear. A-Core now armed with the AWP. Hang on a second. Demka, no. You can see this position usually.
No, you can't.
Oh.
Not if you're looking into the wall. His feet
Yeah, it's the big stare. Oh, God, they're going to lose to Deagles and Glocks. Oh, God, Demka walking up. Yeah, you can. You can. I'm telling you, you can. But not if you're Demka, apparently. You can only see moving targets. And it's Acor to close it anyway with Deagles and Pistols. Gamer Legion continue to embarrass Monte in this head-to-head. Acor topping the charts and a beautifully called game out of Snacks. Beautiful performance from him even. Man, this Gamer Legion squad, they have showed up here in Katowice to play. It was a great run through the play-in for this team. And they continue with their heads held high, beating back Monte and barely even breaking a sweat while they do it.
Yeah, and with the maps they find as well, Ancient, not been a good one for them, but they break a streak. They beat VP on Overpass and knock them down to the lower bracket in the play-in, and now they add Monte to that list as well. We are in my favorite theme park. It's the Snacks Wonderland. He has called and put up a masterclass today with all his pieces firing off around him. Man, with this side of the bracket, Gamer Legion might be in for something at Katowice.
Yeah, if you told me it's 2024 and Snacks still feels like he has unfinished business in Katowice, I would have thought you were crazy. But here we are. This is the world we're in. And man, it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, for Monte, we hope they can pick up their heads, dust themselves off, and move forward. For Gamer Legion, it's not quite playoffs yet. They still have one more match to find it against the winner of Cloud9 and Mouse, which is raging on over on the other stream as well.
Gamer Legion do secure this victory, and what a funny way for that last round to go down. You all just having a good laugh after that.
Of course. I mean, it's always funny winning a eco round. You know, we invested in some Deagles, some P250. You know, it worked out.
Now, you guys keep mentioning in interviews, you keep talking about the changes and what you've done as a team here, but this is a huge difference right now. Are you also riding a bit high off the confidence of all these games?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've been working a lot on our CT sites in practice. It's been working good. I think we lost this series like one gun round on CTF. I mean, we played very good on CT. It feels like very nice to show it off.
But usually, I'm going to touch on Overpass, you get a fair few more T rounds than you did, and yet you were still able to claw back 9 rounds like that. Was there any worries going into the second half of that?
To be honest, no. I think we've like from the CS:GO days, we've done so many comebacks from like 11-4 down on Overpass. It's just like a very strong have for us. So everyone feels really comfortable. Everyone knows what we're gonna do. So it's just nice have.
And you're looking like you're enjoying it. I want to ask about one other thing you guys are doing. At the end of each game, you're not celebrating so much like normal. You're shaking each other's hands and saying thank you for the match. What is this about?
You have to ask Snacks about that, but you know it's.
Wait, Snacks, what is this handshake thing about?
It's new one, it's a good one, no? You like it, no? Yeah, I feel we just congrats to each other, you know, after winning the match. It's like,
Okay, Ash is saying they're gentlemen. Most of them are probably not Ash, but it seems to work quite well with that. But for you guys right now, you seem to be doing better than we ever imagined and expected of it. But is this more what you guys expected, or is this kind of just, this is working out because people haven't figured you out?
I mean, we're not putting any pressure on us, you know. We're starting off the new year, rebuilding from ground zero. So we're just coming in. Even who we play, you know, we always see them as player 1 to 5, you know. We don't think about really who we play. So, and I think it's working really well. So yeah, it's just nice.
It all seems to be clicking for Gamer Legion. Let's see if it does in the future games. Sam, back to you.
Thank you. I like the way that Banks said that last round was funny. Banks, I thought it was the ultimate teabag from Gamer Legion to Monte. They dominated throughout. I mean, even on Ancient, which we weren't really expecting Yanko coming into it. We said, well, Gamer Legion's pretty rubbish on that. It's not the case at all.
Yeah, but I think Monte proved that they're more rubbish today than Gamer Legion, just in every phase. I think that slow start that we were expecting really continued into the second map. You know, they win the pistol, they convert. After that, just nothing really.
No.
It was pitiful in a sense because, you know, they're missing, not missing smokes, but for example, they want to go A, they double smoke CT, you know, instead of a guy smoking donut. Miscommunication there. Sometimes in the mid round, there's, you know, huge gaps being left open that the players seem to be unaware of. And yeah, this wasn't the Monte that we saw towards the end of last year at all.
No, I agree with you, and I do wonder if we're going to see a reaction on time. We had talked about the risk of being caught off guard versus the Gamer Legion that is warmed up, played up already in 2024, but the discrepancy here was more than I had expected. And I think one side of the equation is, as you mentioned, a couple of unforced mistakes, like the communication not on point. The other is also Gamer Legion realizing, wait a minute, these guys aren't online at all. We can be disruptive. We can be in their faces on the CT side. How many times did we see Snacks from Cave as well, trying to get the kills from B ramp, having that aggression? I think they realized, like, these guys, they're not playing right now. They're not feeling good at all. Let's keep up the pressure. And for that, props to Gamer Legion.
Is that a matter of just not having a lot of game time in 2024? I mean, officials, if you like, or is it just not feeling warmed up? I mean, what could lead to the fact that the Monte we saw last year, which was one of those teams that would kind of punch above their weight, just didn't seem to come online at all?
Well, I think there's a few angles you can look at it. One is very micro, which is what this game or how this game turned out. When you have a T-side on Overpass when you're being silenced completely, and then as Janko mentioned, you move on to another T-side and you get reset at 0-2 and you feel like the game is getting away from you, that obviously is going to put you down. And then the other is a bit more macro, is how much time and possibility they had to practice individually and as a team. And on top of that, the official factor. I think it's a little bit of all of it. And today we had a sad recipe out of that.
No excuses, right, Janko? That's what you're going to say.
Plenty of excuses, but no one really cares, do they? I mean, at this point, it's about getting the results and whether you win or lose. I mean, even early on in the reset round was one with the double smoke CT and don't smoke donut, and then I think Volt is there and finds a triple kill, and that's it. After that, you have to eco, right? Yeah. Then Gamer Legion has more options. They were also making some really good reads, even on a half buy. Monte tries to repeat sort of that call with an A execute because it's a good chance that you'll get at least the bomb down. Maybe you can steal away around. That doesn't work. And then what does Gamer Legion do the next round? 2 mid, 3 B, right? Like they crunch that sort of B lane area, and it's just pretty sound CS, and they were one step ahead of Monte the whole time.
And you talk about communication. The last few rounds, I was standing behind Game Legion, trying to keep an ear on what's happening. And they had this very... they didn't see me coming. They had this very good level, right? When you're in flow state, you're not shouting at all. It was relatively quiet but efficient. I listened to a few 3v3s and they were relaying information with each other. They were giving each other cues, like feedback, like, I got you, yeah, I boost you, I'm ready for you. On your contact, I fight. And whenever a team is in that mode, you know that they're actually online and this is happening. No useless communication, the right intensity, the right volume, the opposite of...
So you're saying it was all Kios's fault that he was screaming too loud when they were winning in some of the other games, that once he calmed down, it unlocked a whole new level for Gamer Legion.
So what you were saying is I should tell that to Apex, and we can fix everything.
No, there's no changing Apex. there's no changing Apex.
I know,
and we don't want it to change either.
Maybe it's
funny how every segment somehow ends up being about vitality when you're on it.
I know.
It is
but also
funny,
why
right?
they hire me, you know.
We're going to turn away from the vitality conversation, though, because that's not happening here on the B stream, and we're going to celebrate Gamer Legion for a little bit. Our US Air Force AIM High player of the match, someone we've spoken about non-stop, someone who is a legend in these halls. Snacks, I love what he's done for this lineup. I think it's I know you mentioned the ceiling not being very high. I do think, I would argue, Janko, that with him coming in, maybe like a few centimeters up now.
Yeah, you could argue. It wouldn't be a really great argument, but you could try. I think, though, the benefit of that comes against Tier 1 teams for Snacks, right? Because that's where, again, he's going to go for his moves no matter what, for his plays. You know, you can go back to, I think it was actually in Katowice, probably 10 years ago at this point, the play on Mirage going up the steps, right? Like stabbing NIP in the back. Might have even been the grand final of Katowice 10 years ago.
Could have been mean quarterfinal.
Yeah, well, yeah,
exactly.
You have plenty of those, but but it's good, you know, it's good for Gamer Legion. They need players stepping up. We saw A-Core with a, you know, good series, but they still need to be tested a little bit more, right? For Gamer Legion, I don't think it's a surprise that they beat Monte or someone else here and there. It's about, can they string a good run? Like, can they beat the winner of Mouse C9 and get into the playoffs?
Do you think they can right now from what you've seen?
I think there's
they
an
have
argument now.
They have to prove it. Like, you know, I'm going to predict no until they do it, because that's how it goes, at least in my book.
This month, they're starting to earn somewhat of a respect in that matchup. We're talking about taking FaZe down in Copenhagen, taking VP down here as well. They're starting to build a body of work that gives us the right to hope that maybe something happens here. I don't think it's in the realm of impossibilities.
There's a long list of teams who beat FaZe in an opening game of a tournament, though.
VP as well. It's pretty nice, pretty decent.
VP, okay.
Well, apparently we actually can hear from Monte now. We're going to be chatting to Waro to find out exactly...
It's going to be sad.
I know, it's going to be sad, and we're going to find out exactly what went wrong.
this is not the start that Monte would have wanted to their campaign here. I've got Warro with me to discuss some of this. And the thing I want to start with for you is, coming into this, 8-4 first half on Overpass, this looks great, all the individuals coming together. But then the T side, it just felt like it was very basic and they were kind of running after you guys. What was going wrong in your eyes?
We just did a lot of mistakes on T side. They did good pistols, they started already from good. And we was trying to play a bit slow versus them on T side to don't do mistakes, but it showed for us like we was a bit scared to do some moves maybe. And we was taking it very slow than more usually often like we do in practice, for example. And yeah, they was reading us like a book kind of every round when we was rotating back to B or when we was finishing on A. They had info. We play like not our kind of game.
And for you individually, I never like to touch on a player individual performance, but when you're trying to call a game and you're trying to play as well, when you don't feel the game, is it hard for you to have the impact you want as well?
Sometimes yes, of course. When you like feeling game, it's better. But overall, like I didn't have even a chance kinda to kill somebody because I was playing not the first guy, and they was reacting like us whole team, not personally somebody. And yeah, on Ancient we had chance, but also on Luke a few rounds.
I want to ask one other thing is, you're leading, but you sit on the end of the desk. Why do you not sit in the middle? Is there a reason for that?
It doesn't matter at all.
Doesn't matter for you?
Yeah. It doesn't matter for anybody. Like if you calling in TeamSpeak, you don't need to look on your players or something. They need to listen, that's it.
Just the Monte way. Well, it seems to work for them. Let's see if it will work for them going into future games, though, because they don't want to be going eliminated in the next game.
Thanks so much, Banks. And obviously, like he said there, they're not out of the competition. They now drop to the lower bracket, so they're not making their life very easy because their next matchup will be an elimination game. In the case of Gamer Legion, they are still in the group stages. They now need to play one more match if they want to get themselves into Spodek. I stand to be corrected on that, actually. You will have to pull up a bracket at some point, but they're not quite there yet. They've got to keep playing. However, in the next matchup that we'll see here, one of those teams will be securing themselves a spot in the playoffs. Gents, overall, group stages, we've kind of got to that middle bit, if you like. What have your thoughts been about the level of competition? I don't know what a middly bit is.
Where did we go? I was wondering, where exactly did we end up?
Sometimes they pay me to speak, and I don't even understand why. But
you can always play it off as I just don't know the idiom, and it's fine. It's not secondary language.
I wish I could.
know exactly what you mean. I'm still a little bit hungry about the whole Monte situation. I feel like the meal wasn't enough. I'm a bit disappointed. I'm hoping to see more in lower bracket. And Warros talks about the play style. That, yeah, if you're having such a hard time, maybe pick up the pace a little bit. Like get into the Counter-Strike you like to play. I think there's a cause and consequence here in playing slow and being out of your game. That's a little bit sad.
Well, if you're hungry, Maniac, boy, have I got news for you. This was just the appetizer. You got Spirit coming up next as the main course. The donk.
The donk. And I think he's probably going to feed pretty hard on some Texan ribeye, spiced with maybe some South African spice.
I love me some Tex-Mex.
There we go. That's just going to happen.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, now I am.
But you can see the bracket there, obviously. So FaZe and Eternal Fire are going to be fighting it out for a spot in the Spodek. Team Spirit and Complexity as well. And like we mentioned earlier, that lower bracket's going to get pretty competitive. It's all to play for here at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Has the level of Counter-Strike met your high standards, Janko?
I think so. I think so far, seeing how Vitality performed last night, Spirit has played the best Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, Donk, Shiro, Show or whatever. No, they're playing really good team Counter-Strike. So I'm excited to see how they do moving forward. I don't think Complexity is going to be a real challenge for them, to be honest, but the big upset in Group B, right ends last night, taking down Vitality, that opens up the bracket for G2 and ends both. You know, Taz on one side and a whole lot of polls on the other side. I think there's going to be a lot of the line because the winner of that game books a spot in the Spodek.
Yeah, and the winner bracket, that's the easiest way to get to Spodek. You don't ever want to end in that first round of lower bracket. You have to win 3 best of 3s back to back to back if you want to make it. That's where Vitality is right now. Falcons, Navi, all of these teams will have to battle it out. And if you're in Group B, you have the famous 2 games in one day. That's an extra little bit of spice in Counter-Strike.
It's going to be tons of fun, and we still got like 2.5 more days to go. We are going to take a quick break. When we return, I would call it the game of the day here on the B stream. It is Spirit taking on Complexity.
gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Overpass looking. Breaks Snobby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it. His first grand final. Let's get it on!
Reacts faster twists. Oh, baby, what is that?
Oh my god, yeah, my old karate photos. These are always so fun to do, actually, because every year you just like getting like your pose or whatever, and they had like the funny like green screens. That, I mean, it was pretty sick as a kid, you know. I'm just like, yeah, I want the flames. Like that would be so sick. So I loved that as a kid. Oh yeah, this was my first MLG that I went to with my StarCraft team. These are awesome guys, by the way. I don't even remember how old I was in this picture. Maybe like 13 or 14. When StarCraft came out, I mainly just wanted to be a pro player. I just like saw like how fun it was and how like big the scale was, and I never cared what game I was playing. I just wanted to be a pro. I just knew that I wanted to be a pro in gaming. I didn't really care what game it was. There was just like a point where I didn't really, I just felt like a lot more frustration than I did like advancing. And since I played Counter-Strike my whole life, I kind of just like went to it after like one of the WCS qualifiers that didn't go so well. And yeah, that's pretty much like what my thought process was. This was my first international LAN, and I remember we played Fnatic the first game or something, and we just got like smashed. Like I remember this tournament, we just got smashed. Like NACS was not even close to the level that it is like even now. We had Fugly on the left, Nitro, Daps, Adren, and me. This was the first time that I ever like left the States. I mean, I thought that it was fun. I just felt like I was in one of those like British movies. I'm just like, dang, look at all these buildings. It looks all fancy. There's like gold on like the buildings and stuff. We went to Buckingham Palace and there's gold on the gates. I'm like, geez, man, this actually feels like a movie. That was when we got to the finals at Cologne. We got to the finals. We played super well in all the other matches. We, had crazy upsets against like Fnatic and Na'Vi, and Simple wasn't even technically part of the team. He was just standing in. And yeah, in the finals, we just got absolutely obliterated by SK. So it wasn't the best ending to the story, but still a really good result for us. Oh, this was iBuyPower. I mean, it wasn't the best LAN ever because there wasn't like the craziest teams there, but us like finally getting a win over Astralis felt really good, especially for like our new lineup. We just got Stewie on the team, and we were feeling really good about it, even though, people could say all the tech issues of like the LAN was like a factor, but I think that's always just cope. I think that you can always still win, and like the best teams usually do win. Still a really good LAN for us, and I'm happy that we were able to get like that first win over Astralis under our belt. This was sick. I remember in 2019, like as soon as we got these jerseys, you just know that we're gonna win. Like I thought that those were our coolest jerseys by far on Liquid. I love those ones. It felt sick, and we were just like on a roll. That's probably the best way that you could win the Grand Slam is like in Cologne. Any of like the historic venues where you can just see like the depth of the crowd, how many people are there, just makes it so epic, and it was such a cool memory. So yeah, this is my brother on the right, my cousin in the middle, my mom to the left. It's so nice when you're at an event that like people can go to from your family, especially being from the US. Like we just don't have a lot of events, and you can't always get like all your family coming compared to if you lived in Europe. So it's always nice whenever anyone can come support. So this is Munira, this is my girlfriend. Love her so much. We just met like in a mutual friend group that just like played CS together, and just naturally just grew closer as we played more. We play all the same spots. So whenever we puck together, it's always like a battle of like, does she want to let me just play my spot, or do I let her play her spot and I play like the op spot or something like that? So we play like literally all the same positions, but I'd say that she's probably the best on Mirage. I think that like that's probably like her comfort map, that she knows like everything that's going on in that map.
Welcome.
walls are closing in. This room is smaller. Another desperate hour. Another face off. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. Tension getting higher. I see it in their face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames grow. You know I could break an empire in a single blow. This isn't finished. It's only begun. Nothing's unblemished. The damage done. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. This isn't finished, it's only begun. Nothing's unblemished, the damage done. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction.
Your time's up. I've been waiting for this to begin. Your time's up. Your time's up.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream?
I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds with their secrets. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend. Until we're dead, we fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline.
There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. Yeah. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us, but it's divine. There's a million shining stars, and I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, and but it's divine. They keep on sending us dreams, dreams. It's in the energy all around us, all around us, all around us. to let go. Take a chance, touch the sky, and you might just like what you find. Let's risk it all, put it on the line. Go and spread your wings. Let's find out if you fly. Let's find out if you fly.
just want a little love. Wake up to the sun of another day, but all we see called. Wake up to the same thing as yesterday, wondering what we're gonna do now. I get the feeling we all feel the same, trying to hide the pain. Stand tall, act tough, it'll go away, but it never does, it never does. And baby, it's not complicated. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. That I can give you, make you use a little bit too. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. That I can give you, make you use a little bit too. Everybody just wants a little love. A little love. Everybody just wants a little love. A little love. Everybody just wants a little love. A little love. Everybody just wants a. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. That I can give you, make you use a little bit too. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. That I can give you, make you use a little bit too. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. That I can give you, make you use a little bit too. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love. Everybody just wants a little love.
I'm in another world, out of body, no one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
words you wanna say. I wouldn't use them against you unless I thought it'd be fun. So I sit at home alone in your t-shirt.
Donk is about to feast on some Texan ribeye sprinkled with South African spice. Or pretty much that's what everyone believes is going to happen. It is Complexity up against Spirit for a space in the Spodek. On your screens right now, the North American organization arriving at the venue, getting ready to play. Of course, I would say Spirit has shown us the best level of Counter-Strike in this event. It's not going to be an easy task for these American boys.
Not at all, not at all. I think Spirit so far has looked like a great team. They've looked pretty much fearless from start to finish. Obviously, we've been speaking a lot about Donk, but there's other players within this lineup as well who's done a great job and who we haven't seen the best from as well. You speak of Sontix, we speak of Shiro, Chopper as an in-game leader. This team has a lot of different and interesting elements, whereas for Cloud9, yes, they got a victory yesterday, but I'm still not bought onto the, not Cloud9, sorry, the Complexity train just yet. It was a win against Apex, but I need to see more before I want to believe that.
Yeah, I think them losing to Apex would have been an absolute disaster, but now it's up to Complexity sort of to prove to an extent, right, which, actually not prove, but just tell us which team are they? You know, are they a team that we've seen in Sydney that can go for those deep runs, that things can come together for them, or are they the same old Complexity in a way, which will, you know, get a win here or there, but not be able to make playoffs of a big tournament like Katowice?
I'm still leaning on that side, though. I feel like it's the same old Complexity, even with the Apex win. I'm not feeling inspired, but it doesn't actually matter what I'm thinking. I think what matters is how Zontix on the side of Team Spirit is feeling. So let's hear from him.
Something about Spirit right now, and they are very exciting. And Zontix is one of these players to get excited about. But I wanted to ask about you personally. How do you see yourself in this team and just your role and position? Because I look at like Shiro, Orpa, right, Donk the star right now. But I feel like you are the difference maker in some of these games.
Yeah, probably. Most of the time I play Lurker on T side, and you know, to be honest, I'm just trying to fit well and just trying to do my job on my side of the map, and that's it. That's simple. We have like superstar Donk. We have a good Opper, like one of the best in the world. We have experienced IGL. We have experienced coach. So I'm just trying to do my job. That's it.
Well, I think he's doing more than his job, but he's going to be very humble with this. Now, the Na'Vi game, right, was another chance for you to show yourselves against a top team here. How was that game for you? Because it looked like it wasn't just Donk doing his thing. It looked like you guys tactically outplayed them as well.
Yeah, to be honest, we was preparing for that game. We watched a lot of their games. So, yeah, we was 100% ready to play against them, and we just stick to our game plan, and it worked. So, yeah.
It definitely worked, that's for sure. Now, Complexity today, you're playing against the same Complexity you played a little while ago online, but this is back when you had Artfrost on the team. So I want to see how much better is this Spirit and how much easier do you think this game's going to be?
Like, I don't know, to be honest, but as much as... and like we was preparing for Na'Vi, we was preparing for our opponent, and we are ready for Complexity as well. So I don't think it's gonna be any different on our side. Like, we are preparing for games, and we're just playing our game. That's it, and we will see what the result will be.
Well, we'll see very soon. They're living, breathing, and owning in Counter-Strike right now. Let's see how they do against Complexity.
Zontex mentioned it there, Pimp, you mentioned at the start. At the end of the day, Janko, this team is not just the Donk show. It actually is a really strong group of players that have come together and are just showing a depth that many other teams are lacking.
Yeah, they're a strong group of players, and also even more than the sum of their parts, which is especially scary considering how good their parts are. And Zontix there has also pointed out Chopper and Hallie, the coach, who are both very experienced. So I think you can see that from their games, right? There's always a cool game plan. They condition their opponents, and they take advantage of that in games.
I would agree with that. I think Holly and Chopper, as a duo together, don't get enough credit, don't get enough praise. I think Chopper in general has been quite underrated in terms of his in-game leading skills. We saw his history a couple of days ago. He's been in a major semi-final, he's been in a major quarterfinal, he's been playing at, I think it's 6 or 7 majors in total as well. It's a player with a lot of experience, a player with a lot of tenure, but we don't really speak about him that often. He's one of the players, and I guess Spirit is one of the teams that has really been hurt by the whole closed circuit kind of thing, not playing the Blast tournament, not being at too many ESL events, have to go through all these online qualifiers. But when they turn up for the majors, when they turn up for the AMAs, they always find a way to deliver. And I think this is by far the strongest team Chopper has ever had to deal with. So there's a lot of potential with Spirit, and I don't think we've seen the best just yet.
What is it about this team's playstyle that other teams just can't seem to find an answer for?
I wouldn't necessarily say it's the playstyle. I think it's the individuals. I don't think Spirit have reinvented themselves in any way. I think it's still some of the old-fashioned values that Chopper likes to do. They're good at changing up the pace for first and foremost. We see Shiro coming into the lineup. That gives them a bit more depth in terms of the late game scenarios and the clutch situation, the 2v3s, the 2v2s, etc. And then you have Dunk. You have individuals who can just take over the game and dictate the game. So I don't think Chopper has invented himself once more. I think he's just having a much more scary team to work with.
I think we have a couple of examples of everything that Pimpa just mentioned, kinda, and I think also we'll be seeing Ancient in this series again as Spirit's pick. They picked it already a couple of times so far in Katowice, and it's worked wonders for them. And what makes them really scary is, on top of the individuals, they do have good tactical depth. Right, so if we jump into it, I think you'll be able to see how they combined different styles, how they combine changing the pace between different rounds, right? Playing slow-paced, like letting their opponents or letting the round develop, but also being able to pounce at different times, when the opportunity arises.
For sure, and we do actually have some examples of that. Janko, you were casting them last night. You were
Maybe
here.
We do. I think for this round, it's the reset round in the game against Navi, right? On the T side, you can see just sort of a quick opening for them, some utility towards mid. Magisk from B is going to go back to A. So that's already a tell they want to split A. You see now utility coming in from Chopper and Donk coming in from middle. Smoke for red, Molly for elbow, right? They're just going to swing together with one flash, get a kill on Nima, who's up on Heaven. At the same time, the 3 players are starting to work A, right? They're going to be mauling big box. You can see as Donk just goes for it, and this is where his individual prowess comes into play with that kill. You can see all the Molotovs coming in to clear all those close corners, right? That could be a problem for players coming through Donut. Shiro holds that angle. They're really solid. They're just covering every single position, and that's the round done and dusted, right? So slower round, right? Just using utility in a very good way. Next gun round, what happens? A bit more utility coming out of spawn from them. Again, red for K. Right now they're making Navi think, okay, this is a little bit dangerous, and you can see Navi adjusting. We want to take that mid control. We want to get into their face. We don't want to give Spirit too much room. Chopper is just using some extra utility to try to sell that Heaven push even more, but look where the majority of the attack is, and that's 1 minute 30 seconds left. Donk once again leading the way, right? But at this point, they were outmaneuvering Navi. They are 5v2 on this bomb side. The defenders are split. Donk wins the one fight, and now you will see even Zontix, they're taking deeper control. There's a deep molly, a deep smoke. He hears the sound cue for Mima trying to underhand the nade. Pushers gets the kill. That's it, round over. Navi has to
say. 2 excellent examples of what Spirit can do. They can change up the pace. You see a slow round, you see a methodical round in the first example you presented right here. The next one, you go into a round where you out of spawn call something that hasn't executed 20 seconds into the round. They're good at changing up the pace. They're good at constantly keeping their opponents on their toes, and not easy to read as well. I think there's been a couple of in-game leaders saying as well that going in against Team Spirit, yes, you can prepare for them. Yes, you know what's coming with you with Dunk and Shiro and all those kind of players, but they're hard to prepare for because they always change up the pace.
Okay, so here's the thing. These 2 teams are fighting to get into the Spodek. It is a big moment. We've got one side where we're going, this is Team Spirit, holy shit, this is like the future here. Donk is going to be the next greatest of all time. And then you've got, on the other side, the team meh at the moment, let's be honest. So how the hell does the meh team beat Team Spirit? Because I don't want to beat around the bush. I think everyone agrees with me, like complexity How are they going to do this, Pimp?
Listen, there's no doubt that Complexity are not the favorites coming into this matchup. Again, they won yesterday against Apex. That was a step in the right direction, but again, it's of a team of the caliber of Apex. I want to see them do it against a good team again. As Janko said, we saw them in Sydney do well. We saw them at the Blast Fall Finals in Copenhagen do well. But ever since, it's been very lackluster for Complexity.
Many months ago.
Yeah, they do have interesting individuals, right? Elise is obviously one that we keep putting in there into the mix. I think Grim as well stepped up yesterday, so it's not like they lack, I guess, individual powers and individual firepower. It's just Complexity seems to be stagnated a bit again.
Let me put it this way, Sam. I hope someone on the Complexity team is an archaeologist, because they'll have to dig deep to find a way to beat this Team Spirit lineup. I think just when you look at it, pound for pound, Spirit has more firepower, and then also you would say, okay, but Sheer was a recent addition. They're probably, maybe their map pool isn't as deep, and maybe it isn't, but for this particular matchup, I think they'll be fine. Complexity probably going for an Overpass pick. We'll see how that goes, but they get Ancient. They're extremely strong on the map, so at the very least a 3-map series, and it would have to be Complexity peaking at the right time. We've seen them when they peak, how good they can be, but it has to happen now.
Yeah, true. Usually when you assess teams, right, you look at, is there any weak link? Right now we spoke about Holzerk being a weak link for Complexity. I cannot find a weak link within Team Spirit, so I agree with you. Pound for pound, Spirit is just a better team as of right now.
Apparently we do actually have Elise who wants to chat to us from Complexity, so let's find out what he had to say.
Looking very good for Complexity yesterday, but let's see what they've got when it comes to Spirit. And I do want to start with yesterday's game, because it was a hard-fought win, but it was a 2-0 victory. But how important was that for you and the team, considering recent form?
Definitely big that we finally got a win, considering we haven't really had a good start to our year. I mean, the RMR was good for us. I think that we were playing well at the RMR, but since we got to EU, I think that we've just been playing worse. Not because the competition is higher. I think our form has just been worse. Okay. So just getting anything under our belts that we can build off of is important for us.
And talk about building off stuff. I want to touch on your games at Blast to this game you played yesterday. What did you notice is the biggest difference?
Well, I would say that our communication was a bit better. I think that our mentality was also better, where we stayed in it. I know that some people they try to read into what we're doing and stuff, but I think our mentality was pretty good in this one, and we didn't get any of the bad losses, the bad round losses get to us too much, where I feel like they affected us way more in Blast. Okay. So I think that was the biggest positive.
Now, we're talking about positives, but there's a very positive-looking player on the Spirit side. Now, lifting trophies, your experience, your matches, you can't be scared of a player like this. Yeah. But is the rest of your team ready for that mentality?
Well, I think the team is kind of just putting more stock into me, since we play against each other on a lot of the spots. Mm-hmm. So they're putting a lot of pressure on me to make sure that I perform on those sides, but that's fine. I don't mind the extra pressure, so I just have to do what I got to do, and that's pretty much it. I mean, he's obviously a really, really good player. I've watched literally all of his demos, so I know all of his stuff. I feel very prepared for him, but he's obviously very good, and it's going to be hard.
Now, we are talking a lot about Donk, but I would say in Na'Vi game yesterday that it showed they are playing well as a team. What do you make of them? Are you surprised by this?
No, I mean, I've been watching Spirit literally for the last 5-6 months. They're a really good team. I think that they've been, they've been playing well. Ever since CS2 came out, they've been playing great. I think that Chopper is super underrated as an IGL. I think that his development as an IGL isn't really touched on a lot by a lot of people, but for him to develop so much and easily incorporate Donk into playing as comfortable as he can, and you can tell that they have really good plans for all of their rounds, and I understand pretty clearly what he's going for, and yeah, I think it's just impressive.
It's impressive for Elise, and he certainly understands it. Let's see if that's what could change out the outcome of this game.
So some typical PR responses from Elise there, and then obviously hyping up his opposition. I want to talk about the veto, because it came up. Both of you kind of called that this was how it was going to play out. So when we take a look at that, final thoughts about how you think that this matchup will go down?
I think it's good for Spirit. They get Anubis, which they played Ancient. We don't know how their Overpass is looking. I think if it goes into a third for Complexity, Anubis for Spirit, they were a little bit too passive on their CT side against Na'Vi, right? They need some more moves in the mid-round. That was a problem for them, but their T side look amazing on that map as well.
Yeah, I think, hands down that Spirit are favorites on all 3 maps, so it doesn't really matter where it would have gone. Spirit is going to win this game pretty easily, I reckon.
You think it's going to be a 2-0, Pip?
I think so.
Janko, you're in the 2-0 camp as well?
I'll give Complexity Overpass. you know, why not?
Really?
Maybe.
It's very generous of you.
Yeah, I know. Well, with Pip being the villain, I have to be the nice
I'm
guy.
just shocked.
Usually I'm the villain and Maniac is the nice guy.
I don't know how to.
It's all for show. Spirit is going to 2-0 then.
I don't know how to deal with Yanko when he is nice. I'm always scared of him. So when he gets nice, I feel even more terrified. Scrawny, Launders, how do I cope with this?
Situation is that, honestly, they're both the bad guys. We're the nice guys. Scrawny and Launders here to take you guys through the B stream, where Team Spirit will be heading into this matchup versus Complexity. The fact that Elige said that he has watched every Donk demo, I almost believe him.
One of us.
Every single one.
Yeah, I've watched a few myself. It's nice to hear that, but I mean, it's also not the first time I've heard that. I think a lot of people are figuring out who's Donk, you know, is he someone on Twitter calling him like the Boros of this year, I guess, kind of. Boros was CS2 or something like that. But Donk is, in a lot of people's eyes, the same caliber as the what we saw from Monte early on and some other players that very highly revered, very highly regarded. Of course, we don't know.
No, we don't know yet, Launders.
We don't know because they have the same trajectory, that they're going to land in the same place. Nobody knows that. But there are a lot of things in common. And a lot of reasons to not doubt them. And some good land wins to back it up.
Already hitting the ground running, right? The question sort of became, who are they going to beat on LAN that's not Virtus Pro? Because so many games versus VP, so many head-to-heads. Team Spirit's LAN experience versus best international competition, it was just win after win over Virtus Pro. We were hoping somebody would humble them. We thought maybe this new Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Now it falls into the hands of Complexity, and Complexity as of late, I mean, it hasn't been the best Complexity. They ended their year poorly. They started this one off rough. So it feels like this should be the walk in the park for Team Spirit, and that they need to wait until the playoffs for somebody to maybe take them down a peg.
Elige will have to do it.
The hope of a nation on his shoulders.
Maybe the world.
Maybe the world, right?
Maybe Elige can save the world by humbling Donk one time. Okay? Because what happens if Elige doesn't humble Donk today and he makes it through?
Then Donk is guaranteed to be playing in the Spodek in his first ever Katowice.
But then what will the haters say?
Then they'll say, there's nothing else you can say. They're just going to become Donk fans, hands down, undeniably. It does feel like we're going to have to amp up this event if we are going to take him down. You know, he hasn't played in front of a big crowd yet. We're going down the checklist of like, well, he's going to fail here. Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, he's going to fail here.
Quarters, semis, land final.
Well, he won't be tournament MVP.
Yeah.
You know, we just keep putting our finger on where we think the line is, and every single time, the kid just tears right through it.
Yeah, and we're still early on in terms of, there are some things that we all are very excited to be able to see, so it's super early days. Like a crowd, for example, is like one of the main things. We haven't seen that. I don't really think anybody, especially those of us who have been watching for a very long time, I don't think we're doubting that he's going to freeze up on stage. I don't think so at this point. Like, I think a lot of people had the doubts about going online to LAN, and I think that's completely reasonable. But I think there's a certain amount of it that when you see someone go to LAN and then play insanely well, have a reverse sweep grand finals against Virtus Pro, one of the toughest teams to play against, that you think, okay, he's just not one of those kids who's going to get nervous. Some people are, some people aren't. Doesn't really seem like he is. In fact, he actually plays a little bit better in grand finals, just pretty absurd to think about. So, yeah, who knows if we're dealing with a generational level talent. It does feel like in CS we are blessed with a couple every year, which is fantastic.
Yeah, keep them coming for the sake of the competition.
But, you know, because of the word, it seems like they should be rarer than that.
Wow.
Like, who would be the generational talent of our generation? It would be simple.
Pick your poison.
But also Zywoo, but also Nico. Like, they all have to be, right? So
fast lane flank is what Complexity want to roll with. Donk, he gets his one. Shiro in the open dies out to Elige. Now, the fact that Elige has to take on the responsibility of just outshining Donk, he knows it, he feels it, but he said it in the pregame with James. He likes the pressure. I think the pressure also falls on his teammates, though. Elige is a game-changing player. round winning on his own at times. But down he goes towards middle. Donk reopening this donut control. Halzerk on the retake with Floppy right in front of him. And there's going to be this late wrap around from Zontix back through spawn.
They're not on it.
It's a fake tap, but the bomb's not planted for Zontix, so it has to be Donk to stop this.
Time for him to run in, though.
Defuse is coming all the way down.
Oh my god, he's going to get...
They turn and they get this. JT sticking that defuse for 10 seconds as the 3-person CT push works out for Complexity.
I guess if he turns, he's fine, but Zontix definitely had at least one moment to take that shot if he kept swinging out. So, 2 kills in the round for Donk on this pistol, but that's it. Yeah, we're forced to talk about Elige and hear a lot of people talk about Elige and hear Elige talk and everything like that. I'm fine with all of it because, like, he is so good. I'm more frustrated with the whole team around him. I guess honestly.
I think they're as frustrated.
Yeah, inconsistency.
But do something about it. They lose JT on the front cave peak. Floppy hears this whole pack coming. And he'll hold one off. It's Donk and Shiro to respond back. Inside of cave, Elige will find his wall bang. And those are those little moments that Elige shines. He always has a solution to a problem. Donk on the chase, though, feeling hunted as Elige starts to run down, goes for another wall bang. This one's off the mark. And Donk, he's going to catch him blindsided. Yeah, sorry, Elige, you're not getting away with that. A second magazine. And no helping hands from Grim yet. Hadn't even exited the door.
Yeah, looking for maybe a push down. So they try to get space since it's planted.
They thought maybe the ramp would get pushed, but it was already Donk on the flank. He's trying to elicit the reaction, sees both.
Oh my god.
And, I mean, Donk's 4 HP. Grim, he's only sitting on 8.
Oh, he's not.
Oh, he gets it. Grim goes back in, no kit. Oh, God, it's going to be a close one, isn't it?
He's still good, isn't he? This is going to go down to the wire.
Down to the skin.
Grim, he's holding it.
Fresh.
Last second, he's got it. Oh
Just
my
like
gosh.
That. Talk about getting close.
We watched it turn green.
Less than 10 HP on both players. Donk didn't bite at first.
Yeah.
But gave him just what he needed in the nick of time. And that puts Grim's name into our mouths early on in the series. You know, Grim's somebody whose inconsistencies have been hard to watch with Complexity. He had a great overpass alongside Elige to kick off the event.
Yeah.
Wow, that's close.
That is super close. Got to be happy to watch that one. I can't believe he would do that on Chopper's birthday.
Yeah, we hadn't talked about it yet, but hell of a gift to be had if they pick up this series, guaranteeing at least quarterfinals in the Spodek.
Yeah. Create some history for yourself. Usher Donk in this sort of new era of CS2, and also celebrate your birthday all at the same time. If you can potentially win the match today. What's that?
I said life's good.
Yeah. And you don't even have to feel bad for Complexity because they'll still get another shot.
Yeah, but you have to already feel bad for Complexity because they missed out on the playoffs in the Spodek last year by the skin of their teeth. 2 rounds, I believe, versus VP. To rob them of a strong start to the year. They're coming back into this city with vengeance, with a great chance as well. Chopper gonna go honing in on JT, but he let his guard down at the last second. Zontix removing the support, and JT good to get a double kill there. Unfortunate for Complexity, Floppy finds nothing, and even worse, that Halzerk's scout just gets damage and no kill.
Donk is still fishing, man. He 6-2, and he went out and got those kills. Now they have visuals, I think, on both players, right? Yeah, so they definitely did see them both. Elige's low holding back lanes, and Donk taking another swing out. So only hear one set of footsteps. Donk, I think he's going to try to go in again on a timing. There it is. Of course, he's going to find it. Both frags in the end, and a first round for Spirit. It felt like a foregone conclusion that they were going to get one eventually. Those rounds were close. And that was a great spray in the end. But it's also him collecting kills in the middle of the round, too. I think it was 4 kills in total. The one who donks.
Yeah, that peak at that time. Not sure if Elige would have expected his teammate to be holding the peak while he fights short, but both players look in the same direction. Both players fall victim to Donk. And unfortunate, of course, that both the long members of Complexity's defense and Floppy and Halzer go down with no kills. We see the damage come out from each of them, but Floppy slides right into Zontix's crosshair. And I do like that this week the conversation around Zontix is, I think, started to churn up a little, right? This is a talented rifler who is also quite young, but living in the shadow of Donk. And if Donk is on your team, you're never going to be the best rifler. But damn it, if Zontix doesn't deserve a little credit, he will pick him up.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely not a little either. Like, what's it, like a 1.28 or something, right? It's
significant.
Yeah, he's doing a lot. It's sort of like, it's almost like an Olaf Flesha type of situation where Flesha's stats were even better. They were equivalent, even better in certain, like one major over Olaf. But Olaf was always regarded as the best rifler for sure by far. And it's also probably because it's true for the sake of like the positions that he played, the aggression. Sure. He didn't have any inflation in his stats because he wasn't like doing any passive lurk rolls or anything like that. But you know, it's kind of also clear as day if you say who's the better player, Donk or Zontix. No one's gonna have a different answer. So stats are one thing.
God damn, dude, this all gets chewed up. 4 deaths.
But it must be said that Zontix is a key part of the roster.
5-person save taken down to just the 5-7, so Team Spirit not wanting to give Complexity much to work with.
You got the Mac-10s hunt them down.
Yeah, get in there. I like the amount of respect that Elige actually gave Spirit ahead of this game. Giving Chopper his flowers as an in-game leader, and one that he says maybe doesn't get as enough of a respect or conversation. But here it comes, Elige front-facing on Cave, burning in the corner. He's doomed. Shiro ain't gonna let you out of there. But there's more where that one came from. JT. World class on those pistols. They keep falling for these traps. There's a player in every damn corner. Magix goes down next, but the layers here from Team Spirit are enough to go up 3-2 with 3 players surviving and still a couple free Mac-10s in their back pockets.
I too have noticed the growth with Chopper as an in-game leader. I think it also, it's when you get a player like Donk, or if like when Apex gets his IWU, or when someone, you know, you get someone like that level, it also can make any round look a lot better and your average game look a lot better because there's just less mistakes. Like, push aside all the flashy kills that these players can get. They're helping you realize your default in a way that you just couldn't with someone who had like below average talent in that same position. So I think it's definitely been twofold with Chopper. He's gotten better. He's got a better team with it. It's been a nice...
Yeah, he's earned it all. Step by step, right? Yeah. Step by step, he gets better.
But they did find him. They did find Chopper in the smoke.
They also made a mistake throwing 2 smokes top red at the start of the round, so T's come in with 1 less smoke. That smoke could have blocked off Donut. That smoke could have guaranteed plant.
Yeah, did they offhand that 2 elbow smokes?
I don't know. I just knew they threw 2 to red room.
Oh, I see.
Like they layered them. They're just all so keen to give Chopper what he needs. Ends up leading Shiro into the 1v5. Feels like yesterday we had a lot of moments where Na'Vi were kind of missing, we were speaking to Chad about this, missing their Molotov deep into elbow, and Donk was allowed to just sit behind it and watch for the bottom mid push that Elige just went for, killing Chopper in this most recent round. If you give Donk that amount of room, careful.
Yeah, well, Nafly said that pros don't miss utilities, so...
Well, they didn't miss, but they did put the same smoke, 2 smokes in the same place.
True.
Does that count? You know, it's not really a miss. It's
yeah,
just
that's true. Damn, Naf, he's always winning in the end.
The Nafly works in mysterious ways.
Yeah. I think the exact quote from Naf was that if the utility landed, it was on purpose. Something like that.
Mm. A bit of a freebie offered back to tie us at 3.
Which is kind of nice, because we did have Spirit like scoop up that 1 round, win a very clean anti-eco, have a second anti-eco to work with. The second one was cleaner. The first one they had to come back from. So Now we get a nice even footing here.
Here it is, Elish versus Donk. Oh, Donk goes through, kind of gets lost in that second smoke, and Elish will hold him back. But again, it's going to be more than Elish because the rest of Spirit are sharp, and the rest of Complexity have given up space. Ahead of the smoke grenade, Chopper gets JT bested by it. In a round where Donk goes down first, Team Spirit still claw back thus far. Halzerk stuck in the site, ready for Chopper. Nicely done from Chopper. 2 kills to reopen the round and give Team Spirit an easy B site.
That angle is not really
a thing.
Yeah, it's not really a thing. Well, especially when it's smoked on the opposite side, so you don't have to worry about behind him. There's nothing else to clear at all. I think Halzerk sort of, he tried to get that as much into an off angle as possible, but I think he was worried about the ramp push. Eventually, he needed to take some kind of big risk there, and I think there was no good play to make. But unfortunately, yeah, your fate's like pre-written in that position when they can swing out cave.
Shiro has been absolutely finding his groove in this roster since making what was a very big career decision to depart Cloud9
for sure.
Team Spirit. I mean, that 1 versus 3 yesterday against Na'Vi when he just lizard flicks bit on the jump outside A main. Oh, those are my favorite kind of clips.
I was worried about CS2 transition for him as well, because kind of dipped out after having like a little, like, what was it, Sydney presence? I can't remember what it was. Just a tiny one tournament, might have been Sydney, and then it wasn't great, and then took a siesta. And it was like, okay, well, Oppers are all sort of like falling through the cracks right now.
Yep.
And Shiro is a super hardcore Opper. He's opping most of the time. Is he going to suffer? But no, he's done just fine. And I think that's... I'm really happy for like Spirit as an org.
Yes,
honestly.
yes, sure.
Yeah, I feel like they've made a lot of good moves. They've brought up a lot of talent.
Success in multiple titles.
I've heard from their players they've just been dealt with really well in terms of like, you know...
I love that.
Yeah. Who you know, is another thing we talked about with like Jame and Norbert and like Virtus Pro and how they've been honest with each other. I've heard the same things about Spirit with them. TI champions.
All the good stuff.
Yeah.
2 major top 8s in CSGO. Ooh, Elish wants a piece of that donk. It's been pretty consistently smoked out of his bottom mid. I think doing a better job of muting donk in middle than Na'Vi did already. It is early days. We'll see if solutions come out, but Grim's about to have his hands full on A site. Ruh-roh, here we go. Just behind sight box, utility landing all around him. Teammates trying to scramble over. He's getting burned out, has to cower behind box. Donk's gonna go in between all of the smokes, and in doing so, catches Elish. Inside of the smoke still is Grim, low health, down to a quarter after that Molotov and the AK spam, so he's gonna try to do the same thing right back to Donk. But he's got a player right beneath him. There's a player still right behind him in Zontix.
Oh my.
Glock Halzerk and somehow get that second kill. That is unbelievable.
Glock kills, man. Okay.
That's a sour moment for Team Complexity.
Yeah, that's disgusting. I knew he would get one. He definitely deserved it when he was in that spot. But we gotta talk about the way Donk plays this game. It's different. Like, they did the exact, they knew it was coming. They knew the pathing was gonna come in that general direction, but the way Zonk. That's not Zonk. He's actually one of my Twitch subs for.
Okay, sure. Hey, guy.
The way Donk plays this game, he just does everything earlier because he's so confident right now. He's never been beaten, right? He's like, he just has no fear meter, excuse me. He has no fear meter at all. Like, he is ready to go at full speed at all times.
They didn't install that module.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's never doing anything stupid. It's like really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard to figure out what the solution is. And if you do watch a lot of his demos, you see that he takes extremely brave duels all the time and lots of duels. Not that easy to replicate.
Magic's getting through cave. Halzerk's just the P2000 here, so a bit of damage in. But it all gets mince-meated. Damn, he's up to 14 now. You gave him space in that last round. You let him know that he is superior. You know, that's, you say like he doesn't make dumb mistakes, he doesn't make bad moves. I feel like right after he makes a good move, a real round-winning moment,
yeah,
he'll just lay it on thicker in the follow-up.
Yeah.
You know, he powers up as games go on.
It just feels like the scariest part about Donk is the intentions are seem to be so pure. He just wants to have fun, play, and win. You know, like, he really just does live the game all the time. He's kind of technically in his Yakinder arc, where he's got such a high confidence sort of entry fragger, who's again like never been beaten and has all the space that he needs. So it really just depends. You know, is that real? How long does that stay up for? And like Yakinder dipped out of that, tried to become an IGL. I think added too many layers of complication to his career.
Sure.
But Donk has players like that to learn from who played like him, who are maybe on the same or a similar path.
And also in this organization with these teammates around him, there's no call to action for Donk to become an IGL, to have to change play style. I think the formula of team spirit is actually perfect to allow for him to keep doing this.
Oh my God.
Jumping up is dangerous though, but Hulzerk missed shot. Bit too characteristic of Hulzerk in 2024. Then we've got Floppy holding the back line, but a quick trade frag out from Shiro, 2v2. JT waiting for the challenge as the molly burns out. But honestly, these Ts don't have to move unless they're concerned about the possibility of a flank, but feels like they're honed in. That molly will certainly help.
Yeah, I can just sit default now, not worried about anything. Oh, no shot goes in.
Luckily, Magix picks up the slack, and now they've got JT zoned. Shiro won't miss the second. He got lucky that he missed the first.
Yeah, that can happen even to the best of players right now for sure, but you're right. You're not going to catch Shiro slipping twice.
It's another instance where Elige kicks it off 5v4, but can't escape. Donk on the chase, Shiro on the trade.
The way Donk... Oh, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Everybody needs those. I don't know what you're supposed to hit, though. Who's the one who was hitting his head? Zyphon.
Yeah.
Zyphon, don't hit your head.
Don't hit yourself.
Don't hit the tables, because those are for shared. They need to be even.
That's why you should just bring some stress balls or something, you know.
I do agree it's not the same.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
When they tell you what to get mad at, you know?
It's not the same.
You sort of put a lamp in a plastic bag and throw it at the wall. You know?
I think the headrest of the chair is always a good one.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Padding, you know, you can give it a wallop.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah. This is not advice, by the way.
Of course not. No,
but,
no.
I think better than the table. I think if I was the second player to sit down in that spot, I'd be like, and I just learned, oh, I just punched the headrest 10 times versus a table, I'd be more mad at one.
Yeah, this table's a little off. It's a little crooked.
Yeah.
Zontex. Did he hear that? I feel like Elige made a step. Zontex so ready. They try to flash him in. It's a good trade frag, and it's Shiro to hold back middle, so.
Oh, man. That bomb can join up. So the mid lurk comes at Magix, man. Prime location. Catches Floppy trying to push off, and they're going to be so tilted about this because they know they're not even coming back this direction yet, and he's already got this kill with vision on this line. So they can't miss. They can go out of either side and still win. CTs kind of have to respect this in some way or just fully gamble blind. And they are pushing down B. So it'll just be old Halle boy here, half HP, 5'7", big dreams coming to America. Nope.
Yep.
It's American exceptionalism there for you. It doesn't always work out in the end.
Nope.
Everything or nothing. That's how we do it.
That's America for you.
Get rich or die trying, essentially. Yeah. So.
In a painfully realistic way. Grim, he'll lose to Magix, who's just sat back playing Arnold. That's that spot, by the way.
Arnold.
Sitting in the bushes on the prowl as Team Spirit absolutely destroy Complexity so far. We're 11 rounds deep in this half. Hasn't really felt competitive. There's been moments that Complexity could have maybe pulled away with. And it's not as bad as the whooping that Apex took in that 13-0.
Yeah. Blessing in disguise, though. That's what Stiko said.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah.
Then Donk comes back and snaps you back to reality. Double kill like it's nothing.
I need my abacus to start counting these kills.
18 and 6, dude.
Donk is on a steamer. There is one man here, Halzer, with an op, and this might be the final challenge of the half for Donk, as they are spread on the map perfectly. It will shove out some more weird rotations from the CT side, and Donk, well, let's see if he can make one more nightmare happen. He does. Another opera goes down.
Of course, Donk is gonna alley-oop you all the way to the 9-3 lead. The kid's 19 and 6. Complexity, best of luck.
Something's in the air tonight. Something's in the water. The walls are closing in. This room is smaller. Another desperate eye. Another face off. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. They never seen me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. Tension getting higher. I see it in their face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames grow. You know I could break an empire in a single blow. This isn't finished. It's only begun. Nothing's unblemished. The damage done. They never seen me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. They never seen me coming. A weapon of mass destruction.
There are times where you simply cannot keep up. And in this case, today, on Chopper's birthday, Donk has handed him a gift of a T-side on Ancient. The Complexity Boys thought Elige was going to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Kid Prodigy, but now as Donk sits 19 and 6, his consistency in unraveling that defense, simply unstoppable. Our team spirit, at the very least, on map 1.
He was playing super fast every round, and it was like almost the rounds that you imagine that you see Team Spirit execute on a lot, but like a little bit more accelerated even. It feels like they wanted to come up with a lot of disrespect And at first, they were losing a couple of rounds, but once they got stabilized, they screwed over Complexity's economy. They never stopped going, so it really worked. The game plan was perfect. And Donk was in perfect form as well. I won't say rare form, because he's always getting 20 kills a half.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing how consistent he is at this. Turns it around, 2 taps just like that in all the chaos in the middle of the exec. He still manages to find his impact, and it always feels so cool, so calm.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, he's kind of like, weirdly enough, he's sort of like Forrest, at least in terms of his aim style, where it's actually quite relaxed for how fast he plays.
Yeah.
And his decision making is so calm in very chaotic situations. So
there's like 6 guns blaring all around him, and yet there is just this calmness.
Yeah.
His target selection, picks the right fight at the right time as all those duels were going down.
Yep.
And it gets cleaned up, so no entry to the B site allowed for Complexity. Double digits to Spirit real quick.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how else to put it. An anomaly for the moment, you know. I mean, when I saw like someone like, I mean, everyone is exhausted of being overhyped about certain players, right? But like when we saw Imma at Paris, I was personally very doubtful about like months from then how well he would play. It took a long time, but he's actually getting sort of back to a level where he was good, sort of sometimes. It's not even close to where he was at Paris, right?
Yep.
But that was one event. That was one event, even though it was a deep run. Dog's kind of got like the same makings of a lot of other usual stories, where he's got like #1 player in Face It, you know, came from the Academy League, got lots of attention from like his peers, and then showed up in like Spirit, into winning a LAN, into like now sort of building up the actual sort of concrete resume that you see. So I just sort of wonder where the doubt comes from in terms of what they think is going to happen next with him. Because I feel like he's got a very stable sort of growth. Yeah. It's just kind of scary how
he's not the flavor
high
of the month.
output is.
He's been doing it 4 months. And that flash from Complexity is not going to deter anything at all. Team Spirit leaning back. Bomb hits the ground. No entry, no chance, dude. That flashbang, they were hoping would catch somebody at the base of ramp, but it's a leaned back defense from Spirit, one that awaits the commitment of Complexity, and one that shatters their hope at winning with the lesser guns. So 1 buy round out of Complexity here guaranteed. But it's safe to say, Donk's got their number.
Yeah. Dude is a weapon.
Donk's got the Counter-Strike player phone book at this point. His road here.
Too young for phone books.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. Excuse me. His journey in Katowice is leading him to something great, right? It's going to have to take another star to shut him down. Navi's been in good form, and we thought maybe from a team point of view, they'd be able to dismantle it, maybe just cool him off a little. The way that they were able to deal with Monte's hot performances a week ago to start the year, it felt like that could be applied to this Spirit camp. Cool Donk off, beat him in the individuals down the ladder, right? Not the head-to-head at the top. Maybe we just got to throw him in the server versus Zywoo. Get him in there against Monte.
Those are the top 2 for me, is Zywoo and Monte.
Yeah. I'd say put him up against Shiro, but he went ahead and joined him. And it's cool, of course, in that interview with Donk yesterday, he says, it's very, very important for me to be playing with Shiro, because when Shiro had his highest rating on the year from HLTV, his one to look out for was Donk. Shiro recognized the talent, and that talent is very much here. Elige gets killed out towards bottom mid. Halzerk again just with the camp trying to get into this ramp, but it seems closed. No matter where they go, he'll try his damnedest to get back with a double frag, but CT's comfortable to give him this space because the inevitable flank comes through. Donk goes hunting, and he does it so loud that Halzerk's actually able to post a 3rd frag, but then jumping into the bomb site on the reloads where Zontix put this one over the line. We're talking 9 map points.
Just one flaw is you got big-ass feet.
Yeah, that's fair. Big feet, big hands, and he stomps everywhere.
Yeah, just and they just go donk, 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 donk every time he takes a step.
Yeah, he really doesn't He really doesn't like have caution in some of his rounds, right?
No, no, no.
And, like,
He
I guess
doesn't believe he can die.
Exactly. You could like criticize it if it ends up losing rounds, but it just more often than not doesn't.
James did a video on him recently, actually. Jametown YouTube, shout out to Jametown YouTube. And he said something Zywoo and Dong have in common. They don't play DM at all.
Okay.
They just play tons and tons of matches.
Here we go.
Okay, wait,
That's a
actually.
chance for Complexity.
This is to survive the map.
Yes, sir. But Shiro's here, tries to pre-fire the peak. It's not from that side that the attack comes in. And we've got man advantage for Cole to try and keep the game going. But Chopper's in between them all. Ooh, floppy turns.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
And he knows it could be a flank, yeah.
So he smokes off Elige, and we're going to have to get the clutch out of Elige, or we're going map 2 as fast as can be. Elige stuck on the smoke. There's Sontix with the kit on the defuse. Chopper, what a wonderful 3K to close out map 1. Just like that. We thought maybe Complexity could humble them. Could Elige go tit for tat, seeing as he watches every single Donk demo? But Complexity clearly not cut from the same cloth, and Donk will show no signs of stopping on the highway to the Spodek. It's an easy map 1 win to kick off the best of 3.
We're here to analyze the game, but as Kassad was here, as Kassad would say, you got eyes. You saw what happened. Complexity got dunked. It was, I don't actually have words. It just wasn't very fun for them.
Kassad would say a lot of ridiculous things. That's why we're all happy that he's not here. But yeah, I mean, Spirit just continuing their great run, especially when it comes to Ancient. And, you know, at the very start of the game, I'm saying, I want to see them fall behind on T side, right? Like have to start 0-4, 0-3, something like that. Because so far each game, either they win the pistol and convert and get rolling, or they lose it, but they win the force immediately. And the same thing happens. And the same thing happened in this game, right? Complexity was able to fend off one force buy. By the second one, it was Donk with the 1v2, and they're so good at playing from ahead, right? When they have good economy and when their opponents are always on the back foot. Complexity won the first 2 rounds, and after that, they could only secure 1 more for the remainder of the game.
A great showcase of how fragile Complexity are at this moment. You're right on, you know, they fought off the first force buy. The second one, they lose a 1v2 to Donk, and from that point onwards, the game was almost over for Complexity. Complexity. No player showed up. We spoke about it coming into the game as well, from player to player, pound to pound. Spirit by far are the better team, by far have the better players. Obviously, we're going to speak about Dunk, we're going to speak about Shiro, but no one showed up for Complexity. No one fought back at all. Elise went 5 for 6 in opening kills. He only had 11 kills in total. 5 of those kills were opening duels. The rest of the team combined for 2 opening kills in that entire game. He couldn't do it by himself. No one showed up. No one tried to help, and it almost felt like it was a very unfair faced lobby, you know, where one team was 4k elo and another one was 2k. It wasn't even fun to watch.
We'll talk a bit about Complexity falling completely off the map, but what we do need to do is celebrate. And you're going to get so sick of this kid's name at the end of this. We're going to say it again and again, but of course, our United States Air Force Aim High player of the map, Dunk, because he came in, and the moments with Complexity not being able to really put anything up for him, it gives him space. The rest of his team sets it up, and he can just do what Dunk does.
Yeah, I mean, 7 multi-kills on the T side. That's a tremendous amount of impact. I mean, this round was also a little bit crazy. He gets these kills, and then it was Zontix with a Glock who finds 2 more kills. I think the problem for Complexity is they didn't play atrociously bad. The problem with playing against Team Spirit right now is you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, right? Like there was a round where they have a 5v4, but they're just a little bit too maybe relaxed, you know. Floppy dies to Shiro on the op. JT throws a smoking cave, but Chopper has good timing to just push through it, kills him in the back. Another round, as I think 3v4, Spirit is pushing up B and Hellzerk misses like the first top shot, gets killed, right? Like if some of these tiny bits, if they are able to be a little bit more tight, Complexity, you know, perhaps we could have a game, but Spirits is just playing so well that any little space you give them, they're going to run away with it.
It's a little bit like bashing your head against a wall.
Yeah, I would say so. If you're Complexity, at the very least, that's the feeling it is going on.
Or smashing your head on the desk.
That too, you know, we saw a lot of smash desking.
We saw
a lot of frustrations coming out for the Complexity player, and that's what I meant by being fragile. It already started in round 3. You saw the players being visibly frustrated. It continued to carry on. I somewhat agree with you saying that Complexity didn't play bad, but it felt like they mentally were out of the game already from round 3. You could see the frustrations coming out of them ASAP.
I mean, they didn't play bad. They didn't play good either. No. You know, it's one of those things where they weren't making a ton of glaring mistakes, but it was these little bits of frustration. I mean, you can see a lead.
A little bit.
And that was the first one, but then there's a few more that come in that they're like the face, there's still like a little bit of like a lift in the lips. By the end of it, they're hanging all the way down. That whole team looked miserable.
Of course you look miserable when you get absolutely smashed by Dunk and Team Spirit in the way they were playing right here. And I think that's where I want to steer the conversation as well. Spirit right now are probably the team that I watched at this tournament who play the best Counter-Strike. They play the most flawless Counter-Strike. They have the best executes. You gave a couple of great examples coming into the game, Janko, and we saw that exemplified in the game as well. They're very tight, as you said. They're always in synergy with each other. We speak and we praise Dunk for his individual output, but as you also said in the green room, it feels like they're also catering into it. They're setting him up. They're always supporting him with utility. They're always supporting him with the way they move around the map. They're setting up Dunk to succeed, and he's good enough in order to deliver. So in terms of the raw quality we get out of Spirit right now, probably the best team I've seen all tournament.
It's a great all-around game. It's not that he is just creating opportunities for himself and going for individualistic plays and just making things happen out of nowhere. It's that there is a set plan in place, there are set rounds, or at least a general idea of how they want to approach rounds, and then within that structure, he is able to thrive, right? Because, you know, it's not the whole Alex flashing for Zyvu sort of a thing, but there is just, he has a very clear picture in his head what the plan for that round is for the team, and what his role within that plan is, and that's something that he enjoys doing, that comes naturally to him, and that's why he's able to excel so far in Team Spirit.
Can we just say this? I mean, this game is all for qualification. You want to get into the Spodek, right? That's what this is. You want to advance through to that arena. Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice, the Hall of Heroes. I'm just going to say it. I think Spirit deserves to be there. Based on what we've seen so far, damn it, we need to get them in there. They're playing at a level that no one else is.
Yeah, I think everyone wants to see Dunk in the arena. Everyone wants to see Spirit in there. And as I said before, they have by far looked like the best team so far.
Yeah, I don't care if they deserve it. I just want to see them there, right? Like, because that's an extra question to be answered by Team Spirit, playing in that sort of an environment in front of the crowd, right? I mean, actually, when you look at it, it's only Zontix and Dunk who don't really have that experience. Even Chopper and Magisk semifinal at Antwerp, right? Like some deep runs at a different tournament. So, yeah, I think it's going to take a lot for Complexity to be able to, you know, it's not even an archaeologist. I don't know what can go deeper than that. A marine biologist, perhaps. Maybe go into that. Don't go into that submarine. But yeah, on Overpass, right, you need to get your emotions in check in order to stand a chance against this Team Spirit lineup.
They've been playing Overpass a lot, though, Pimp, Complexity, and I mean, doesn't look very good, does it?
They had a period where it was a great map for them. They had a period where the T side in particular was great. I think the way JT was calling, the way he was calling a fast-paced T side on Overpass as well was quite unique. The B executes was always sharp, always great. They would always get 5, 6, sometimes even 7 rounds to the T side. That was 2 months ago when Complexity played good Counter-Strike. In Copenhagen, we saw them play Overpass a couple of times. Even against Apex yesterday, they ended up winning, but it wasn't flawless. It wasn't necessarily without, you know, struggling throughout the game. So I fully agree with Janko when he's saying that we need to see not a level more from Complexity, but we need to see way more. Despite it being their map perk, as I also said coming into the game, I see Spirit as a much better team, as a much better unit, so it doesn't really matter whether or not it's Overpass and Noob is Ancient.
And how is this Spirit CT side going to look like? What, Shiro and Donk are going to play A, and Zontix and Magis on B, who are also very good anchors, right, in their own right? Or is one of those guys going to be on A with Shiro and Donk a little bit more mobile on the map? I don't know. In any case, it's going to be scary, right? Especially playing from 1-0 ahead already for Spirit. They haven't played Overpass yet with this lineup, so also for Complexity makes it difficult to prepare. You don't know what their style is going to be like, what are some of the moves, not even the spots, but you'll be able to see that very early on in the game. So yeah, very scary proposition ahead of Complexity.
That's the cool thing about Team Spirit and this whole storyline. We speak about it as if we want to see them in the arena. We want to see that whole storyline develop. We want to see Dunk on a big stage. We want to see them play Overpass. We want to explore their map pool. There's so many unanswered questions attached to Spirit. All we know for now is that they play good Counter-Strike, and they've been playing good Counter-Strike throughout the tournament, but it does feel like the potential is even greater.
The potential is great. There's lots of questions around Spirit. We get really excited. On the other side, we've got Complexity, who is disappointing us. And I really do worry coming into this. Like you said, when we look at Overpass, they don't really have a lot to go on with Spirits. And you would presume that they've let this through in their map pick because they believe this is their best shot of winning a map.
Absolutely. And it's also now you need to sort of prove to some extent, right, why is this your pick and how good you actually are, right? Because sure, Spirit is a great team, but you were supposed to be a good team too, right? Like make the game hard for them, show us what you've got and see if we can take this into a third map.
We're going to a second map, but before we do that, we're going to have a break. And before the break, Banks is going to do a quick update to let us know how Complexity is feeling since that loss.
TC. So I just was catching up with TC from Complexity there, and he said, okay, look, we were probably giving him a little bit too much space to donk. We were playing a bit scared. He understood it, but he also said the main problem was the mentality. So you know, the death slams were back, the frustration was back, especially after they lost that 1v2. There's little moments like that that's kind of hurting them. Obviously, they're going into Overpass. It's their map. They can try and feel confident on it, but he just gave a lot of respect to Chopper and saying that, okay, they're still a very tough team to deal with. Complexity just need to mentally get themselves reset, and if they can't do that, well, they're going to be rolled over once again by the sounds of it. Let's see what happens.
Holt's gonna jump across. Oh my god!
Fanatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Break Snobby's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on!
So suddenly we find ourselves on Overpass, where Complexity will take Spirit into uncharted territory. Now, Launders, for me, this is where I fully anticipated the best of 3 yesterday versus Na'Vi to end up. I thought that this would be a great chance for Na'Vi themselves to test Team Spirit's unknown entity of Overpass. Instead, they opted to go to Mirage, where Spirit have a 91% win rate, and they paid the price. So at least we get an answer. We'll get to know what the setups are, what the flavor is from Team Spirit on this map, because yes, there are still so many questions around this very hype squad, a squad that tore through Complexity on the opening map of this series, but we know what to expect on Ancient. We want to know what the hell goes down on Overpass.
Well, maybe we'll find out why Mirage was the quicker, cleaner death. And we'll find out why they were, for some reason, worried about Team Spirit's unearthed power on Overpass.
And at the very least, of course, Team Spirit did float Overpass versus Na'Vi to the decider, which means they should be prepped. They got something in store. Let's see what it is. Zontix down at the B site with Magix. Sure enough, just like Yanko would have predicted. And Magix inside of the smokes. He will be found by Halzerk. Quick swing out from Graffiti, and the kills are coming through for Complexity quite nicely. Only a couple days ago, we had a solid showing from Grim and Elige on this map in particular. They'll be looking to tap into that ability of those 2 stars. And with a pistol under wraps, so it seems, strong start.
It is, yeah. It is interesting. I think the conversation when you go to a new map in a series like this is like, for unfamiliar people watching, it's like, okay, why wouldn't it just simply be a 2-0 smash? But the map can really completely change your odds as a roster, as a team. Like, everything comes down to the map. And when we saw, for example, Mongols play, it was their...
Inferno was, they just couldn't lose.
Yeah, it was Inferno they couldn't lose, but it was... shoot, ruining my own point here. But they just played a map, or a series this tournament where... Oh, it was versus Spirit, actually. And then the second map was Ancients, and I thought that they would actually come back. At that point, Spirit had only played like 3 maps. They had lost an average of 1 round to the first 3 maps they played. But then I knew when they went to Ancient that the Mongols would be ready for it, and that they ended up getting 14 rounds. They didn't win the map, but I think the analysis around the game was simply that, well, yeah, of course they're going to get crushed next map. But that's not really how it works, I think, for in the players' heads. That's for sure. Not at this level of preparation. Yeah, you can get rocked, but at the same time, when it comes to Complexity and what they can do on Overpass, just because they had off form and weren't playing as good as we've seen them last map on Ancient, doesn't mean that it's going to simply spill over into Overpass, which is much more known territory for them.
Complexity have tiptoed their way through the minefield, seeing no threat at A. That 5-man B stack was hopeful, but feels like they're coming upstairs a little too late. Go ahead, take the risk, run through smoke, jump through fire. Let's get crazy. A boost over the wall maybe could catch a kill. Post it up. But they've been deterred. So as Complexity get the ball rolling early here on this T side of Overpass, you know, Complexity, I think, you can't forget that their CT sides in this map particularly always rock solid.
Yeah.
I've seen many Complexity CT side come back. For a team that loves to play the map this frequently, I feel like it's where they've kind of left their biggest marks on the best opposition throughout the last couple of years, as we've seen them succeed and fail.
Oh my God.
Up and down their results, but Overpass always a place Complexity happy to take a series. I think it's actually better that they get a chance to take Spirit down here versus Na'Vi yesterday. I think that Complexity will let us learn more about Team Spirit's Overpass in particular, and anybody who's challenging Spirit, I think, should be looking at this map as a possibility. So through the pistols with no problem. 2-0 to start.
It would be great to one day be able to talk about Chopper as a great IGL, because he has yet to he's got his flowers from us, and like tier 2, and some people have been watching the game for a long time. 7 majors lined up for him in his career. It's already been a great career, but
top 4, a top 8.
Yeah, but it's just he doesn't want to be at the sort of the Jerry tier of like, he's good, but he's not getting the chances to play with the best players and keep them, right? I guess I honestly would have been Chopper tier if it wasn't for other people I could compare him to in the same level.
In the last couple of years, where I think Chopper's been set up better on Team Spirit and some of the other regions IGLs. Guns look good here in the hands of Spirit, and poor Elige gets flashed in, but dropped it instantly. Chopper front bathrooms, looking for his trade on Donk, who dies with nothing. But nobody's keeping eyes on Chopper, that third layer of the bathroom setup coming out from Spirit. Now here comes Grim, trying to press out and combine with Halzerk. Good on him to kill Chopper. Doesn't let his guard down. Shiro still just in the middle of it all.
No! I'd be so pissed.
And he gets away. Halzerk tries to chase it down through the fire. He shall go. Real chance still.
Oh my god, with the timing on that smoke, there was no reason to even fight it. He could have just waited, but Grim couldn't know about the timing of it. It was such an obscure moment. I don't even know if that was CT or T. Missed the bomb. Okay, he's got to go grab it. This is precious seconds that have come off the round, and now there's no chance at all to play. Going back to save his Halzerk, half HP, and he's walked by Zontix. I don't know if Zontix will be able to find out that he's gone this way, but oh no, after time.
No.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. That would have been a pretty sick find from Zontix, but man, that would have been very sad for Complexity. Oh my gosh.
Zontix got a little taste of violence there. Nice attempt from Halzerk to bring it back, but ultimately it's just this bathrooms fight that Shiro survived forever. In the smoke, fighting long to kick it off. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a massive fight. Killing after time is one of the biggest things. You see teams a lot of the time, they don't wait that extra second when it goes down to 0 to try to get, they just want to make sure they get the kill, because that's obviously the round priority, but it's not just a little insult to kill him after time.
It's real impact.
Yeah, it's real big impact. It really can screw your economy up.
So that's a round on the board thanks to Chopper and Shiro. Donk and Zontix. It's not often they're 3 rounds into a game and they have 0 kills. Oh my god, they're human.
Yeah, we don't know that for sure yet.
The tests are still inconclusive. But a little change in the A play. We get Shiro and Donk. Jesus, what a duo to try and get past. Now you want that A site? Well, you're bound to meet your maker.
Yeah, it is a pretty sweet combo for Overpass, actually.
Donk here's the fallback. Grim, he's still very aware of the threat. Ooh,
that's
Donk
nice
goes
from
down.
That's good awareness from Grim. I mean, this is a demo kill, 2 demo kills in the setup, right? They know they're coming in from the left, and there's a flash that comes in from the A side on long to make Donk be able to walk back without alerting anybody. It sounds like they're scared. And now they come up onto the side. Chopper's here.
Yes, sir. Going for it, but going down empty-handed. It is the first from Zontix and the only from Zontix. A great response out of Complexity. The demo kill, right? High anticipation of there being 2 players to the left side of Bathroom's door.
And they try to throw the smoke screen of having somebody from the site flash, so it seems like you're trying to escort second player back from long. But all they do is sit and wait on the angles because, yeah, they're aware of it. This doesn't really happen, I think, unless without actually pushing out, unless you know it from a demo, because they haven't played against each other, so good sign of preparation here for Complexity, of course. I'm not surprised to see that. They are a very anti-strat heavy team, good on executing on it. I think Elige, JT, and TC all are fans of that.
Very sharp shots as well from Elige and from Grim. 2 players that took off on Overpass last time the team was in the server on it. I think 2 players who individually on Overpass have always found success, even regardless of now being on the same squad. So for them to join forces, I feel like they are really the best of North American Overpass players.
Besides NRG.
Who?
The team that beat Liquid.
Oh, right. Oh, you mean M80?
Was it M80?
Yeah, it was M80.
Oh, okay, never mind.
NRG don't win. I'm sorry.
Only making fun of yourself, man. They're Canadians.
I know. Yeah, anytime you hear a Canadian try to take credit for Liquid, just remind them.
That's me. Wait, what do you mean? Just remind them.
The NRG is still a work in progress, and that's actually more Canadian.
Oh, right, yeah.
You know, so. But we're working on it. We're getting there.
Yeah, we're trying to get them all 5 on the same team.
Maybe one day. Europeans don't know how good they have it. Y'all got Polish cores rolling into Katowice.
Yeah,
for
real.
You got Danes falling out the wazoo.
Our best in-game leader is Danish.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And poor Team Spirit, their best weapon, a P250. They got a smoke still in the mix if they want to get weird, but A-Site is completely enveloped. This is a fantastic start for Complexity now. 4-1 up on the T side of Overpass. Showing that, again, Team Spirit may have incredible promise, but they're not perfect yet. Or maybe it's just a slow start to get everybody's hopes up. Pistols again to try and get something going, but it's a bloodbath on the front door of the bank.
I mean, I think we probably see what you were looking for in the Navi game, right? It's like
yes, this is why I thought Navi
confirmation
would take
that they
Overpass.
should have taken this map.
Yeah.
I mean, some things are too obvious that it doesn't matter how much arcane knowledge you have about the game, how much like anti-strat, whatever. It's facts are facts. Regardless of how good you think Team Spirit may or may not be on Overpass, you know they're great on Mirage. So that's like, what are you doing there exactly?
Nope. I won't get it.
So.
What would you rather play? A 91% win rate on Mirage versus Donk and Zontix pushing mid? Or this? Yeah. The choice was in your hands.
Nope, our Complexity are particularly good on this map too, can make fools of even better teams.
Laying it on thick early on. Elige for the entry, but ooh, nicely done. Chopper, he just mows down 2 players on the graffiti cross. Hulzerk's gonna have to grab that bomb in an instant. This barrage utility comes out from heaven. There's all 5 players here. So at least you got targets to shoot back at. But Grim finds himself on his lonesome. Luckily for him, the flank's not quite in position, but he's got 26 HP. And when Donk has these kinds of moments, he goes hunting. There's his first. Took him 6 rounds, but he's got a frag.
26 ADR. Had to be a headshot, obviously, his first one. So, not just on the board, put up 2. Yeah, when he did the spot, I actually don't know what he saw. If he saw, did he see them on Twitter?
I don't think so.
Just heard everything probably.
Yeah, they did run rampant.
You can easily catch a flash doing that if you get unlucky. But they don't get unlucky.
Ooh, careful now. Donk goes for a peek around Fountain, almost falls victim to the Elige boost in the smoke. But Donk also doesn't waste time, doesn't float around whatsoever, and Shiro, in anticipation of another boost, decides to give up the angle, but he wasn't wrong. They were gonna go for it. Little verticality on the approach here. They're gonna double molly down in connector, but CT's content to just play sights right now. Donk, having gone back, checked long.
Oh man, I'm so ready to watch this synergy take place to see if there's anything natural that comes up here. I love watching these combos. When I first started watching Shiro demos, it was Axile back on Gambit Youngsters, and it was Overpass I watched the most because the way that they were playing it, I felt like everyone was going to follow up and copy, and they were so good. And the position has evolved, but not that much. In CS2, same fundamentals apply. But this setup is already slightly atypical. I mean, well, outside of Divider, they already have their rotator in now on the back of the site. So they flash clear at the 30-second mark, and this is to make sure that it's not the A site. They're not setting up their CT smokes, so they know it's going to be a B play unless they're just going to walk up. They should be rotating already, to be honest. But they're not believing this for something. 20 seconds, playing Virtus Pro too much, boys. No one else is going to do this.
Can the two rock-solid defenders hold? Oh, Zontix. Awkward jump. Luckily, Magix will pick up slack.
And they couldn't trade him. They could not trade him at all. Were those flashes from heaven? Because it looked like he was blind, but they were too... That was stringy. Lots of time there for Complexity, but no kills.
No, I think that's the beauty of what Spirit will have on the CT side is you're just banking on Zontix and Magix, two great anchors.
Yeah.
And in a bomb site like Overpass, man, they're going to combine very nicely.
Yeah, but it wasn't a CT flash that caught them both, right? It must have been a... Oh, I guess it helped that Magix wasn't blind at all. Okay, that makes more sense. I see that all from Zontix's POV. So that'll be a round lead here for Complexity, but with no money, coming off a loss. At least Donk only has one kill.
For now.
Yeah.
Usually doesn't stay the case for long. He'll try again on Fountain. Taking his fight, but missed shot. Damn, visually frustrated as well.
Yeah.
Like, buddy, now you know how everybody else feels. Shiro, he's going to pick up the slack with the Elige frag. So at least you're going star for star.
I wonder how fast he would quit if he just had to, like, just played normally.
Right? If he
was just a normal guy.
If he had the talent of everybody else. He doesn't know what it's like to get out of...
He doesn't know what it's like to get out of...
I'm trying so hard. He doesn't know what it's like to get out of bed like a normie. Doesn't understand our struggle.
Doesn't know what it smells like in the Sistine Chapel.
Mm-mm.
He's never been in that club in Overpass.
Ain't got time for that.
Or an ID.
Fair. Or the stature to fake it. Here we go. Long peek into Chopper, who has been good. Has held his own. Ooh, here's it coming. Oh, wow. Clean second kill out of Chopper. 32nd to the clock.
He said, Donk, just chill, baby. I don't even need you sometimes.
Halzerk smokes himself off and then decides to push through with the frag, catching Magix off, but we've got Shiro locked in on truck. Halzerk, uh-oh.
Oh, man.
That's a flash from down beneath. Halzerk tries to close the gap. He gets the headshot he needs. Switching over to the AWP, but that flank, he saw the flash come from the B site, but Zontix instead goes connector, and that'll seal the deal.
Oh my God! Wait, he flashed and went up con, right? Did he flash from B site?
Yes.
That flash nearly won the round for Shiro right there. Came down to Zontix, but good support anyways from the B site with that one. Nearly worked out perfectly, and all good attempts from Halzerk as well to get through that smoke. Really had to force his way in, but his op play nearly saved it after Chopper picked up that second kill. Beautiful multi-frags from more than just one or two people here on Spirit.
Ooh. Zontix, look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. I think it's just because, like, you know how many kills you could get. You know what I mean? It's just...
Yeah. It's a great chance, but he'll go back at it. Eats a flash. Elige going to try to Tech 9 him down, but Donk leans back towards bathrooms. Here's the connector player running up as well. So this Shiro, Chopper, Donk trio just decide to forego all the bathrooms control. You know Tech 9s are coming at you. You don't want to give away the guns. You've been scared off of your front-facing setup. So find comfort in your sight.
Home is where the site is. Home is where you can plant the bomb.
Oh, what did Grim do wrong?
2 kills, both Grim. This was unnecessary. and uncalled for. I don't even know what.
I don't think Grimp even made a step. No audible.
Maybe
just
shouted something at him.
Zontic can lock into barrels comfortably here with Magix. I feel like the two of them have done a good job on the B defense. So even if all these Tech 9s come knocking, they've got one smoke to presumably put up in heaven. Floppy shows a little skin. That's the early warning sign for the others. But he's got a nice comfort zone in barrels. Goes for the fight against Floppy. On the reload, things could get sketchy. Elige, he picked up a nice clean opening kill, and sure enough, both original defenders get nothing. So the damage is pretty substantial. Oh, but the wall bang's off the mark. Luckily, Donk will stop it. Must have pressed out through the heaven smoke. Shiro to the P2000, just gonna chase down Elige.
Bro.
And he gets the job done. Donk and Shiro not gonna give him anything more.
He just creates timing because he just knows when he can get away with aggressive things quickly. And he does them, again, through the smoke. Perfect moment. So another easy one for Team Spirit, honestly. Their games are pretty short overall. It's just because of the aggression that they play with, but also, and even on an Overpass, a map that can feel miles across sometimes.
What's Donk do here?
Yeah, he
just finds that little.
Just literally phased it. I mean,
and stop the plant. Great attempt for the Tech 9s.
sometimes it looks lucky when someone can push through a smoke, get a kill, but when you try to like cross-examine that with his stats, it just doesn't add up. He's very consistent with everything that he does and gets away with. Does it very confidently too. Now you gotta hold your smoke the whole time, because he can push through. Why even buy the smoke anymore? Leave it in the store.
It's too tempting. We haven't seen much inside of connector defense out of Spirit, but Chopper's gonna take up position and kind of operate very much on his own here, leaving Donk on A site. They wanted Shiro B to start. We got to fight around towards Monster, some spam through the smoke, but nothing to come of it just yet.
Full middle of the map control here from Spirit. I mean, they still have locked on to Con. They don't have short push, so this is a pretty risky setup actually for Chopper if he is going to be approached. The fact that he's not going to be approached is just simply massive for Team Spirit right now. So 40 seconds comes up and he can instantly flank. They still only have one on the A side, but he's already working up towards this. Oh, okay, all right, so they're holding for it. That's good.
Donk off the flashbang gets his. No trade frag instantly out of Complexity. Utility getting laid on thick, and Donk still just operating in the middle of it all, but Elige's nade will find him. So the utility here dismantles the A site. Little spam damage going both ways. Complexity given a chance to squeeze into the A bomb site. For the first time, they don't see anybody in bathrooms. They don't get that Shiro presence. And with it, Complexity going to tie this game up.
Yeah, I'd say the thing that's separating them is they're like a little bit slow with what to do with the information when they've had it a couple of times now for Spirit. They haven't made the full rotations. They still got away with winning in rounds where they didn't have the full, that they had the information but didn't know when to rotate because they're, like you said, individual anchors. But that is something that should help out Complexity here on Overpass. They won't make that mistake. The rotations are much better than Spirit's on CT side. But they have also let Spirit get 5 rounds here on theirs, which isn't technically a lot, but it might be a lot if you witness what we witnessed on last map. It might feel like a lot. Might feel like a way better Complexity here.
Good. A welcome sign. We also just haven't had these like godlike moments out of Donk either. Even in that last round, given a second duel, it's not the instant headshot when so often it is with him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Any round Donk doesn't get 2 kills feels off for some reason. There is still time for him to turn it up here. 2 more rounds to go in Spirit's defense, trying to hang on in what was a pretty unknown entity of Overpass.
God, those nades.
Huge damage, nicely done. A second round where Shiro's positioned at B to start it off. And ooh, Chopper this time wasn't actually given a fight in Con last round. Had to go up towards Party where he eventually got caught and died empty-handed. So to be already in the kill feed with 1, it's an improvement. Meanwhile, Magic's down to 10 health. Shiro sitting on 16. Chopper taking some damage too off a utility, and they're going to throw the boost up on the little health that's left.
Good idea.
Perfectly timed. He gets away with it.
Just as they're peeling time off the clock, trying to hunt down this guy inside a con, they're working on new ideas. Now, they did do a 2-man boost in CT. So they could actually surmise that there's, first of all, this is a timing on Monster for Complexity if they want to look for it. They're holding on the short push as well, and there's a kill.
Sontek's peeking into the scope.
They find the timing here on Monster. They're going to walk out now.
It's looking like a comfortable spot for Cole, even if there is a CT close, but it's Donk with 100 HP and his teammate's already nearly dead. Donk's trying to serve up distractions, catches a leash, big scalp, missed shot from Halzerk. That's both T's confirmed, and Donk coming up from ramp just flushes JT into the waiting hands of Magix. Halzerk gonna peek out, missed chance on Magix, who's not even looking, hands busy, 3 whiffs, and he goes down as Spirit take the lead.
Oh, calm down, Summit.
You gotta hit those.
The monitor?
What'd he do?
I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Okay.
Oh, I didn't see his count.
Be careful with all this stuff, man. It's not free. I'm not paying for it, but...
The first one on Zontix was good. It's what got the players into the bomb site, but that missed shot on Magix is defuse. Ooh, almost.
Yeah.
Almost.
There's been a lot of frustration. It's obviously also, it's also not...
It's not gonna help. Stab a Liege in the back as you fall down ladder.
Yeah, it's also not just because of this one event. It's been an accumulation here for Complexity. Tough couple months. And Counter-Strike doesn't get easier, it gets harder. They're very powerful winds blowing these days.
Yeah, a couple teams in that painful boat at the moment. Think of Complexity, think of Big. Seeing storylines and teams come together and have an uptick, and you're just in the opposite trend. Can be tough to stomach. Can't help but sympathize for Halzerk, but competition demands the very best.
Yeah.
Shiro, nice deep angle on Bathrooms, gets given a gift in Grim. It's a 5v3 for Spirit to comfortably finish off the half with, so it seems. It's still 5 rounds Complexity on the T side, but a pistol could quickly change the tide, and we don't know really what Spirit are going to get up to on that offense. What I do guarantee you is Donk's going to start swinging.
Yeah.
He's been somewhat muzzled, but there's an example of what he can do. Instant headshot to Halzerk. Floppy, beautiful double kill, but Shiro's still in the sight, and poor Floppy gets left on a single point of HP. So Team Spirit figuring it out, locking in a couple B holds, and Floppy on the approach is about to get picked by all 3. 7 seconds, not going to be enough for him to work. 7 rounds for Spirit, and the question is, can they push over Complexity 2-0? Can they lock in the Spodek as quick as can be? Well, it's not quite the stomp that we had back on Ancient, and by the tail end of this first half on Overpass, we did get a moment or two of Donk. We saw that instant headshot in bathrooms to close out the half, but we saw the frustrations of Complexity mounting. It feels like they didn't get as many as they wanted here on their map choice, but at least we've seen plenty of CT sides from Complexity on Overpass in the past. And that's something that they'll be looking to tap into to try to hold Spirit back and not allow them to hop over them on their road to the Spodek.
I really do recommend everyone watch that James video on Donk, because he shows like both POVs, him and his opponents, or you can just watch any Donk demo really. They're full of them. You just go and watch his opponent as they get one bulleted, and you see, because his crosshair placement's so good, the counter strafe is so good, the accuracy is it's just so perfect with him that you don't have a chance to shoot back. You cannot shoot back.
Ooh, good flashbang from Magic, sets up Donk wonderfully. He goes through the barrels. Oh no, Cole. Just stopped by Donk.
No way.
Perfect pathing, all 3 frags. You know, he felt so muzzled on the CT side.
Yeah.
A couple times we saw him go for those fountain swings, you know, very Donk-esque, and he actually missed shots.
He got mad. Yeah.
Right? He was getting upset that he wasn't getting kills as easily as he wanted. But now you put him on T side, and look what he posts in his first endeavor into the B site, 3 kills deep, and Hulzerk tasked to clutch. He's got a low HP chopper down beneath him. The guys on site won't move a muscle. Hulzerk trying to get it going, but not going to happen. It is Spirit right in with the second pistol win.
Yeah, it's like you said, waiting for the T side so he can flourish, take things into his own hands. Yeah. Sort of live that back, but frustrating situation up there for Hulzerk and for Complexity as a whole, but yeah.
Complexity going to allow this one to slide by. That'll be the 9-5 score they'll attempt to come back from. B site completely clear, ready for the taking. Already in anticipation of a flank as well. Really has been a pleasure to watch this Spirit camp just kind of find their groove. You know, I think each of their players just does their role so well, and that means that the sky really is the limit for Team Spirit. In Katowice, I think they've genuinely played some of the best Counter-Strike as a team
structurally
that we've seen.
The composition is absolutely perfect structurally.
Right?
I mean, in terms of the balance of ego, fresh talent, roles, experience, and aim, I don't think anybody's hitting that right now like Team Spirit are.
Yep.
They're all extremely hungry for results, whether that's Shiro looking to do it with a new team who still hasn't had enough in his own career overall for the amount of individual accolades that he's received. Chopper as an IGL for the same reason. Magix, who's been riding with Spirit for a long time now.
Yes.
And is ready to be a veteran support player on a team that he was like a core aimer for. I mean, now he can really hand over some of that space easily, happily over to Donk and Zontix, who are 2 killers. They just got nothing to be scared of. They're coming from the Academy League. This is their first chance to do damage at Tier 1 events, and they're very excited to do it. I mean, it's really a dream.
I think it's actually wonderful that Donk and Zontix are doing it together, right? Because you at least still have 2 pieces that have been side by side. 2 players that have come up together. And yes, Zontix is not quite a Donk, but they do definitely respect one another.
You know what's funny about that is in the Academy League, Zontix was better than Donk. And as in terms of who was going to come up and be better next, it was definitely supposed to be Zontix, younger, but not because Zontix was like on the same level as like Headtrick or something like that, but it's just because Donk wasn't even one of the top players in the Academy League. Like he got really good towards the end and then really took off afterwards, but not until very late.
Well, a welcome sight for the Spirit squad. Alish falls back off long, seeing a couple players jump around the corner. Complexity's first gun round, looking to shut it down, and that early B spam was good enough to drop Zontix to 20 HP. They've foregone all of long. They've rotated third player up here, Complexity. And they'll lay a smoke down ahead of the long commitment, but we do have a 3-player cohort working down through bathrooms. Grim is going to be tasked with trying to stop it before it hits the site, but they may just circumvent him by coming out from bathrooms. Elige is going to have to give pretty important cover here. Zontix goes down. Here comes Elige. Can't manage a multi-frag. And in the middle of that, Halzer got killed, so then instantly JT gets dropped. It's Magic's double that really takes it up a notch. Magic's, in fact, coming through with all 4 of those frags somehow, some way. Each time they tried to face out into the bathrooms, Magic's collects them.
Just one more challenger. That is crazy.
How did Magic's kill Grim, who was pushed up on Banana?
I have no idea.
I just can't even visualize how Magic's gets that deepest kill, but I suppose he went wide on the smoke grenade and just lines them all up. And, you know, you just touched on it briefly. Magic's was once upon a time, you know, very much in the Donk/Zontix situation, right? Young player, the years of experience that Magic's has already with Spirit.
Yeah.
In major playoffs at his age.
Yeah, and he's always been so like humble and chilling.
Oh, Magic's comes out here. That makes way more sense. Sorry, I thought he was the long player.
Yeah, still sort of a very narrow shot to the back, and I mean, just beautiful protocols right there, like entry pathing, what he's clearing, who he's covering, and everyone exploded at the exact right time. I mean, that was the long player coming out at the same time, both of them from bathrooms, outside of bathrooms. No one is basically shooting directly at him, and he's taking them all out.
I think that first kill is the one that confuses me, just because Halzer's the rotator in, right? Halzer exposing himself to bathroom's door on the side of Dicebox when Elige was still tucked in, despite being the player in front of him. So Magic's unravels it all from the back line, then kills those close up. And Team Spirit, sensing blood in the water, just try to crank the dial into the B play. This time, at a minute 25, already the rumblings of the B site falling. Donk here to trade. JT just trying to keep his head down, but you can't hide from Donk. 2 pistols left here to stop Spirit from getting to their 11th. The connector player toppled as Magic's keeps it clean, having himself a hell of a second map. Trying to hold off Donk as the top fragger of this server, but that's a guaranteed 11th. 2 rounds away from Team Spirit in the Spodek.
Oh yeah, wow, it's been such a quick game. It really just, this feels like some kind of bonus match. Like, it hasn't even, it was actually a very good start for Complexity. Like, this is 5 rounds, it feels like so long ago. Especially with how fast Ancient went as well. You're just thinking like, okay, Overpass going to be stronger, more comprehensive. Wait, is there a chance that he can defuse? He has no kit, right?
No kit.
That would have been cute.
He'll send him scrambling back in.
Revenge on Dunk will feel nice, I think. No, probably not, actually. Won't matter. Team Spirit with 11. Looking at the Spodek. Dunk and the goddamn Spodek.
Yeah. In his first Katowice attendance as well. You know, when we look at a list of superstar players, oppers or riflers, it takes some of them a long time to get into that coveted arena. ZywOo on his 5th attempt. Nico on his 1st, but just shy of top 6. Donk, first try. First run. And he's not doing it by being carried by a team. He is simply at the top of this board each and every time.
Yeah, definitely bringing Spirit there just as much as they're bringing him. That's a team part, I guess.
100%, you know, and inspired by the likes of Monte, who last year put his banner in the Hall of Heroes.
Yeah, it was an amazing event by him. Also, that would be incredible to be able to see him, Donk, go up against each other. It's 2 of the youngest players.
Monte trying to defend his title as the returning Katowice champions. And G2 with a little struggle, maybe let Spirit have the edge. We've got JT in the B site, empty-handed. Zontix decides enough's enough. Double kill in the opening round, and we can just see Team Spirit at this point, like just laying it on thick, taking every fight, winning every duel, and getting right back to the groove that happened back on Ancient, right?
Yeah.
In the first 12 with Complexity on the T side, it didn't feel like the first map of the series. but no longer held back by the shackles of defense. Look at him go.
I mean, I don't think this has kicked in really for Complexity. It hasn't for me. It's just been such a blur how quickly this has gone by, how easy it's looked for Team Spirit. Some of the calls that are being made are just going off so flawlessly. There's not even time to analyze how faulty they were, where it could have gone wrong. We're moving on to the next round. It's another rush. It's something quick. It's something donk-based, but it's never something random. There's always thought behind it. Elige did give him some credit for that, saying that like a lot of this is Chopper improving as an IGL on top of having donk and really good pieces to work with, now Shiro to work with. But the fact that we're not talking about Shiro every round, I barely said his name, which is incredible. I mean, that kind of shows you that he has really fit into this lineup like a sock. Easy. Like, if they put Shiro in, no problem. He's hitting his shots. He's opting for the roster. It's still Donk's actually up front, so he's taking a lot of the, a lot of the credit because the rounds are ending on the first kills if he's successful, and he is a lot.
Yep.
So that's fine. And then you have Shiro when they need him, one of the best clutch players in history already, and at Katowice specifically. And then also is going to pick up his fair share of kills no matter what part of the game you're in. And here we have it, 23 rounds potentially.
Safe to say it was an excellent choice from Shiro to join this team as all the roles make sense. As the potential feels so real. Look at that.
You cannot shoot back. There is no chance.
You didn't even get a chance to click. Look at that. Every time you face this kid, he takes your head clean off.
There's no one else you can consistently set. That is the kind of praise you give to Nico, that you consistently send him out to hunt down oppers with a rifle.
And then Zontix shows you that he's also got that special something. A clean headshot here to add to Donk's tally at the same time as being the one who went into that B site last round. Finally a chance to shoot back at him, but it still costs Grim 80 health. We've got Floppy down to B and Complexity desperate that maybe Team Spirit just walk into the wrong bomb site, but it's Shiro, Zontix, and Chopper looking to close this. Playing some of the best Counter-Strike that we have seen so far at IEM Katowice.
Cannot wait to see what their next competition is going to be. Who are going to stop them? Who will humble Donk?
Who can? Who possibly could? We get Floppy coming around looking for something to pull on. Shiro, though, we just said, here to close. After Donk and Zontix get it started, look at this. Look what holds the bomb site in the post plant. A follow-up chance for Grim. Desperate, as has Complexity been this entire series, never even had a chance to stop this hype train because Team Spirit have guaranteed it. They are going to the Spodek. Incredible scenes to see players this young with so much promise in a formula that simply makes so much sense. Leave this much of an impact. Heroes come in all sorts of shapes and sizes and great things in little packages. It is a day to be proud of the next generation of Counter-Strike. Team Complexity didn't even stand a chance. We are talking about a Complexity roster that made it to the finals of Sydney, that had promise in CS2, no chumps. Navi, a day ago, meant to take them down a notch, but nobody can stop the Donk.
Not yet, and who knows when. It has just been amazing to watch, and yeah, it feels like just one more rung in the story. Unfortunately for Complexity, this run won't be remembered. It's just going to be one more team that ended up losing to make Spirit's road possible. It won't be memorable, and I think for their own sake, they'll want to forget it as well. They'll have to build on this alongside teams like Big to make their stories better for the future. But for now, their Katowice run is over. And for Team Spirit, maybe it's just getting started.
Okay. Oh, sorry guys. We waiting for James. James? We don't know where James is for the interview. Oh, there he is.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chopper. I don't know how safe this sparkler is, I'll be honest. You might want to hold it at the bottom here. Yep, so it doesn't drop. Yep. Birthday boy gets a win. That was a nice one.
Yes, it was a good game.
A very good game, and you still don't seem to be too much in the worries. You guys don't get too frustrated, even when Complexity was applying some pressure. How good does this team feel for you, Chopper?
Потому что у нас получилось сейчас поймать одну волну на этом турнире. Мы верим друг в друга, и мы находимся в хорошей форме.
Well, basically we had a good start, so we kept the momentum from the very first map against Apex we played, and we are still playing with it. We are enjoying the game, and that is working for us.
And with this win, right, it's obviously very important you go and get experience. We're seeing Donk shine very well. But for you, you've been trying to achieve success in Counter-Strike for such a long time. You've gone deep towards major runs. How different does this team feel compared to the other teams you've been on?
В чем разница между командами?
Ну да,
старыми.
Ну да.
Я чувствую, что эта команда может все сделать. Ну, типа, все очень крутые в команде.
Well, he has trust in everyone, and everyone is capable of doing everyone is capable of winning a round alone, solely, and that's it.
And what would his one birthday wish be?
Что ты хотел бы на днюху ебать?
Моя команда подарила мне проход в плей-офф, и мы постараемся дальше улучшать свою игру. Спасибо ей.
Well, actually, the best gift he has received is the qualifying for the playoffs, and he's grateful for his team for doing so, and that was the best thing to ask for him.
Wow, okay, so he's already achieved the birthday dream, but let's see if you can go a step further. You've made it to playoffs. Maybe there'll be a chance of lifting that trophy as well. Let's see.
Well, there you are. We're coming straight to us like that. Okay, I won't do a big intro. Obviously, on the desk we have TC, and what we wanted to talk about is not necessarily what happened with Complexity, but maybe bring you in as an analyst. We've just seen Spirit has now advanced to the Spodek. Big for them. So much talk around this team, around this roster. What was it like having to go up against them and prep for them as a coach?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment they're obviously playing really well. They're the talk of the scene. Everyone's looking at them. So I mean, even us coming into this game, you know, we look to them, look what they're doing as well. So a lot of the guys already kind of know what they're doing. But at the end of the day, you gotta come up with a good counter and be able to shoot them in the face, right, for it to work out. So I mean, tough team to play against. They're definitely looking strong. They're looking in form. Always knew it was going to be a tough game for us with the form that we're currently showing. Like, we haven't had the greatest start to the season, so we're struggling a little bit individually. I mean, we're obviously working hard, trying to work through it and get people into better shape. But I think today what cost us a little bit is something that we talked about, was just like it's a little bit of a more high pressure game, and it's going to be tough, and to try and not let the frustrations get to us. But you saw it from the 3-3 2v1 on Ancient. You know, we lose that round, frustrations in. 3-5, we lose frustrations back in. Now we're messing things up and things aren't going to plan, and as the more the frustration creeps in, the more the pressure gets to us and the more mistakes we're making at the end of the day.
How frustrating is that for you as a coach, standing behind, observing that?
I mean, it's super frustrating, because what do? You take a tag pause and say, don't get frustrated, guys. Like, that's not doing anything, right? Like, so...
Calm down. That works wonders.
Yeah, that works really great. Try saying that to someone. So, yeah, I mean, it's obviously something that we know we need to work on. I mean, something that coming into this game we knew it could potentially be a problem. It's something that we speak about. It's something that we keep trying to work on. And, I mean, we were able to reset a little bit during halftime, like at least start fresh on Overpass, less frustrated on Overpass, showed a better T side, but yeah, it was hard. Also, they haven't really played Overpass against anyone other than VP, and you can see they're just playing to counter VP whenever they play Overpass, so it was hard to have lots of reads on them. We kind of expected those first timing monster pops, but we still wanted to play our game, and Yeah, I think that's also a mistake that we kind of make individually as well. When we're playing under pressure, it's like we tend to put ourselves in positions where we're relying on our individuals to hit the shots instead of just like playing smartly and so on. So that's also, you know, something that we just need to work on and be better at. So yeah, that's pretty much it from my side, the little things that went wrong, and when the pressure sets in, the little mistakes that people tend to make.
From a Counter-Strike perspective as a fan, obviously a coach of a team and being here, do you think all the hype around Spirit, now that you've had a chance to play them, is it justified, or do you want another crack at them, if you like?
No, 100%. I think all the hype around them is justified. We actually played them in Thunder Flash towards the end of Thunder Flash, Thunder Pick, I can't remember exactly. So many tournaments that we played, but yeah, we got to play them online with Donk already back then, and they already looked good. Now they added Shiro as well, and I think the more time they have to get him adjusted to however they want to play, I think they're just going to keep going from strength to strength. So I think they might even be even scarier in the future, especially if they can keep up this form.
We're going to pull up the bracket now. It's obviously not the end for Complexity. So TC, thank you so much. I know you want to go and prep with your team. So we will say goodbye to you and hopefully have a chance to look at that bracket as we talk about the fact that we have our first team through to the Spodek. Janko?
Yeah, Team Spirit taking care of business. I think we all expected them to win in this series. A bit unfortunate from Complexity. Hearing from TC, you know, that sort of a little bit of them beating themselves in a sense of that they couldn't perform at the highest level, but Spirit show us again. Answer another question, you know, in Overpass, a little bit at least, who plays what, how they can handle the T side, the CT side, all of that good stuff, and I think everyone's going to be thrilled by the fact that we will be 100% seeing them in the Spodek now. The only thing that's left is whether that will be in the quarterfinals or the semifinals.
Yeah, not to take anything away from Eternal Fire throughout this tournament, they played well as well. I would just like to see Spirit go up against a team of the caliber of FaZe Clan to get some of those answers, you know, put out there. I think what they've done so far, Spirit, is nothing but stellar, and they 100% deserved a place into that playoff arena.
Spirit's performance was impressive. Complexity, like we said, not quite out of the tournament
8 rounds.
yet.
Listen, 8 rounds over 2 maps. There's no beating around the bush here. That's unacceptable for a team like Complexity. They were in a LAN final 3 months ago, 4 months ago, and we spoke about it. Obviously, it was a rough ending to the season. It's been a rough start to the season, but you're coming into the group stage. You're at Katowice. Sure, the pressure is on, but as he said, right, TC said it. We noted it as well. Round 3 on Ancient, it's done. You know, frustrations are coming out. It took 3 rounds for them to lose control. From a team of the caliber of Complexity, for a team that we praised for being well playing 3 months ago, to me that's unacceptable. You're talking 8 rounds over 2 maps. Come on.
I think losing to Spirit is acceptable,
sure,
but keep losing to yourself is unacceptable, especially if it's a recurring theme, right? And I think definitely, obviously, there's no changes going to be happening to this roster prior to their major run ending, but if they want to potentially avoid changes after that as well, I think they need to have one of those, you know, serious sort of sit-downs on an organizational level, right? Not just the players and the coach, but whoever else needs to be a part of that and sort of just lay it all out on the table, right? As some of these mental coaches like to call it, empty the backpack. And just get it all out there, man, because it's not going to be any different in the next 2 months. Like, this is who you got. And if you're going to have a chance to first make the major and potentially do some damage there, like, this is just not going to cut it, right? Okay, Team Spirit playing very well at the moment, but you're going to lose silly rounds to everyone. Like, it's just Counter-Strike. You're never going to be perfect, but the way you deal with those silly rounds and mishaps and mistakes, it goes a long way into how you're going to perform as a team.
Isn't it a bit dangerous to empty the backpack so close to the major? Because sometimes some really rotten sandwiches could come out there.
Honestly,
there's no way of getting rid of those.
Can it get much worse for Complexity? I know that.
I don't know how much room there's left under the rug, right? For
I also like how we're talking about them like this. They were in the winners bracket, but even then, like, it just wasn't big enough opponents to even justify. Yeah, they won against Apex, but NA needs to, I don't know.
I think Janko said it pretty well. You know, it's not necessarily unacceptable to lose to a team like Spirit, but you're losing to yourself more often than not. We saw it in Copenhagen as well. We saw it at the end of last season. The body language coming out of the Complexity players is just not good enough. You see frustrations hit in, and as you said, Janko, sure, you're going to lose certain rounds, and sure, at a pressured moment in a game where it's perhaps 12-11 or something like that, you can relieve some frustrations. But if you're coming into Ancient, you're on map 1, and it takes 1 round in round 3 for you to lose your shit, then at that point, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be emptied. You know, I think that bag is quite full, and I would frankly agree with you. Put Kasar in there and let them have a conversation.
No one deserves that punishment.
I don't know if anyone would come alive out of that conversation.
I don't think they've played that badly yet, Pimp. Let's give them a chance. Well, moving away from complexity, we take a look at team spirit, and all of us are potentially witnessing the rise of a new hero, a new legend to join this hall. They are going to the Spodek, and they are one step closer to etching their names in history. Congratulations to Team Spirit. We'll find out where they sit a little later during the group stages. There is another game after this, so stick around. Darth Mike will have you covered.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do it. Way you do it. The way I live life. Way you do it. The way I live life. The way I live life. Way you do what a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you if I heard that you You've got some things going through mine. Why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you changed the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time. All the time. If I come meet you, baby, I can teach you how to let your head down and be a freak, singing like Anita. Sweet love, have you thinking about a preacher? Also, how I need her. Girl, we can kick it. Have you ever had Chinese after 9 on a Friday? It hits so different. Cuddled up tight, perfect like a fitted. Arm around me, then you pick your head up for me to kiss it. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind, all the time.
Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now. This might loosen me up right now. Get off this bus right now. You're acting sus right now. This one. I know what you want. I know what you need. Some seeds, grow some trees. Ain't no smoke, it's made for lungs, but you believe. But it's okay, we make mistakes, be relieved. So why art doubting? They're not like me, My eyebrows too intense. sense. I rock out like the Brahma. I wanted to be like Dwayne Johnson. Teacher said I'm trouble. Once I clocked my dreams won't work, I started snapping, I bust bubbles. I think it's how creators see. Other creators be perceived as fly. You're whipping right, but off IG, you're broken cheap. I need an electric bike to vend this food, to vend these rules. Get these tools, cause haters drool, they're watching me. Haters discretion advised. Oh me, oh my, I just want to survive in the sea under darkness, hiding from the light. All we do is push violence, pain over violence, radio silence. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, I like this up right now. You might be stuck right now, this might loosen me up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now, you're acting sus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now, you might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one. Turn up this up right now. You might be stuck right now. Up right, up right, up right, up right, up right now. Get off this bus right now. This one.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in,
is smaller. Another desperate eye, another face off. The clock is ticking down. Embrace the chaos. This isn't over. It's only begun. Feels like a cold war in a burning sun. They never see me coming. A weapon of mass destruction. And I won't give up until there's nothing. Hey, why would you think I'm bluffing? A weapon of mass destruction. A rocket machine better start your running. Tension getting higher. I see it in their face. It's time to do or die, yeah. To make or break. Fight fire with more fire. I watch the flames.
My mom and dad.
Yeah.
They were smoking, and I told them, if you don't stop smoking, I'm gonna start smoking. And they were like, yeah, sure, do that. And then I started smoking.
Oh, you're an idiot too.
Yeah. I
We have so much in common. Welcome to 5 Stack. We're here with Falcons. How's everyone doing? Good?
Good.
Yeah. Great. I guess I'm going to open this up with my first question. We're going to start at the leadership, Snappy. We're going to start at the top, the captain, the head of the team. I think one of the conversations about you as an in-game leader with ENCE was so closely tied to Saw in the way that you two work together with various roster changes, constantly losing star players, constantly bringing the team back up to the top. So now that you've kind of split off and you're working with Zonic, who's considered the greatest coach of all time, what's that early relationship been like between you guys?
I mean, so far I have nothing bad to say about Danny. The most hardworking guy I've ever met, kinda. Like, I can write him at any time in the day and he'll be there and sit with me. So all I can say is like a really world-class coach and driven like no other person. So yeah, that's my first impression, but obviously it's only been a month or two. So
yeah,
I think it's better to ask in a year, but for now, I have nothing negative to say. There's a reason.
There's plenty of time to change that. Yeah.
There's a reason. I think there's a reason he's the GOAT coach, to be honest.
What's been the focus for you guys? Is it tactical stuff? Is it getting teammates on the same page? More personal angle to it? Like how do you? You're not starting from scratch entirely because you guys have the core from ENCE, but with the new team coming in, what's the foundation built on?
I think a lot of it has been about being effective and being on the same page. And I think we've been really good at it, and knowing that the work that we put in, we cannot really look back and have regrets. And I think so far it's hard to find places where we could have done a lot of stuff differently. If we wanted more short-term success, we could have started by playing more. But I think for the long term, it's important to have the approach that Lars and Danny have with the boot camp without PCs in order to get the socials up and make sure that the problems in the future get dealt with early on. So yeah, for short term, we could obviously have done things differently, but I think we're doing it the right way, and we have been as effective with our time as we possibly could, and I think we're working as hard as we possibly can, and then if things go south, we at least cannot look at the work we've been doing and regret that.
So I didn't know that. So talk to me about that. You guys had a boot camp without PCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
What did you guys do? Just hang out, sing Kumbaya?
No, but I think what was it? 4 days.
Yeah.
4 days. We had 4 days where we just, basically it's just talking like right now. We're sitting down talking about everything, like how we want to behave, how we want to be, how we want to interact with each other, how is people's individual goals, what is the team goals, what do we want to improve on. We basically take everything in 4 days and we talk about almost anything because we need to make sure that we are on the same page.
Yeah.
And that is also one thing is sitting with new people. Obviously I've known these guys for a long time, but I've never really talked with them for more than 30 minutes maybe.
Sure.
And that is why it's also very important that we get to know each other, like socially, that we get on the same vibe, we get to know each other a little bit. What is Alvaro like? What does he like to do when he's like having time off? And like all these kind of things, I think it's very important to actually be a performing team, because if we don't spend time with each other outside of the server, it's going to be very difficult traveling so much, like traveling all around the world. And if I really didn't like Marco, it would be very difficult for me to actually respect him as a captain, because he's going to have a lot of authority in the team, a big voice. And if I don't have like this connection with him, it's going to make the job very difficult. And I think that is why it's been very good for us to have 4 days where we get to know each other, we get on the same page, and we get to understand how we want to approach the whole plan and how we want to approach tactically, physically, mentally, like how everything we want to like go into the server, outside, everything. Yeah, it's just so much talking.
It's a bit boring, actually. It's a lot about getting. There's a lot about setting the expectations, right, and making sure that we are on the same page and prioritizing where we want to do good. And as I said, that if that means down prioritizing Blast, for example, in order to be more ready for the RMR, that's what we're gonna do.
You guys, I mean, I guess my question to you guys would be like, conversation is about you guys building this new team, but it's not from scratch. So for you guys coming in from ENCE, the three of you together, does this feel like a big difference? Does it feel like you're just bringing 2 new people into ENCE? Is it trying to actually build a new team? Like, what's been the angle so far?
I think we had a great balance of adding the things we did before in ENCE and also adding the new things that Emil likes to do and Mo likes to do. So I think it was great balance, especially on CT side. I think on T side we added a lot from what we like to do in ENCE before, but on CT side now we are adding new things, and just overall it's not like it's been from scratch everything. I think it's been very easy for me, especially because I've been in the core before. So all the call outs, all the strats names and everything, it's been like before, so it's much easier. But for example, for Emil and Mo, it's a little bit harder to. Yeah, but for me, it's been good.
I think a lot of it has also been about like having different tasks. So we are trying to take the best of the different teams we were in, of course, right? Both from Vitality and from ENCE. And I think a lot of it is obviously it's better that we focus on different areas. Me and Sonic, I have one area, he has one area, and then we try to get on the same page before we meet for practice, me and him, and I think that's how it goes.
Similar for you, Senpai? Has it been a big adjustment? Has it been pretty easy?
I mean, at the end, it's a new team. Even if we came from ENCE, Vitality, and Boris from Falcons, it's a completely new team. So also the protocols and everything, like, we have to build them from zero, actually. Because at the end, we came from different cultures, and we just need to start from zero, but I think we are doing a pretty good job. We are just evolving really fast, and this is something that I really like.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be a good mix.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys just kind of touched on this. You've taken like a very long-term vision rather than short-term success. So how did the first Blast go? Obviously, wasn't priority in terms of like we have to win, we have to do amazing. But what are the main takeaways from essentially your first 3 officials together?
I think there was good takeaways in general, mainly because, as we said, it was not a prioritized tournament, which meant that instead of doing the practice, we were doing the bootcamp without PC. And that obviously meant there wasn't so much time, but from the first game where we played terrible CS, we fixed a lot of stuff, we had some data, we came in much stronger for the OG game, and I think we also came in stronger for the Vitality game, where we actually, with a little bit less mistakes and maybe a bit more firepower in that match, we would have taken that match also. So I would say that from the first match there was a big development into the second and the third, and now we have a lot of data from those matches which we can review and improve. And obviously we also had some days in order to build a little bit more of the foundation for some of the maps where we felt like we lacked a little bit of oomph.
Yeah. What's it like for you as an in-game leader trying to like bring in new elements that aren't from ENCE? Because I imagine as time goes on, we're gonna see you guys look less and less like old ENCE.
I mean, I think no matter what, like I obviously have my style, so that is going to be brought with me. But I think a lot of the stuff that we're trying to bring that Vitality was better at than us at was especially like on CT side, where I would say that it was one of our weaknesses from ENCE, where it was a really strong suit from Vitality. So we're trying to take some of their approach from that. And then also, for example, on a map like Nuke, I'm not going to go into detail, but Sonic brought a strat which I would say was one of, if not our highest success rate. So we're trying to bring the best of both worlds and try to take some of the good stuff from both teams, because I think at the end of CSGO we were two of the top 3 teams in the world. So I mean, it would be stupid not to take the best from both worlds, right?
Yeah. You were like the first player, I guess, to sign on to this project with Danny going over. Was that just where do you fall? Like, what's the motivation for you? Is it wanting to work with Danny and having a close relationship with him? Is it kind of taking on a new challenge of kind of another team that you're taking up to the top? I mean, Astralis, you kind of came in and revitalized them. Vitality, you built from the ground up. Is that project like appealing to you, starting from zero, essentially?
I think it's never appealing to start from zero, no. I mean, it's always difficult in the sense, for me, and I also mentioned this when I wrote about it, is that for me it's very important as a person to be comfortable and be happy. And that is also why working with Lars and obviously also Danny since 2018, that means comfort zone. And that means I know what I'm working with and what I can expect from them, but also from my players, because I know the standards they set. And I think that is, you know, I've had periods in Astralis where I was also dealing with some anxiety, and that was obviously, you know, tough periods. And the only person who could help me with that was Lars, and he got me out of those situations, and he learned me about, like, I got to learn myself a lot more because of him. Mm-hmm. And I think like these things is obviously some of the things that fans, they don't care about and they don't really look into, like how I'm dealing with my personal things, and because they don't see them, which is also fair. But you know, that is why it's very important for me to be in my comfort zone, because I know if I go beyond some certain lines that I will get to be the bad version of myself, the one that was toxic, the one that was not working hard enough, and the one that was not, like, you know, in a good mindset. And I think that is why I need to work with persons like them, because if I'm not the best version of myself, I'll not be performing. I'll not be the best anchor. I will not be the good teammate that's willing to jump and all these kind of things. And I just felt like that I needed to get to make a new step and follow them, because, yeah, again, if I'm gonna be living this life, I want to be happy. I want to go to work and enjoy work. I want to be a good version of myself, that when I'm home with my girlfriend and my family and all these kind of things, that I'm going to be a good version of myself, because I don't want to do this job if I'm not happy. Yeah. And if I don't feel comfortable with myself. And that is why I ultimately made the decision to leave Vitality, because, as I also said, I can understand why it looks weird. And I can understand why people are questioning it. But at the end of the day, I don't think any job is worth if you're not happy. And that is also why
that structure around you,
and that is what Lars and Danny brings. They bring structure to my everyday life. They, you know, they bring comfort, all these kind of things. And I think that is, that is just very important for me as a person. And I know people may not see that, but you know, if I'm not happy, you know, we always had a meme, but Danny, he always said happy Emil or grumpy Emil. And that is two different versions. And, you know, I need to be happy Emil to be the best anchor.
Have you guys seen Grumpy Emil yet?
Not so much.
Not yet.
To be honest, I actually been very pleasantly surprised with Emil. I would say that I don't think people necessarily give Emil his credits for what he does in the server. I also think it was a joke that he was 17 in the world on HLTV. Like, if you go in, you should actually go in and look, obviously, at the data and look into positions instead of just taking the raw numbers. You need to look into the details, where if a person is playing the spot, how much above baseline on this position is he? And like, if Emil is top 3 or number 1 on every single CT position he plays, there's no way he should be number 17. He should have been in the top 10, in my opinion. So I think undervalued, and we definitely value him here.
Cool. You guys feel the same way? I mean,
yes,
for sure. Yeah, good for you.
Thank you.
That's gonna make you happy and comfortable.
You know, I don't like getting praise.
No.
Well, that's why we do it. We like to make you uncomfortable on camera.
That, you know, it's always been my weakness. I don't like getting praise.
I like it a little.
Yeah, but that is what I say. It's weird for me because I like it, but I don't like it. If that makes sense.
You like the compliment initially, and then as it extends on and goes on,
it becomes too much.
You got to sit there and just take all that happiness and all that positivity. And I mean, speaking of you, I mean, Sampais, you had a great year last year, like a real step up in your career. It felt like.
The beast from Spain.
Yeah, that's got to be another person on this team that just is a little underappreciated. What was that like for you, just kind of seemingly breaking out last year? That had to be a cool feeling. You had that great Cologne, great series against Vitality.
No, that was not good.
That had to have been a fun year to experience that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I developed a lot for myself.
Yeah.
I learned a lot from Ense. And right now, my goals are just to keep developing myself, and let's see how this year is going. But yeah, for sure, like, I'm really happy about my results the last year, but I'm willing to do more. I know myself. I know I have a lot of potential still, so I will just try to release it.
Sure. Well, what's it been like for you guys, like building this team? Like there's crazy expectations for this team, and we saw it when, you know, the roster was kind of trying to come together. The whole Nico thing was happening, and when that kind of fell through, you could see the expectations of people expecting Falcons to be this dangerous super team. And now that you guys have the Ents core, it's still kind of there because Ents was the second best team last year, third best team, whatever you want to put them at. What's it like trying to build a new team with those expectations? Do you guys feel like added pressure of what people expect from you?
I don't have any pressure, especially because I've been with those two guys, and it's always been very nice for me. It's like a family vibe, and also Emil now. I know Danny a little bit more, and with Lars. I just feel like family and just a place where we are working hard, but I don't feel so much like pressure and stuff. Obviously, I'm just this kind of a person. I go into the server, I don't think about pressure, what everyone else thinks. I just go and I do my job, and I do it with confidence. Obviously, sometimes it doesn't work, but I just like to play CS with confidence.
That dirty hard job.
Yeah, I don't have the pressure outside the server of what people will say. I don't care. I'll just do my best. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it works, it works. So I don't feel any pressure outside.
For you guys, something similar?
I think it's also a lot about I'm going back to the bootcamp without PCs, because this is also where we are aligning our own expectations in the sense that, yes, we have the core for men's, but we also have two new players. We have a new coach and everything. I think it's very important that, yes, we might have a team that on paper in the future should make results, of course. I mean, we expect that ourselves, and everyone else does that. But right now in the beginning, we cannot sit and expect to go out and just win Katowice. We cannot go expect and just go out and win the major. It doesn't mean it can't happen, but it also means that we need to be realistic. And in the sense that, yes, we have a core, but that, as Alvaro also says, it is about building a new team, because there is protocols that need to be built. And we have two different players who likes different things than Nerds and also Duha. I mean, it's very important that we just...
I think there's some big differences also in player roles, especially because we had 3 riflers suddenly that was not used to playing the good roles. Like both Madden and Boros was not used to having the best roles. So in a way we had to upgrade everyone. Like, it was a very weird situation, because normally you have too many star riflers, because the way people normally find players is they go to tier 2, they find the best rifler, and you always place the best roles. But we were in a situation where everyone had to get better roles, which was that's people have new roles. Then the other thing that people don't think so much about is the fact that we played together as a core in CSGO. We barely played CS2, because we went straight from the showdown, which was in CSGO, to Sydney without practice in CS2, and then we were in full roster turmoil before we went to CS2 Asia with a stand-in again. So we actually didn't have time in CS2 to actually develop and follow the meta. So we have to do it now. So yeah, we have a core, and obviously there's certain things that you can bring from that core. But had it been CSGO, it would have been completely different. Because then we could just say, this is good, this is good, that is good, this is good. But it's different now, because half of the stuff we used to do either cannot be done, because let's say Nuke as an example, the whole door area is different with smoking the molly through hot and stuff like. You cannot do these things anymore. Or on certain other maps, like strats that used to work was different because you could use one-way smokes within the strat, and but now it's obviously you can use smokes in a different way, a different tactical way. Molly spread more. Pika's advantage. There's a lot of things to consider. So yeah, it's obviously the old core, but it's the old core from CSGO, and that is something that people need to also remember. We cannot just copy what we had. We can copy certain elements, but we definitely cannot copy the strat book.
Is it a little like reinvigorating having like these changes to the game that like let everyone, it almost kind of automatically focuses you, right?
Yeah, but I think it's really good, and I think it's I've really felt like over the last 2 or 3 weeks we are getting more into the meta, because obviously we were out of the meta because we hadn't been practicing in CS2. But I feel like it's fun every day to see that you find another gimmick, you find like a way to abuse certain smokes, you find ways to do different utility, like. You get more into the meta, and the goal is in the end to get in front of the meta, right? Which is the ultimate goal. But we had some catching up to do due to the fact that Emil wasn't playing in CS2. I was barely playing in CS2 because we changed teams. Yep. Boros wasn't really playing in CS2 because he was in Falcons. That wasn't part of anything. And Madden and Alvaro was in full roster turmoil. So that's also why obviously the process will be maybe a little bit longer than had it been CSGO, because then I think it would have been way easier to adapt.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's all the time we got for you guys. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been great fun. Good luck at this event.
Yeah. Thank you.
Flying into the meta, perhaps, are the Falcons. Flying out of the van, for sure. And here into the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, ready for the Hall of Heroes, ready to see if they can hang on here by the grip of their talons. To test them, it's the Rebels, and it is elimination on the line. So here on the desk, we got two guys who can give it the gravitas it deserves. We got Yanko and Pimp.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Okay, I don't.
No? What do you want? You want levity? No gravitas?
That's fine for me.
I can levitate after a couple of drinks.
Where to?
Anywhere.
Anywhere, really. After enough drinks, anywhere you want whatsoever. The question is, can they levitate themselves still in here, right? Because at this point, there's a trapdoor opening under their feet. It's labeled elimination. And for a team like Falcons, that's a very ambitious project. That means a lot on the line. For Rebels, though, well, they've been loving it, right? I mean, they are already performing above expectations. They're loving their time here. And we actually have some words as well from their coach, Sparrow, about their approach to this game.
Rebels may be looking at trying to achieve a dream run here, but I've got their coach Sparrow with me here. And I want to start by looking at the FaZe game yesterday. Okay, it was a loss, but what did you make of it afterwards? What did you look at? Was it a positive experience?
Yes, it was a loss, and it's always not a happy thing. But, you know, like we had like a kind of a really good comeback in the game, because we lost first half like very big advantage they have, and yeah, it was really good for us because we showed good mental, and we are still happy. Yeah, the FaZe is like the second team in the world, and we still put a fight against them.
Exactly that. That was my thoughts as well, so I'm glad you think the same. Now, you're going against Falcons next, and it's an elimination match, but this is a Falcons that are not kind of yet finding their form. Does the game against FaZe and how you played give you extra confidence today?
Yes, exactly. Like I said, we put a fight, and we also in the play-ins won against Cloud9, so we are capable to win against really good teams. So yeah, we are feeling like the confidence, and they are also in the not good shape. What we see. So yeah, I think we can surprise them. Of course, they are favorite in this game, but still we can surprise, and I hope we will make it.
That's what it's about, right? Trying to surprise them and catch them while they're not looking. But I want to say, for your team, your players, what have you told them before this game? What is the mindset?
To be honest, I told them a lot because we had to analyze and stuff. But of course, the plan of our game. But yeah, I just said them, just let's have fun, because we did our job. We are here in the top 16 best teams through the next to best teams in the world. So we are just happy. We like Polish viewers are also happy that we are here. We have 2 Polish teams and also doing really good job. So yeah, that's it. We are just now following our dreams and trying to play our best.
Well, let's see if trying to play your best will take you a step further, because they're going up against Falcons next.
Following their dreams. Man, these guys were all smiles after getting beat down. And I know the scorelines look a little bit closer, but they were cosmetic comebacks right at the end, right? That was FaZe in absolute control.
Yeah, I think also they're absolutely the upset of this tournament, making it into the top 16. That's why they said they already did their job to an extent, right? Especially beating Cloud9 in that best of 1 to kick off the tournament. But that's how you have to do it. You have to stay positive. I think they're going to be in for a rude awakening, though, here against Falcons. You know, that comeback against FaZe. I mean, when you're up 10-2 and FaZe also, their mindset going into a game versus Rebels, they're not going to be too concerned by. It's one of those games where you know that no matter what's actually going on the server, you know you're going to end up winning the game somehow. There's really no doubt in their minds, I feel like, for FaZe in that series. So on the other side of things, like Falcons, I think the rumors of their demise have been a bit premature, because you look at who they've played so far and their losses are to Astralis and Vitality at Blast, 2 very strong teams, and then Eternal Fire, who I think is flying a little bit under the radar at the moment and who played great in their opening game here in Katowice. So I still think they're a massive favorite in this matchup.
I'll have to echo that sentiment. You know, for Rebels to be in the group stage in itself, a massive surprise. They did deserve it, you know. However, they were the one taking down Cloud9 in their best of 1. Arguably a bit of luck in the lower bracket as well, having to face a weakened M80 to get here. But you can only win who's in front of you. As Janko said, you know, in for a bit of awakening right here. Maybe they found some confidence against FaZe yesterday. Maybe this cosmetic comeback gave them a belief that, listen, we can play Counter-Strike at a top tier level. We can pressure some of the best teams and some of the best players in the world. But that wasn't really the case. As Janko said, FaZe were way ahead. They were already mentally out of the game. You know, they had already won it before they even joined the server. They need to show it today against a team like Falcons, who are, as Janko said, sure, they lost to some decent teams so far, but they're far from a finished product. So if you're Rebels right now, this is your one opportunity to finally make a mark.
Still, it does feel like every moment they've gained confidence, right? Even in some of the losses as well. Just knowing that you can hang on the server, looking at the face that's on the other side when the glass goes transparent, having a good time with it. But let's talk about those faces on the other side, right? Because for Falcons, the expectations are much higher. We do expect at some point for this team to gel, to become something truly tremendous based on the names that they put behind it. And to hear how they're approaching this game, James Banks caught up with Zonic, the coach on the other side.
Falcon Zonic stood by the side of me, coaching and trying to build on this new team. I've got questions when it comes to the maps and how you were playing yesterday, and I want to see what your opinion was, especially when it comes to Vertigo, because we saw you play it at Blast. Did you still see some of the same mistakes? Are things still not fixed to where you want?
I think everything went to shit, to be honest, yesterday. To be fair, obviously Eternal Fire played a good game yesterday, but I think no matter which map that we played yesterday, we were probably a loss, because I think the whole cohesion between the team was just off. And this happened. It also happened in Vitality. It also happened in Astralis, even during our good periods. But we obviously went home and talked about it. But hopefully I will see a better team today.
And when you say about seeing a better team today, right? What was the thing you noticed first of all yesterday that was off that you want to make sure doesn't happen today?
I think there was that we obviously made some mistakes from the playbook, and I think now with MR12 you cannot afford to make nade fails or missing running patterns or whatever it is, and I think that kind of frustrated the team a little bit. And then we became hesitant, and whenever someone was calling something, there was just a lot of doubt, and that was just it happens sometimes, and you just need to, when you have more time, you have more things in the playbook that you can go back to. You know, we call this, having an anchor. Yes. So you can go back to maybe play a little bit slower, maybe play a default or do set executes or whatever it is. And we just didn't have a deep enough playbook to have something to fall back on yesterday.
In terms of that deep enough playbook, does that mean the playbook's still not there, right? That we can't expect that to change if it happens again today?
No, of course, we had some really long talks yesterday. And I also, had to stomp in the ground and, try and motivate the guys. But we had some good talks yesterday, and I'm expecting a lot better showing today. But of course, we didn't fix our playbook in 24 hours. That's impossible.
Definitely impossible. But if there's a man to inspire some people and motivate them, I know you can do it, Danny. I want to ask though, against Rebels, is it a bit of a confidence-boosting game you're looking at in this, or could they be a real threat to you?
I mean, I saw their games. And especially also against FaZe. I mean, there were definitely some rounds where, again, lose both pistol rounds in some of the games, and they still look really competitive. So I think they are a strong team, and I also know how motivated you are when you're a Polish guy trying to enter this beautiful arena. So knowing that from my time in Denmark, they were going to do everything they can to progress. Now everyone is talking about ends, but I know these guys also really wants to go far.
Okay, well, let's hope you're ready for it. Zonic now got a lot of work to do, but this game hopefully will go their way.
Healthy dose of respect there from the legend, but how are we expecting this to go for Falcons?
Let's be completely honest, right? You have a guy like Sonic, the most winning coach ever in terms of the majors. You have a guy like Magix as well, deciding to leave Vitality. Out of their own free will, they go away from the best team in the world. They go away from guaranteed success in order to build up this project within the Falcons, right? I respect that. I respect the tenure. I respect the ambition to go in and try to build it up from the ground and upwards. But we can't have a serious conversation right here where Falcons should be fearful of Rebels coming into a game like this. Elimination when you used to be on the best team in the world, when you're two of the most winning entities we have in Counter-Strike.
I think the bigger concern for Falcons is just getting on the same page, right? And for things that Zonic was talking about in terms of players, you know, either forgetting the playbook or kind of miscommunication, and especially that part about having doubt in each other, you don't want to see that. So they're still in the process of team building the relationships within the team. Obviously, you have the core events, but you know, you need all 5 guys to be on the same page for the team to function. So I think absolutely after a loss to Eternal Fire, they're looking for a bounce back win here against Rebels and to try and get some momentum here in Katowice.
I mean, it kind of harkens back to what we were hearing in the break, actually, with Jason's sit-down with Falcon saying, you know, even with that core coming over, it's also the transition into a new game as they broke up.
Listen,
There's a lot to rebuild.
Snappy has a really good knack of sort of explaining to you his difficulties. I don't want to say make excuses because it's not, because they're not excuses. He's right. They're
contextualizing.
They're facts, but he's contextual, and you're like, yeah, I actually haven't really thought about it. Now he's putting that, I want it to be like harsher.
Yeah.
Now it feels like a little bit more unfair. So I don't know. He just gets you to root for him somehow always.
Well, we can read between the lines as well. We know Snappy trusts Madden. We know Snappy trusts Sun Payers. We know Snappy should trust Magix. There's no way Magix is not a trusted entity within Falcons. So when they're saying trust in each other, they mean trust in Boros. They mean trust in that, you know, final weak link sort of within the team. That's the one position where we're not satisfied just yet, where we haven't seen Boros come to life. So for my money, Falcons is an interesting project. They're going to need some more time for sure, but there's still one player, there's still one position within the team that are up in the air right now, where Boros at this tournament, in this game, and the next couple of weeks at Damar will have to solidify whether or not he's going to be part of the future or not.
And there's a little bit of, I don't want to say identity crisis, but some how they set the game up, for example, on Nuke a little bit range where, you know, Snappy is playing Yard on the CT side, right? Like, well, Boros is doing it on the T side, and then he's the RAM player on the CT side. It feels like I had probably 2 or 3 names I would guess would be going there before Snappy, but we'll see Nuke as the decider here in the veto. Both teams like it, have picked it on different occasions, sort of now going for Vertigo for the side of Rebels, Anubis for the side of Falcons, and we see Rebels picking T-side on that map as well, wanting to be the ones that sort of start the game, that dictate the pace of it.
They like a frisky engagement, right? Over on the Rebel side, that's certainly something that we've seen over the course of it. I think it's caught a few teams off guard. These are maybe not the names you're looking at when you're looking at mass, you know, coming up mechanical talent, but they've got it in spades. Final thoughts here? What are we getting here?
I think we've seen certain individuals pop off. You know, look out for Olymp. I think he's been playing exceptionally well for the Rebels. He needs to play well, then maybe we'll have a chance of a third map.
Well, we'll see if we do indeed. Eyes on Olymp. Eyes over to our casters at Scrawny and Launders to take it away.
Why, thank you, Darth. You know what? You guys can keep your eyes on the game, but lend us your ears. All right, we got Rebels versus Falcons on Vertigo to kick off the last best of 3 of the evening here on the A stream. IEM Katowice, full of hopes and dreams as the Spodek beckons, and the dreams of Rebels already coming to fruition somewhat, playing in the group stage, not just a play-in appearance like all of the Polish rosters that have come before them, but actually taken names, that big best-of-1 upset over Cloud9 to really put themselves on the radar. And it'd be one thing if ENCE, you know, were able to do this, and then Poland could be proud, but it's the fact we've got 2 Polish cores, Rebels included, trying to chase that Spodek dream. It's going to be a bit of a dream in the face of the Falcons, who go for the 4-player short side stack. Big aim duel queued up towards site. Snappy going down without any, but Boros is able to extend around the side, and it's Olymp, who we were told to keep our eyes on, that gets it back with 2 kills. Interesting.
Yeah, it's the walk back to heaven. Obviously, more options there. Interesting. Immediately reads this as a B play, and it's actually correct early. I guess Senpai is just playing split the difference. They peeled back to re-aggress into the A site. I mean, obviously, a flank isn't going to take place, but they want to make it seem like it's going to be B.
Do you get nervous if you're Senpai?
I don't think so. I think it's fun to play situations like this. I'm sure you do too.
Yeah, of course.
And as a CT, I feel like you're the one in control of the fear. But it is also, you're kind of just gambling, which is fun.
Which is also fun. Yeah, somebody call our boy Larry. It's when you hear that bomb has been planted line, though, and you're on the opposite side of the map, that suddenly your stomach sinks. Like, ugh, all right.
Retake.
Yeah, with no kit and outnumbered 2-1. But down to the 20 seconds, Senpai, yeah, waiting for the B play. It's not going to come. They're concerned about the ramp flank here with this bomb plant. They're going to double down into the CT shelf. Senpai, can he piece this together?
I think he has, actually.
I feel like they made sound as they jumped back there, so Senpai has a clue. There's a question about whether they can just swing and trade Senpai. It would be two beautiful taps. Oh, Flay makes sure to give the cover, and it is Rebels indeed. Picking up pistol and doing it off the back foot. That double kill out of Olymp just turned the tide entirely.
Yeah, he got a shutout from Pip on the desk for being a big part of the upset. And the run so far, making top 16 at Kato is really cool. Be able to say that, and yeah, it's got two Polish cores going on so far, but then we also have 2 IGLs. We got Shuhei, we got Snacks.
And the beauty of that is that guarantees at least one player from Poland in the Spodek.
And we got Taz as a coach.
Look at him go.
Taz as a coach. That is also really cool. I mean, that could potentially be very special for him, and it's 2014.
I interviewed him on the second media day. I said, what's it like, man? You're coming back. Spodek beckons. He said, last time I was in there, we didn't have much fun. I said, yeah, but think about all the good times. He said, I'll try.
That is so Taz. That's funny when, I think during the Blast content, then Taz asked him, or he was talking to Taz. He's like, man, when I was a player, or when I was when you were a player, I was scared of you. We all were when we had to work with him because we didn't know what he was going to say. His answers were always so hard to predict.
It's good to keep you on your toes.
And he'd ask you questions during the interviews too. That would make it.
Oh, Taz doesn't play by your rules.
Yeah, he is the rules.
Rules dictate that the Galils here from Rebels should be able to chew through sight, and they're doing so nice enough.
I think Polska Gora means Polish mountain, but I also read Poland rules. Does Taz Gora mean Taz rules?
I don't know, man. Put it out there.
Zivik rules.
Yeah, sure. No resistance. No casualties. No stopping Rebels out of the gates here. Nice clean 2-0. I don't think Falcons have any real good excuse to lose this game. I know they're a new roster, but I still hold them to high regard, considering it is the core of a top team in 2023, with an addition of Magisk, who makes every roster better, and a coach that should be able to gel everything together. What he said.
I would love to know.
What he said, unless it's a bad thing, and then I don't say that.
I still want to say it.
Chasing him down, Kisarek. Nice pressure from short side. Players thinking they could get a peek going behind fire, but not the case. But yeah, Falcons, I know that, versus the top tier competition in the world right now, we're still going to put that asterisk next to them.
Yeah.
This is the challengers in Rebels. No offense, Rebels Gaming. This should be Falcons just cutting through the first round of the lower bracket in Group A.
Yeah, they should. Falcons. I mean, Zodic was talking about having long talks yesterday and all the stuff they need to figure out. And he said some of the calls weren't being respected necessarily. So
can't hide there.
Yeah.
What you doing, Senpai? You got them thick thighs. and you're not getting behind sandbags. This one starts to go south with the MAC-10 and the Deagle kill.
Okay.
Flay's here. All is good for Flay. 3 frags on the round as he deals with that pesky mid presence.
Great start, Rebels. But yeah, he was sort of seemed a little bit tilted about MR12, which is, I mean, it's a bit of an excuse. Everyone has to play MR12. I'd say actually lots of people are.
Well, not simple.
That's true. That's the thing. Either don't play or don't make an excuse. It's not changing. Can't be talking about this for the next 5 years, 10 years, however long, whatever. So, and a lot of people, I mean, it's always the case that whoever's winning is happy with whatever the game is. But I asked FaZe like how they felt about CS2 in the winter. They're like, we've made every comeback, so we're actually totally fine with the formats.
Yeah, keep it coming.
But that was really good proof that they survived the worst of it. I don't think we're going to see Falcons singing and laughing in this matchup, even if they're winning.
No, because that's the beauty here.
It's a nice advantage here for Rebels. I like that.
Rebels already feel like winners. They made it through the play-in. You know, they exceeded all expectations already.
Their good win was versus Cloud9, though, but that would give me confidence that I could take a win like this if I've already beaten Cloud9 at this event.
They're going to talk every step of the way. Good, enjoy it. For however long it lasts, enjoy it. Teams that have fun are teams that win. That's what they need to tell themselves as they sit pretty 3 rounds up at the start of this one. Their map choice, of course, don't forget it. Team Falcons first buy. Let's see if they can wipe those smiles off their faces quickly. This trio of ramp players in Madden, Snappy, Boros. Served up issues to some of their competition thus far in 24. Snappy in the sea of utility here, trying to hone in on SNX. Yeah, gets a little rambunctious in the smoke, delivers his head on a silver platter. That's an easy 5v4. And then they go bursting into the B site instead, overwhelming Magus because he only gets his one. Sunpius at bat, missed shot.
Uh-oh.
Now that bomb's looking to be planted. Good assistance out
they
from
got him.
Boros. They do drop the Opera in the meantime. Madden tries to push outwards. Olymp, excellent double. Madden, though, right there to close it. Falcons on the board with 1 standing, but only 1 standing.
Yeah, leave it to Madden. He saved the day right there. Everyone else got 1, essentially, and then Madden had to step up as well.
Everybody but Sunpius.
Yeah.
He died with nothing.
He got some info. Boros has had a few bad maps, actually, since we last... He was good at Blast. I remember that his first game in 2 games, very good. He was on Vertigo, I think. It was like, oh, we're going to get an establishing shot of him on CS2. They're a pretty new team. Let's see. Surprisingly impressed by Boros, but last few maps have been pretty bad stats. And I'll just say stats because I didn't actually watch the games myself. So we know how brutal CS2 stats can be in terms of telling the story right now, especially for like high frag players like entries and things like that. Makes it even more volatile than it used to be. But not a great sign, something to think about. They're going to need every little bit here versus the Rebels.
Ooh, going up and over Sunpius, he's in transition. But he gets into the elevator room to go bolster that A play. Falcons have put Olymp in a spot that could come back to cost them. Kisarek dodging the threat of that short play, but Magisk, gets caught. And there's a second player underneath as well, right?
He's got speed here.
SNX is ahead of the pack, and this could very well catch off the next player.
Oh my God.
Sunpius not ready for the timing. Beautifully crept through from Rebels.
They just have this huge... I mean, that was weird. They had a huge gap on mid right there, Falcons. That was pretty sloppy, right? I mean, all that we saw was Sunpius coming through mid about 30 seconds before that. Makes his way over towards the A site. Magus comes to take up duty to take that relay full 20 seconds, 30 seconds later. They boosted someone up to wait for a push on Heaven. It ends up being that guy who gets Magus because he's up there so late. They could have walked by him. They didn't even need to take that fight. So they almost won that round twice before even killing him. That's really strange. That's really strange. You know, usually if you don't know the other team, the opponent that well, because obviously Falcons are only going to do so much prep for a game where it should be lopsided in their favor. They're going to focus on playing their best game, and that should truly be the best way to play. Yeah, that's right. Rebels are on top. I mean, right there, they're the better team right now. It's a very ephemeral amount of rounds, but like
they're making moves.
This is the best. I mean,
they got strategies.
They had a glaring. They exposed a glaring error of Falcons. They executed well. So, kind of confused why they just left that open. What I was gonna say is, it is probably smart if you're the super favorite to play your own game.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Snap back to reality. Quick peek from Boros. Reminds them the level that they may be running into as this round goes on. But just Boros, he's managed to get 2 more headshots somewhere else on the map. Boros, he's queued this one up with ease. Sunpius, it gets messy. God. And Flay's able to react. Cover towards short. Madden in the eyes of the Opper. Flay can't quick scope him down, so Boros just goes
bananas.
Yeah, that's a way to put it. I don't get to see those second and third headshots. Replay it up. We got to see what the hell just happened. We saw the first one and how fast it was.
Inside of middle, yeah.
God dang.
What I was going to say was basically take care of all your choke points in a match. Don't leave like huge gaps on a map without much pressure in a game like this. You don't need to like lean heavily, right?
There's the first laser beam.
Oh. The way downtown spray transfer to the back.
And clean up on aisle A. Turn those Falcon mics on. I want to know what they're saying. I want to hear them clap back. 283 damage out of
Falcons
Boros.
on top. I didn't have any rhythm when I tried to copy Kissarak there.
You just don't have it like he does.
Yeah.
Sorry, man.
I don't have that joy in my heart like he does.
Leave it to the pros, would ya?
Leave it to the polls.
Sunpius, forward angle in mid. Bop! He's got SNX easy. And Boros is here too. No follow through from the top mid play out of Rebels. So they've got 2 at the base of B. Their teammates coming to join him. Kissarek's going to take the entry duties into both hands. He's got the frag grenade coming at him. Won't make his job any easier. Flash is fantastic from Boros. Magisk maximizes off it. And with that, they could just slot into a 5v3. Run little risk from here on out. And Falcons should be closing the gap. I feel like a monster truck commentator with this new sick voice of mine.
That's pretty good.
Gravedigger does the double backflip into car crush 5540.
That actually made it sound like you weren't sick at all.
I thank everybody for bearing with me. Let's see if Snappy can leave an opening. Nope, he's going to shut the door on the crane. Ah, little cheeky headshot on Flay as well, who didn't really do anything wrong, just kind of took a straight to the face. Trying to be the third in the pack, and no running, no hiding, Olymp Falcons. Welcome to the game.
As Boros that brought him back in. Every time we try to get out. But they're worried about MR12, you know, and they already gave up the start. So this is their deepest, darkest fears right now. It's a bad start, and then, we didn't get the pistol round. What were we supposed to do? So they're going to have to show some more grit.
Good. I think that this team needs to be challenged early.
I also don't sound perfect, so I can't be handing out.
And we're just a couple duds. Just
still having fun though.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Counter-Strike. I want to see Falcons tested. I want to see this project have its hands full at times.
Oh my god, that's such a great swing.
There's 5 of them coming at you, and Madden has to give it up. But at least he doesn't also die.
I'm telling you, when 5 people speak English, they don't swing like that.
Nah, it's true.
And I'm not saying it has to be Polish, but it's got to be some other language all at once.
What are some countries on the list that you want to see?
Finnish.
You want to see a full Finnish
I
roster
want to see
again?
a full Finnish lineup again, yeah.
Havu's calling.
I want to see a full Swedish lineup again. I think that's one.
Eyeballers.
Yeah. I want to see a full Spanish team again. I was actually sad about Sampaius originally going to ENS because of that. Still, it was. I will admit,
Careful,
though.
rifles up. Hold on. SNX.
True.
He's going to creep around, and that's going to sideline Magisk.
Oh, clean one.
Good response from Boros. So,
Push them back, yeah.
Yeah, does a good job of getting the M4 in without being spotted. Making the most of a bad situation. Remember, this was all Glocks. They got 2 kills with it. They had a little chance if Boros wasn't as clean with it. But that is indeed the tied game.
Yeah, yeah.
So Finland,
Sweden,
Spain. One more.
Canada.
Well, that one's never going to happen.
I mean, that's probably how a lot of countries feel, you know?
Maybe
I'm running the lands in Canada, so...
That's fair.
Oh, that's where we find that's where we make players, man. That's where they come from.
Boros is looking clean, and I think that bodes very well for Falcons. Like you said, has had a couple off maps since the very hot debut. I think this is a game where Boros should dominate because he made a name for himself being so much better than the rest of Tier 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's the environment that we expect Boros to thrive within. Waterfall smoke. And a molly for Kisarek to deal with. He's back. Doesn't want to take any more damage. Could have been plenty more nades where that one came from. This is a round where there's no mid control, no B presence, just 5 ramp again. It's what got them that opening kill last round with only Glocks. Sampaius in the danger zone. Here it comes, the rumblings of the commitment. Rebels can't help but make sound on the approach. Madden's trying to swing out with the player to support him on Crane.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, caught out in no man's land.
Great peeks from Kisarek. Snappy, when do you aggress? He's got a good line of support behind him.
Magist serving up a good distraction. Sampaius down empty-handed. Snappy gets the dink, but SNX still thrives. Boros, he's on the scene, and he's gonna have to be everything now in the 1v2. It's a fake to get him to spray. That's 2 Ts confirmed.
Oh, this is the right move. This side of the smoke.
Challenge pressing out. It's being watched by Casey, though. He still slides out, wins the fight. Olymp along the wall. He's going to peek right side. Boros sees the shadow, loses Duiz. And Olymp's going to pick this one up.
Boros got a little frustrated about it because he knew exactly how that fight would turn out. That was a really good read on that situation. And I got to say, Boros, again, one of those players who is an entry, but does have clutch skills for sure, for sure. Really like how he plays those 1vx situations. Nice try, but he was really the only thing about this round, like you said, that Falcons had going for it. That and Snappy's dinks. Got that kill on the dink for Snappy. That was good.
Yeah, it's really Madden who dies out in the open before getting the real peak on ramp, just dueling versus a headshot angle. And then, of course, Sampaius on short dies empty-handed.
Sun dies a lot, some would say.
Who would say that?
Sundias.
Little artillery barrage going down on ramp, but T's looking all right. Not as passive as...
I can't even do a
round
voice crack to make fun of it, unfortunately. I would try to capitalize.
I appreciate your support.
I'm an opportunist.
CT's down to just 2 smokes. Felt very ominous towards the A side at the start of the round. All that pressure, all that presence just evaporates, and timing on the peak from Magist, but he doesn't overcommit, doesn't force the kill at all, really. Just wants to tuck into green with a teammate with him and Boros. They could go for the boost. Magisk gonna play around the smoke. Oh, nicely done from Magisk finding those two. Madden gonna offer up a frag as well. There is a response though, a rebuttal from the Rebels.
Oh, clean.
Slain by Magisk. What a wonderful 4K round out of Magisk.
Yeah, that was so nice.
You know, and at first when he didn't overcommit to the first fight as the first player walked upstairs, he got behind green because he wanted those angles. And when that smoke landed in front of him, bro, he had a field day.
Yeah.
Suddenly there was no pressure on Magisk.
Yeah, his aim was looking nice right here.
He just feasts. The drop down into the second.
Very clean with it.
Yes, sir.
Golden bullets. Onto the eco here as Rebels have made it a pretty tight game. Round after round. Tough for them, they got to pick into Vertigo because Falcons are picking Vertigo themselves.
True. Ooh.
But the fact they keep it close is very impressive.
Madam just hit him with the brah, and Boros on the flank. Hey there.
Wow.
Okay, this one was a little disrespectful.
Boros got that first bullet accuracy, man.
13 and 6, but somehow Olymp's still gonna go for the B plant. Doughty gets it.
Working on him.
Little damage, but Magisk holds strong yet again. Buy kits and flashes.
That is so smart.
It's a good plan. But what for, Launders? That's the question. Well, I mean, kits are for defusing bombs. That was pretty obvious.
Right. And the shot's in. Sunpius followed by Boros on the trade. Hip to hip right there was perfect. There was no way to run. You take Sunpius, somebody's going to come get you. Casey immediately the walk up thinking that this is a weak looking sight, but Magisk is here on a depressed angle.
Yeah, for the first time we see him that far outwards. And now Snappy locking in sandbags. If he turns, Kissarek's a dead man. And sure enough, he gets it. So I think just very good individual level from all the players on Falcons. I mean, Sunpius has missed a couple shots. He's actually 3 and 7. But at the same time, Boros, Magisk, Madden, the riflers, very clean. The trade frags, very strong. There hasn't been too many individual plays, but just nice little two-man attacks coming out of the defense, whether that's top, middle, down ramp, or I guess the Boros solo MP9 flank, but all's good in the Falcons camp. It was a great test out of Rebels at the start of this half, but 7-5 the score as Falcons will take to the T side.
Jet set, a high class, high fashion. No time to talk, no distractions. I bet you never met anyone else like me. If you're searching, I'll be in the VIP. It's all in the acronym. A very important person is coming in, and there's nowhere in the world I haven't been. If you don't understand, let me tell you again. I know my place and I come first. You wanna live like this, get to it. It's all a race and I come first. I take it all, it's what I deserve. I know my place and I come first. You
The rifle work of Falcons has been a spectacle in the face of Rebels' challenge. The run of Rebels to the Spodek will be one that is no doubt difficult, and Falcons have given them that swift reminder. After starting this map with a strong showing, they did indeed get iced out towards the end. It's a 2-round lead for Falcons as they'll take to the T side of their opponent's map pick.
I really do love the energy from Rebels overall every time we go to their camps. Like, lost rounds are taking them well. Win rounds, they're really absorbing the moment. So I think they are being present right now, which is a really good thing to see, because you don't want to lose sight of a time like this, just to enjoy it while you can. I mean, even if they win the whole thing, it'll end. You know what I mean? So why not try to enjoy the moment while you're living it? And for Falcons, they look so frustrated at every point because their expectations are high, and they're supposed to make a sort of deep run and beat some better teams, and they haven't proven that they can do that yet.
Good flank from Olymp. He's getting behind Falcons before bombs down. He's gotten all the way up short, in fact. Yeah, quick execute to Boros. We get this turnout, but nicely done.
All right.
He's just locking it in, surrounding the ramp play. That's now both pistols in their back pocket. We can't forget that of their 5 rounds in the first half, it was pistol and conversion for the 3-0 start. So only 2 rounds after that sprinkled in. Winning second pistol, get right back to it, boys.
I would like split cams where you can just see how happy they are. I would even like to compare a round where they lose versus a round that
Falcons win
beside each other.
Sure.
I think that you wouldn't even be able to tell who won. You might think it's Rebels, man. They're happy guys.
Hey, dude, they're living the dream. Competing at a Kato. Dropping util in the face of the Falcons' presence. Still waiting for Sun Pius to kind of get online. It's been tough for him with Boros and Magisk and Madden stealing all the kills. But here it comes. They've got a lot of grenades to follow through with. They also pick up the 2 opening entries, and they've got a one stuck behind sandbags. Remember, all these nades. Does Olymp run the risk? They're gonna put the smoke to try to cross. Olymp realizes what's happening. He bails out Kisarek, who's then able to get one on his own. Even with 3 HP left over, he's still locked in. Fomus of Magisk connects, but Olymp reroutes. That's excellently done from Olymp, saving Kisarek once, and then setting himself back up on short side to get his own kill after Kisarek inevitably dies. So he plays off of Kisarek both pre and post death.
Definitely. Yeah, he's very, very useful there as a teammate, very selfless play. And he'll be up to the plate again. This time he can actually serve up dinner for himself. Maybe feed the whole family with this clutch. No bomb plan will be denied. MP9 comes out, double swing comes in. Olymp just said, let's just be sure.
Yeah, I respect that. You are peeking into Sun Pius after all.
I think he just shot just to get him off the bomb and thought he would get off it.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I really like the defense there between Olymp and Kisarek. I think they made the most of it.
Yeah, man. These pushes look good. Very good. Very good.
Not throwing away the opportunity and tying things up 7 apiece. Me oh my. We got a game on our hands.
We do have a game on our hands.
This is Falcons coming through off that bomb plant with a buy. It's got very real limitations. 4 pieces of util across the board here for Falcons. They get softened up by nades, and Snappy's just using the MAC-10. So we'll see if this timing from Sun Pius catches anybody off. He tries to charge along, finds Flay. Oh, he can't kill it. And then the 2 other CTs in rotation end up holding the line. Snappy comes out of short side, smoked down towards door. That's headshot enveloped, shrouded. As Kisarek tries to extend, Boros gets his next. And that's man advantage now the way of Falcons. Casey, this could be a huge flank.
He's got a good timing, but now his only teammate.
Yeah, it's just him. Down he goes. Magisk gonna make the difference here on this one. 2 frags to Magisk. That double on Boros when the CT started peeking. He didn't give them a chance to shoot back with the headshot pace.
I mean, Boros has been saving him for sure. He's making up for some bias. Oh, listen, some bias is a really consistent player, and he was, one of the best players last year for sure. But you don't often see him miss on a shot like that. He had the shadow advantage, coming to clear yellow. Whoever was sitting there needed to swing and didn't do it, so he was supposed to die for sure. So that's a mistake. Oh, survived, and Boros goes down.
There you go, little revenge served up. Olymp with his hands on an AK. He's got Kevlar to work with. So do some of his teammates if he wants to move it over. Kisarek getting hit by Util, but it's 5v4 nonetheless. Look at this pack of CTs. The perfectly placed Molotov, right? It's limited utility here from Rebels, but I feel like they've made the most of the little pieces they've thrown.
He's coming.
They try to charge him down. It's a second with the 5-7. Madden given a chance to tear through. Ooh, wow, clean shot. 2 bullets come out. He hits Olymp. Remember, bomb is planted on the right side of sight. Here we get the answer back from Casey. Lesser weapons at this point for Falcons to hold on with. Snappy tries to get into the engagement, but the gun goes dry, and Rebels come through.
They pulled off that retake. Yeah, get loud. Let them know that you're excited. Put your hands up. Stand up. I want you to, like, shout directly at them.
5-7s in your face.
Let them know. That is crazy that they pulled it. How did Falcons let this one go? Honestly. I mean, even though Olymp gets this kill right here, when the bomb gets planted, I feel like there's so many situations where they could have picked off more than one and couldn't get it.
Look like
what
Madden
a push out of Rebels.
I think Madden was flashed on sandbags when that push does come through smoke. Just like the perfect amount of utility usage from Rebels, right? It's not like they came in full belts.
True, they spaced it out, yeah.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Next thing you know, we got Falcons at a tied game again.
They said if my game was working, I'd be winning.
Yeah, has it been a problem all 16 rounds? No, I don't. Jokes aside, we don't want anybody at a disadvantage now.
Yeah.
We don't want to take anything away from the Rebels' upset.
No. Never hit a man during a tech pause. That's what we always say.
Unless he's asking for it.
That's true.
Well, what an exciting situation we have on our hands. Tied up at 8.
Charging down Boros. That's great.
That's crazy.
And he was like ready to come in for the pushes on his T side.
Yep. He pops back up.
Or his CT, I should say.
Is it good enough for you, good sir? I heard these PCs have nuclear reactors in them, actually.
Oh, nice.
1,000 FPS guaranteed.
You don't have to plug them in, eh?
Nope. Self-sustaining.
That's sweet. It's like my brain. I only sleep because I enjoy it.
Who doesn't? Good night's rest after a good game of Counter-Strike.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Falcons, time to start cooking.
Yeah, what's on the menu?
Loser stew.
We're not there yet. Boros having an excellent performance. 2.0 KDR, 18 and 9. 108 ADR, 16 rounds into this game. Golly gee.
Yeah, I'll say that twist quote again. Or I don't know if it was a quote, just when they told me it was just like, if we think an upset's going to happen, it'll be when we're playing CT side, but when we switch over to T side, regardless of the map, if it's like a really one-sided, should be a one-sided matchup, T side is where we can feel like it's our choice whether we win or lost, or it's our gameplay that dictated it. CT, they feel like they have less control over. So let's see if that rings true here. 8-8. Falcons have T side on Vertigo, a map they love. It's not their map pick. They would have picked it though. So they would have picked this map if Rebels didn't. So they got to be happy about this.
They've been taking series here. Oh, Magis going to open up. Olymp bites off a bit more than he can chew.
There better be more situations like that. They know the angles better. They have the better angles.
Hello. Ooh, what a tease you are, Snappy.
Just by a second.
They'll throw it back up again, but you're not going to see anything there. And the longer you sit around on that A site, the sooner Falcons are going to have you wishing you'd gone B. This is a 0 B setup right now, right? They're going double white wall mid.
They asked for a re-clear, but they don't have any molly or nades. It's important to have damage grenades when you're retaking B just because of the bomb plant zone's so open. Smokes, you don't need that much utility, but smokes are very helpful as well, but... Uh-oh, he just mollied himself?
Yep. Don't worry about it. Bomb still goes down.
Okay, so no plans, no plans.
No challenge from the Rebels, so
that's
they lose their Olymp push and then they just completely write off half of the map.
Yeah, for a map like this, that is a lot about retakes. I'd say setting up for a 4v5 retake right away, I wouldn't try it, especially not at this point in the game of the rounds. I would have some plan to play for the round at least a little bit, if possible. But I mean, they did double up on mid as well as A, so they had two good bets to take an early fight, at least if it was going to be the ramp or if it was going to be someone walking into mid. I think if they got a mid lurk, then they could maybe both turn back to B and then started fighting. But I think here we actually also don't have kits, so they're probably a little insecure about that.
It's tough to get the job done without all the tools. Rebels had their hands tied.
Yeah. Having money is never bad, though.
Yeah.
And so at least they can.
It's also only 20 HP, the difference there between Olymp getting the better of Magisk and a 5v4 for him to fall back into B. So I respect the hustle as he tries to swing. But it did just cost them, and Falcons go up 9-8.
Olymp from above. Problems with angles like this, if it's too quiet, there's no other pressure, it will just get clear. There's nothing else to watch. So you'll see Boros do a hard clear right there. Yeah. There's no, you know, it's like you got to just, basically you're hoping they're bad. Yeah. And that's the moments where you got to like give up those positions completely, unless you have some other way to draw attention first.
Yeah, there's a certain level of competition where things like that just no longer work.
It's this right here.
There's a reality check for you. Another 5v4 to the Falcons' favor. Sampayas can stay on this angle, waiting for any kind of challenge. Magisk glimpsing into B. There you are. But he falls to the hands of Casey. Luckily here for Falcons, Madden follows forward with the double kill here on the A site. Poor Kissarex just standing out in the open, trying to get the best with the FAMAS. Will win one fight. He's getting a piece of the second, but it is a bomb plant on A and a 10th round queued up here for Falcons. Setting the tempo, setting the pace, and just keeping their targets fresh as well, right? We got a solo lurk out mid, solo lurk in B, and a good pack of players following through with ramp.
Another way in which they could have maybe tried to use that if they, on another part of the map, did something aggressive and it worked, and then Falcons got scared and, you know, ran out. Then they would skip on angles, so they could have paired that with some aggressive stuff somewhere else. But that's why I was like, Rebels in that last round, it's like, you really do want to think about this opportunity. Yeah, it's not a great position to have to retake 4v5 no kits, but you have two smokes, flashbangs, good players, and you don't put any pressure on. And just like that, Falcons are the first ones to get the 10 rounds. And the round you saved for really didn't have that much punch in it either. So Rebels, at least you like Vertigo, but now you're broke. Now your ass is broke. So you weren't buying any Pokemon cookies. or weapons.
Or nades. Okay, let's get frisky. But with the smoke in front of them, there's no challenge through from Falcons. So KC sees nothing. Absolutely nothing. They decide to go everybody over to the A site instead. Fortunately here for Rebels, Falcons starting to size up the B site. That which was originally stacked. And that which will soon fall. We got all the util coming out. They realized, damn it. We could have just sat on B. They'll run over, and honestly, they're getting ahead of it. The follow-through has yet to happen here from Falcons.
There's kind of a quiet spot where they are, so...
But there we go.
Oh, that was loud.
Yeah, Kisarek. His flank found out. Full-blown utility exec.
Go back, right?
Magisk is going to send it. The rest of the pack waiting just behind him. They'll get the trade frags going, but don't forget there's an M4 here in the middle of it all. Boros keeping his head down. He'll die out to that one gun, and it opens the door for Olymp to grab one as well. So it's just a better save. You've earned an extra rifle. Madden goes from catching flank to now being the forward-most post-plant player. So yeah, free AK, all that they'll get from their efforts. Rebels going back and forth, nearly getting ahead of it. Falcons just dodged the threat.
I think that was a moment where, like, if they were playing versus, let's say, like a FaZe or G2, they would have definitely gone A right after catching the flank, thrown their nades, and then just got out of there. But and then Rebels almost made them pay for, like, not playing like that. So we have seen some really good stuff out of Rebels. Made it real competitive all the way to the end. And there will be still time to potentially take this map. It's still possible here, but I think the only problem right now for the Rebels is that they've got to have something that stands out. You know, they cannot let Falcons have a good fundamental game plan that works simply across the server. They need to do probably something in the way of aggression that will make Snappy think more. Will, like, start them out 5v4, like go for a pick play instead of defaulting. Flay has that op. And this will be last call for an effort here as Rebels defend against map point.
Frags and flashes into the bottom of B. Olymp, he'll pull back. Consistency in that A ramp prod out of Rebels is still set up, but it's not as brazen this time.
Yeah, I do like the op here. It is hard to take ramp control the exact same way, but they're swinging on it. They're going for info. You do have to appreciate this.
Yeah, I mean, if they were to just play in the dark, I feel like that would be to just succumb to the better players.
All right, but it's pressure's mounting on Casey. They might catch a peek on this walk-in. Oh, wow. No, the shoulder's a little off. Casey gets bottled, but he still gets his frag. Not only one, but three.
He's got the A1S in hand. He's got a teammate right behind him. SNX comes over to close it, and Sun Pius is going to have to give us something finally. No, sir. Not going to happen. What a hold.
Wow, a bottle to the head, and he powers up and gets 3 kills. He might be kind of British.
Just slips out the right side. Barrel stuffs 2. That molly just bounces off his forehead.
Turned into a bar fight right here. That was beautiful. Nicely done from Casey.
No one's going to leave a mark, but at least he also bruises up the Falcons.
All right. Now, that'll get him thinking now. They try to play that as a hard round. Flay back to the same spot, but wasn't known. Oh.
Ouch.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there's more coming his way. Ah.
Toast.
Well, at least he got a shot off dispelled with some utility, but no damage dealt. T still coming on with torrential force. And SNX.
Snappy comes through as well to get the other. Rebels trying to play into it, trying to get something actively going, and unfortunately it just gives away 3 separate kills. the booster, a victim of the boostee. That dink on Snappy doesn't even
so close.
frag. Yeah,
So
unfortunate here for Rebels. Again, playing proactive. I would be far more disappointed with the Rebels if they weren't playing rounds to try and win. They were just sat back and letting the game unfold in front of them. But they are genuinely throwing things at Falcons. They're keeping Falcons on their toes.
Yeah, there's some good stuff here for sure.
It's just devil in the details with some of the, I think very strong mechanics actually out of Falcons so far this evening. Boros is just above and beyond. Magisk has had nice multi-frags. This one's not done yet, but even if it were to finish 13-9, Rebels can say they pushed them. It's going to be a weakened purchase, however, here from Rebels to try and stave off a win.
Yeah, well, we saw what happened last time. It was like almost full pistols, and then Falcons were a bit too reckless and decided to force their way into B after the nades. They knew that B was going to be stacked up a little bit, so there's a world where Rebels make them pay for making a mistake like that, getting a little too lazy. Don't sleep on these guys. Falcons probably beyond the point of being proud of their win, you know, taking this one. I think they've got obviously massive goals as a roster. Lots of competition out there. Lots of people surpassing them on their debuts. How impressive they looked in such a short period of time. It's a very competitive market at the moment, so you can understand why they're frustrated. Maybe they should be. Maybe they should be. But at the same time, at least if they get the win, that takes some edge off.
Some Pius at bat. Missed chance, dives down, leaves Casey asking for assistance, but nobody actually comes over. Casey's still just left on his own, even with that early pressure.
I'm surprised some Pius didn't stay up there. They really respected Rebels here. So what could this mean? They're running back into this full stack?
Oh,
okay.
No. Smoke fades and Flay gets exposed. There's a lot more here, though. And Madden able to pounce on SNX. Olymp dies. Kisarek, the only guy here inside of the A stack to get anything going. I was proud of Rebels for not over panicking to the Casey calls, but ultimately they still get shredded one after another. Falcons pull apart the ramp play, survive the Polish test, and walk away with Rebels map pick. And a tip of the hat to Boros. 22 frags to open up this series. But the dream is still alive.
Change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey, we can change it all. We can change it all. This is the moment.
The Falcons soar in map number 1, but the Rebels, well, they made them work for it, right? A little bit of sweat here, a little bit touch and go for moments in the second half, but ultimately the Falcons overcome, they rise high, and they take the 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, I'd say there's two stories to this game. Falcons being the better team, winning the map, that's one of them. Rebels getting off to a good start in both the first half and the second, allowed them to stay in the game for longer than they probably should have. They went up 3-0 in the first half, winning the pistol, converting. Same happened in the second half, where they win the pistol, convert as well. So technically up 5-0 in the beginning of the halves. When it got into the buy rounds, when it got into the nitty-gritty back and forth, Falcons were the better team, had the better individuals, and they got the job done in a fashion that I think was satisfying.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a little bit misleading with the scoreline, right? Because for me, at the very least, it felt like Falcons were in control for the most of that game, and apart from, you know, the very beginning of the game where they didn't get any rounds together. But as soon as they got into the gun rounds and managed to build up some economy, got out of the reset territory, they were winning rounds and winning them cleanly. I think that's the big talking point too.
But there were some wobbles in there, right? There were some rounds, some egos, shall we say, where Rebels really made us think.
Yeah, true. I mean, in the second half, right, a couple of close rounds, some frustrating moments, especially for some Pius in this game, you know, a couple of near misses for him, which could have turned around in his team's favor. But I think we have to remember, you know, in MR12, when you lose both pistols and get off to a bad start, the game can quickly spiral out of control. So Falcons making it look sort of easy and still having things under control, I think, is a testament to how much better they were on this map.
Well, one guy certainly made it easy. We called him out in the pregame, and he arose to the occasion. His name is Boros, but he was making Rebels Moros in this one. He's our Air Force Aim High player of the map. Ooh, a nice little scoreline there for Boros to start this series off.
Yeah, it's good to see him play well, right? Because he has been a big point of conversation for the Falcons. He is the guy that potentially is on the chopping block. He is the guy that is the one big question mark sort of we always attach to the Falcons. In a game like this, you know, this is the kind of opponent that he can go in and regardless of him making mistakes, regardless of him maybe not communicating in the perfect way, his individual mechanical skill is so much far superior than his opponents that he will turn out to be the best player on the server. 100 plus ADR, plus 10, 163 rating, that's good for Boros. However, it doesn't confirm the potential for me, right? I don't care how he does against the Rebels. That's a game he needs to perform in. That's a game that the Falcons needs to win. So as much as I want to praise him, yeah, he had a great game, but it doesn't reassure me that there's still not some issue when it comes to Boros and his positioning.
You're just difficult to please. I mean,
as many of Amsterdam ladies know, pimp, not easy to please. And I think Boros, there's still going to be, you know, time for him to show us what he's got. I think this game is good for him, sort of him as well, like the rest of the Falcons team, to bounce back a little bit. A lineup that's not super structured, right, where they are going to give him some more aim duels, right? They're not going to be as tight with their utility, and that's where he can really show off with his mechanics and perhaps build up a little bit more confidence as they move forward in this tournament.
I want to shift the spotlight a little bit. You touched on it earlier, but Sun Pius, right? We've now had 3 maps from him where it's looked a little concerning, right? Hasn't looked like he's really dialed in so far here in Katowice, and for a guy who has brought a lot of consistency last year, that's not something we expect to see.
People quickly forget that he was one of the best AWPers of last year. He placed very high on the HLTV top 20 ranking, had a fantastic year as well, had a fantastic showing. I don't know if it's CS2 or if it's coming into CS2 with a bit of a rough period. The last time in ENS as well, he probably knew he was going towards the Falcons. The rest of the team within ENS weren't quite sure where they were going, if they were staying, so it's been a turbulent period for him. I don't think the individual level we're seeing from Sun Pius right now is on par with what we saw the past 3 or 4 months, where he arguably were, if not the best, and one of the best raw players in the game. So I'm a little worried too, but I think we need to give him a couple of more months before we can really be harsh on him.
It's a bit weird because through that tumultuous period, you would expect, where at the very least what you can focus on is yourself and your individual level, right? So I don't know if he was maybe just not necessarily taking some time off, but waiting to see what happens with the team, how's the lineup going to, where is he going to end up as well. But yeah, might be a little bit of CS2, a little bit of the new lineup. We hear, you know, a lot of the times for players, it's also about, hey, if he knows what's going on around him with his team, that's also when he's going to be able to put up better numbers and sort of find more impact.
Now, the question is, right, I mean, this is now their second event into the new year, right? How long do we really give that runway of the ramp up or the ring rust out of the break where maybe it just starts to become a concern? I mean, it's the old IGL. There should be a degree of comfort there, but
it should be off. The ring rust should be off, all the like player break stuff. That should be off, but I think it's just it's not as easy as it seems. Like you're thinking you have the end score and right, well, you just plug in two guys and play the end style. I don't think that's really possible because you have two different players. You don't have the same type of players, and also you have a different coach as well in an extent who I don't think he's pushing too hard on Snappy in terms of how he wants them to approach the game, but definitely some sort of middle ground needs to be found there. And with the RMRs around the corner, there's not too much time to sort of give them to, they have to be ready to get into that major.
I think it depends on where you put the expectations when it comes to the Falcons. I know a lot of the community guys out there will say that with a team that has the financial backing they have and who've been able to acquire good players, you'd expect them to qualify for the major. I'm not sure they're going to make it through the RMR. I think there's a lot of quality teams within that region. I'm not sure they're going to make it to the playoff here either. And honestly, I don't expect it either. My expectations are that Falcons within the next 2 or 3 months will figure out, okay, what kind of pieces from this lineup are they going to go with? What kind of play style are they going to develop? How are they going to fit in Magic so we get the best out of him? Is Boris going to stay? Is he not? Etc., etc. So no expectations, at least from my personal side of it, they're quite low for the Falcons. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they weren't making playoff right here. I wouldn't be too surprised if they didn't make the major, but I'd be hella surprised if they don't beat Rebels right now.
Well, we will all be surprised. And there's been some surprising things happening over on the A stream. To find out about them, we got to check in with Shocks.
Oh my, right here on the A stream. It's only the second series of the day we have here, and it's Na'Vi versus Apex into the third map. Now, they each lost their own map pick, but now we're on to Mirage, and Apex is absolutely fired up. They won the pistol when they moved on to CT, and I don't know if you can see it right now behind me, but they've been cheering non-stop when something good happened, and a lot has been happening. It is so incredibly close, and there's an extra edge here, of course, because JL is on the other side. He's looking at some of his ex-teammates whenever they make a move and the other way around, and it is so close because the loser goes home.
Home indeed, and it'll be the same in our matchup as well. The stakes, they are high. Jacob, you went to that saying you'd be absolutely shocked if this one went the distance, if this one went to 3. We still feeling that way?
I wouldn't be shocked because I don't think Falcons have played that well, to be completely honest. But yeah, given the map pool, given the situation, given that I think we have seen the best of Rebels and we know the quality that some of these players within Falcons possess, it's a 2-0 in my book, but it could be close, 13-9, 13-10.
Megos, keep the faith?
I'd be shocked. Now Jacob is being Mr. Nice Guy. So yeah, I think Falcons are going to win at least one pistol here. That's going to make it a much smoother experience for them, and yeah, on to the next round.
How about that?
On to the next round indeed. Well, we'll see if that's going to be the case or if the Rebels team can continue to provide us with surprises. We'll find out after this.
Colt's gonna jump across. Oh my God!
Magic are starting to crumble. What's going on? Let's look at Rick Snoopy's looking to shine the brightest, and he does it! His first grand final. Let's get it on! Reacts faster twists! Oh, baby! What is that?
Banking on a Boros top performance, we've got Falcons locking in map 1 of this best of 3. The negative Nancy's on our analyst desk seem to think this one's going down in 2. But they're not just negative, Mo. I think they're actually quite realistic. Falcons meant to be cut from a different cloth, and the Rebels Gaming miracle run that was advancing from play-ins to the group stage may be cut short. We saw the smiles, the laughs, the cheers, because I think every single round they win on this stage in front of you here today is one worth celebrating if you are Rebels. But this is a tall order versus Falcons on Anubis.
I guess. I mean, I don't know. Literally, if Falcons have one match on Anubis, they lost. So we'll have to see like how good they look. Of course, it was to Vitality, but it really wasn't close either. So it just comes down to, in my opinion, how good is the prep? Do they know it was coming? Can they deal with these dualies?
Ooh, they got away from matches.
They do a little bit. Yeah, actually, they've got full control of A main as well, so they can plant this bomb.
These sites opened up. Boros on the main flank. Bomb's planted for him. T looks over, considers the possibility. Oh, no, excuse me. It's behind the cake.
Oh!
Shots out of Casey.
See ya.
Madden gets exposed to both. Snappy trying to get the first pistol of the series.
Oh,
SNX.
nice chase.
Yeah, he thought he was going to run, but didn't quite make it. Snappy drops the sight, taps bomb. He's thinking about it, Casey seems to have his back. Oh, Snappy can't finish. It's a Casey 1v1, and the third pistol in the series goes the way of Rebels.
That's well done, Rebels. Let's go. That's a good round from Casey too. He's not a top performer for the team, so having a big moment versus a good team, good for the resume here. Really great shots. Nice 1vx had a clutch, I think, on the first map as well, if I remember correctly.
I like watching him win.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like it every time.
Yeah.
Even if...
And for Falcons, I poke fun, but I would be the exact same way. I would be like a little too serious in a match like this. I would be really like selfish about like how much I can enjoy it. I would be like...
I mean, we'll go back to the play-in
Here to win.
Man, Rebels and Roosters got written off so quickly, and Rooster did fall without giving us anything to really talk about.
Yeah.
Rebels have exceeded all expectations. Falcons trying to prove that this team put together at a hefty price was worth it. And every round Rebels takes away from them is kind of a dent in their intimidation.
Yeah.
So converting here easily into the B site goes the pack of Rebels.
Yeah, like thinking about Falcons versus any of the top matchups right now, I just don't see how they could beat them. I don't see how they could beat Spirit right now. I don't see how they could beat Vitality, even who are weaker right now. I don't think...
Well, the thing is, like, they came so close to beating Vitality at the start of the year, but then when you take a step back and just remember, that's a huge advantage. If there's one team that they have an advantage over, it would obviously be Vitality, since you've got Zonic behind you and Magic in the server.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, then maybe that close game versus Vitality makes more sense, and beyond it, they haven't been that impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a huge thing. It's like imagine there was some kind of Freaky Friday situation where you could borrow a coach from another team. Like, wouldn't you expect to literally win with their coach? It's not just a mental placebo edge. It's I got your whole strap book from last month for your entire career while I was working with you type edge. It's big. So I know every nade and every move and every thought.
I know what you're doing, what you're thinking, where you're going.
What you're not.
Get right back to it. Rebels Gaming. We got another light buy coming through from Falcons. I see a Deagle bought up. I see a frag purchased. Wonder what that was all about. I feel like Kisrat maybe knocked his in-ears out again. Poor guy the other day when he celebrated their map win, he stood up so quickly celebrating that his earbuds ripped his glasses off, and then his glasses are falling off his face while he's trying to cheer, and it's hard to look cool as a gamer.
He has they wrap around as well.
Yeah.
So it's hard for celebrations.
Can't take away from the moment, though. Nobody can take that from you. You did beat Cloud9 on LAN. That was a little team flash. Luckily, there's no CT to really capitalize on that slight mistake. So yet again, just like at the start of Vertigo, the pistol means the 3-0 start. For Falcons and Vertigo, well, it was obviously a huge performance from Boros, but all three of the riflers, add in Magisk and Madden, had their big moments. We were kind of waiting with anticipation for Sun Pius to come alive, but the AWP was never really present. And that's fine when everything else is going so swimmingly.
Yeah, that'll... You would think you would need him on Vertigo a little bit, and very off map for Sun Pius. He's extremely consistent normally, so wouldn't have to worry about that. But they might need him here on Anubis, because it looks like the aim is still good, the energy is still good for Rebels, and the good starts keep rolling on in. Imagine they won 4 pistols and lost. That would almost be...
illegal.
Illegal.
That's it.
We got a Crimbo.
That means 1 round. 1 round at a time.
No, that's the Akrimbo A-Anchor move right there.
Shout out to the big man upstairs. Gaben. Well, we wanted something out of Sun Pius. He may very well get his challenge.
Yeah, it's coming this way.
They get his challenge.
We've got a nice setup here with all the CTs, to be honest. But the bomb is actually over on the other side of the map. So, yeah, we've got the pack players here, but we'll see where it gets escorted. It looks like they've got a plan on a spawn. First step is don't die. They're throwing some default grenades, waiting for pushes. It's a very good thing to do versus a top team, is just make sure that they can't get away with their aggressive stuff first. But denying the further information is where it gets a little tricky. When the CTs want to go get it, they believe they're better, they're going to try hard. I mean, I'm liking the approach right now, actually, from the T side, timing-wise, structurally. There's no A pushes here from Falcons. Good lurk. They found a gap in middle. If they get the kills, honestly, man, this is a great split.
Flushed him right into him. They forced their hand, and now Madden almost able to bring it back on his own. We get the Sun Pius kill in the middle of it, but it's Rebels gunning for that 4-0 start, and they are forced to save.
That was a great split. That was a better executed split than who did we see play? And I saw from Big when they were playing Anubis. They've been trying to play Anubis for who knows how long, and they couldn't pull off a better split than that. Back at Blast. Both these teams there. That was really nice, Rebels. It's not, and that's also, it's not that, like, there's not every round that Falcons or any CT team can do something aggressive. The good teams are trying. FaZe are going to play for canals. G2 know when to push for it. Like, lots of teams are trying. They will do it often, the best ones. But it's not necessarily a sign of weakness if the CTs turtle up a tiny bit. And the teams were ready for every push. They used all portions of the round correctly. They had a lurk inside a bridge that was not overstated, and the round didn't depend on it. And they organized on all choke points the best. When we saw Big do it, they did almost everything. They couldn't, remember they couldn't get their players back to B main fast enough? Like 3 times in a row?
It was rough.
So this is a very promising sign. Not that that should be the bar, right? But for a team like Rebels to play in a high-pressure matchup like this, on not their map pick, yeah, definitely really impressive.
I think that having 2 players in dark, both being forced into the fight, definitely gave them something to pull on.
That was the only piece of map control the CTs had.
Yep.
You know,
Be curious to see if Falcons just lean into the site instead, play platform. But very nicely dismantled there for Rebels. And the Rebels keep on winning. 4-0.
Okay, now we got some more interesting timings, actually. And a different complexion to the T-side default here. So they're pulling back there. Pulling out the same play inside of middle. This is really good, actually, once again. CT's passive on this part of the map. It's been hard to hold sometimes. And Magisk, he gets some good information, but he doesn't get the kill. He stays out here. Hello.
Nice.
Just
nice
ran
challenge.
by. I don't even think Olymp would think he would push farther. That did look insane, but he got away with it.
Magisk says, screw this first fight. Let me make sure there's nothing outside dark. Gets the 5v4 plus the damage.
It's not even calm that he pushed.
And he gets away. You know, like he gets past once and then gets past the second time back into the site. Well done. Magisk now becoming an anchor in the bomb site. So just doing everything from start to finish on his own. Leaving Rebels with a chance to hit B. 15 seconds to spare here. We've got Boros on the pillar, Snappy on the obelisk. And the defense is holding very strong this round. Stark contrast. Desperate plant and a strong flank out from Madden. There we go. That's more like it out of Falcons. 5 strong, but it takes a proactive move from Magisk and one he should be proud of.
Yeah, he got pretty lucky, I would say. So they just need to... I think they need to take note of the fact that if they did let this round happen, last round happen again, it was going to. Rebels were going... all the map space, you just let them have a free map and they didn't run the clock to 0. They're a competent team. Don't let them do that again. Okay. So Magisk takes a risk. He could have died on that push. It was a good timing where he caught someone with the smoke out. Then he ran by and just looked for another kill. That probably won't work again, but something like it could. Something getting aggressive could be a good idea again. So, well, maybe we can open it up a bit. Falcons with some new ideas.
Flash and Molly, then the double nades, which do almost 0 damage.
Somehow.
CT's having to peel back. Olymp able to slide out.
Yeah, they're ahead of this one Molly. And they're readying the pop already. It's coming.
So we'll have Magisk, or Madden in heaven. Magisk up close. Ooh, before any smoke goes down, Magisk dunks on Olymp, holds the line against Casey. Oh, Magisk! From nade to 3.
And
frags
Flay
off the M4 on the follow-up. Flay with the trade frag gets into the bomb site. Can he get off? He's got time.
Yeah, he's got the 1v2, 45 seconds, and actually now they're a little bit lost. He's above. Op shot comes in through. Oh my gosh! It's a wall bang. It's half HP. It's no kill. And that's almost a heartbreaker because he could have planted the bomb. He could have really made that clutch happen. But it's really now all about Magisk. What a hold. First kill is something, but the second and third.
From poor Flay's perspective, you just see your teammates hitting the dirt in front of you like that. Can't get past Magisk. The dunk with the nade as well to kick it off just makes the job all the easier. Couple of rounds now, Magisk, I feel like, is basically single-handedly won. But the money keeps rolling for Rebels. Magisk up to 8-2, now on an op. Let's see it.
I guess that's the prize. Upgraded to a new tier of responsibility with the AWP. Some counter grenades coming in, but they find a wide open choke point once again. Madden from above. 3 players dead from Falcons. Instantly, wings clipped, site taken over. Go home. It's time to save already. Can't even look up at the clock. The bomb's been planted. And this place has been exterminated. That is wild from the Rebels. What a pop.
What happened there? That's just a categorical failure.
Everything came in. I mean, there was no one pushed A main, which is fine. They did it so early. I think Falcons had no counter util ready. They haven't readied their smoke for the last 2 rounds to cover pops like that. So for whatever reason, I think Magisk is not thinking I think the whole team, maybe Snappy specifically, is not thinking they're going to go A next round, so they played somewhat retake for it. And Magisk looks like he's going to go help with mid for a second because he really doesn't think anything's happening on A. I mean, that's a great call. Got some great executions, great calls here from the Rebels. That was some serious entry power. I mean, They did have to kill 3 players instantly on the A site, which is a rarity. Usually you'd kill 1, you'd kill 2, and then it'd be some kind of retake. So there were people in place. They just all lost their duels, all got caught off guard. Crazy. Like, they don't have a Anubis to speak of either, HLTV-wise. Rebels aren't working with much.
What does it say about Falcons then if this is like their 3rd best map, you know? They would have picked Vertigo. We had Overpass banned out of the gate if you're Rebels.
Yeah. I mean, we don't know what Falcons, like, best map. We don't know what even they like the most because they haven't even played that many. Like, they played this once and lost, so what is their favorite or best maps? It's hard to say. That's 1 kill down. This time, other side of the map gets tested. In this extremity, it's Boros. And it looks like this split towards B might actually come in a little bit faster as well. They're getting organized pretty quick, but they're at the same time not rushing it. I really appreciate that. Nice displacement smoke. In case you can see behind, that is really good stuff. Testing the T's. And it has constantly been open. And not only has it been open, but they've used it. They've used it to lurk a couple of times. Oh.
Nope.
Hey, good shoulder peek. That's big information, man.
And he's gone.
So they run from the op into 3 rifles. Snappy will spring out first, take down 2. 2 T's coming in from mains. Can they trade Snappy? Doesn't look like it, but from Glizzy, 2 swing.
Yeah, that plat peak ready to hold him back. Flay kind of stuck between the 2. He knows the looming threat of either peak is real. Then there's that 3rd piece unknown. Flay on the chase. Snappy turns, takes the P250 to the head. Oh,
easy.
Flay, nice flick up. He's got the bomb as well, and SNX has CT spawn in his hands. That bomb is just running over to the other side of the map.
He's being stalked.
This is Rebel 6-2. You're not getting away from this.
Yeah, man, this is a really good T half so far. We've seen some great rounds. Like, literally, they're in map control, and they look better. It looks better than Vertigo. Looks way better than Vertigo. Won't lie. Don't know how they pulled this off, but crazy. Looks better than Vertigo, and they could have won Vertigo. Gotta chew on that. That's a lot. Maybe there's something wrong with their CT side, but it better be seriously wrong because they have a map on their hands.
Nice shot from Flay, that second one. Hook, line, and sinker as it got Sunpias creeping around sight. Little did he realize he's being hunted the entire time.
There we go. A little deeper. Deal with that problem sooner, and it won't fester. And now here's where if you want to be a turtle, you can be a turtle. Put your shell on, read a book. You got a 5v4. Pressure's on Rebels now. They cannot sit pretty with map control. And
thing is, last time Rebels had a really good A execute.
Yeah, and different paces as well. So different nade setups, different paces. And I think they're actually still vulnerable here. Falcons, they got to ready their counter util, but it's not coming out in the choke point just yet. One molly goes down, smoke through it, and Sunpias finds a pick off.
But we get Casey on the front line. Flay just shoots through smoke, catching Sunpias. Madden concerned about the mid play. The problem with going turtle mode is, yeah, you let that entire pack of teeth
clean
out.
one.
Flay onto Snappy.
Hook
Casey hits the headshot. Boros into the clutch, but first player's already evading him. And that's just going to queue up the back line here from Rebels. 4v5 like it's nothing.
They got murked. I mean, that was 4v5, so that was one of their prime options, was to go for a play like that, a pocket play where they're cut down 20% of their utility, less time to get map control, less ability to split on a site like B, for example. And then you have an opper sitting back on the side on A. You have one rifle behind it. You failed with 3 before. And they get that one molly down there. They're really playing, first of all, repetitive spots on the A site. They're not complementing each other that well. And I think at least they felt because they went for this opening that there wasn't going to be any more pressure, that they were kind of done with the site maybe. But wasn't this a tantalizing option all along? Rebels have already shown they've used it.
Yeah, no reason to be afraid. That quick glimpse as well from Flay onto Sunpius in sight.
The whole point of a strat like that is you don't need 5 players to execute it. Bet you could pull off a mean variation with just 3 players and a few bits of utility if you needed to.
Wonder now if Falcons are kind of beating themselves up for getting that passive. Nobody on long A even.
At least I'll have a nice demo to learn from. Now I can borrow some strats.
That's what I'm saying to them if I'm Rebels. Hey, how'd you like that lesson? Let me teach you how to play some Anubis.
Oh, man.
And it's not going to get any prettier here for Falcons. Triple Desert Eagle. Rebels setting their eyes on A early again. This time it's a solo defender in Magisk. CT's trying to get something going in middle towards dark, but all the while, here it comes. Magisk hoping they respect that smoke, hoping he can hold it with the Deagle. Flashbang does find 2, he'll kill 1. A quick flood out from Madden out of camera, but he's about to have himself filled with lead. We got the follow through with ease. And Rebels show no sign of slipping up or slowing down because Falcons are just everywhere else on the map, really doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who's calling right now for Rebels, but they're doing a great job. I actually would love to find that out. But and using the A-Pops again for the anti-eco, stylistically, I just love that. Like, that's the kind of round I would call. Just throw that in again on a round that I know there's not a lot of money here. Maybe I won't use this again in the half because I've already used it 4 times. Okay, maybe it's getting a little excessive, and I've got away with it every single time, so time to cut it. But why not? Anti-eco, even if they're full up, we've been so practiced now at this point. We're going to get all of our nades down perfectly. I know everyone's going to be comfortable in the entering. We know what kind of spots they like to play in a live setting. And there just hasn't been too much main control pressure back. So, laughing, having a great time.
They're laughing at them, Launders.
I swear I would call this a masterclass if they were a tier 1 team right now.
They're laughing in their faces.
Yeah, joyously.
It's a good day to be Polish. Boros, a few players targeting him. He doesn't get any of them down for the count.
Oh my God, they just...
Couple sketchy nades here bouncing back in their own faces. Rebels getting a little rowdy here.
Is this really going to work? They come and pick off Boros and just take the whole damn house?
Oh. Kick open the front door. It's the first step, but there is also starting to be a rebuttal. Falcons 2 kills in. Double man advantage. Casey, yeah, he'll get clipped out by the op. Flay into the clutch. Falls back towards long. Madden has him. And we will get Falcons just enveloping that push, right? 1 kill to them meant site control. They rush the plant, they get in, but with no dart control, with that fight on long going the way of Falcons, we do at the very least, get a 3rd CT round from them.
Yeah, that's not too bad. And there's actually a chance for them to get a 4th, but yeah. And overall, just like not much to talk about here between these 2 sites at the moment. Boros getting picked off on this side of the map. Other side of the map's got like a whole army. You got like an opper, a couple riflers. This is not enough. Pretty impressive, man, that they even got their way in. But good resolve here from Falcons to at least stand strong for a little bit longer. Second timeout here being called by the Rebels. They're rolling in it right now. SNX touching 10K.
I like that they're staying on top of it. It's last round of the half. They burn their second pause. They'll have 1 on their CT side and stock in case things start to go back. Can't say I could have expected this with the level that we got out of the riflers, right? Boros was on a tear.
Yeah.
But honestly, he only has 4 deaths.
Oh, another one. Sweet shot, man.
Boros just hasn't been in the middle of much of the action. Like 3 and 4 when you're losing 8-3.
Yeah, because they are going B.
Yep.
And when they did, they just ripped his face off 2 times in a row. Cleaned his clock.
Middle set ablaze. We get the crawl out from Rebels across bridge. Boros, here's another chance. Instant headshot. That'll put things back to the 4v4. Sampaia's feeling the heat. The pressure gets him into the back of sight. He's got support. Missed chance. Rebels with some more utility try to cross out. Kisarek maybe thinking, maybe hoping that that was fully covered, but slight gap between the 2 smokes. He'll get toppled. Man advantage Falcons in the last 35 seconds of this T side.
Looking to scrape 4. Would make it a lot more doable. Oh my goodness, that was not the prettiest spray. And Olin, well, okay, he took just as long, but for the second kill, it was milliseconds, and now suddenly everybody is getting vaporized. It is just Boros left alone with the first opening. Nice kill of the round. 3 Ts to go after, and Rebels potentially looking at a 9-3 half.
Magisk, who was so good at the start of this half, who racked up 10 frags on the half. Nasty spray. Not one he'll be proud of. Olymp doesn't waste any time there with the back-to-back headshots. They hear him coming in from long as well. So Boros, sorry, buddy. No element of surprise. Right into the op, he'll be dropped. A significant 9-3 lead. A hell of a rebound in the second map of this series. And just when you thought you could count the Rebels out, yeah, they remind you why they're here. Hell of an uprising going down here on Anubis. The boys in red have taken this one to a 10. Well, close. 9-3 on the half. Falcon's going to have to switch over to the T side and tell us why they cost so much. At this point, Rebels looking to genuinely extend this series. And when you consider that Falcons have yet to win a pistol across these two maps, better be now.
Better be now.
Or it may not be ever.
I don't know. Yeah, it's not. They're not taking this map without this pistol, I feel like, right? That would be pretty impressive considering not just the sheer number of rounds Rebels run and the pistol that they won in this first half, but like they were way better than Falcons here on Anubis on Falcons map pick. So yeah, T side will be a boon, but by how much? 1-for-1 trade and the CTs get moving.
Ooh, Casey takes one to the head. That's going to be him rerouting fast. Snappy down to E-Box. Gets away from him. All that remains of the Rebels has been found out to be an E-Box. We've got the long player tucked in, letting them flood out. But now that they've managed to spread across sight, things get weird. Flay connects.
Boros doesn't even...
SNX.
Oh, doesn't matter. Jesus.
He gets turned on.
Oh,
but it
they're all dead. He got the retake.
Matter at all. Flay with time. Rebels, 4 pistols in the series.
You're kidding.
10-3 lead, map 2.
These guys are for real. That is crazy. 4 pistols straight, and they were potentially going to win the map. And they have crushed this first half. I mean, this will be... this is going to be a conversation. Like, everyone's expecting Falcons, some kind of run here for Falcons. Whatever happens here, it's going to follow them in terms of what people are talking about, how they feel about their game. And unfortunately for Rebels, for the people who aren't watching the match live, they're not going to know too much about the quality of CS that we saw. And that first half was pure quality, front to back. And not just that, but the reactions were too. Some of the best from any team that we've seen here so far.
Yeah, straight up wearing their hearts on their sleeves as they chase the dream of the Spodek. Every round, every map, every match means that much more to Rebels. Can't deny they're having fun. 16-4 is Flay with a pistol clutch to boot. Of course, all that could be just ripped from them if Falcons follow through with this force buy. We've got a bunch of bodies coming at this A hit, but it is 3 CTs in position. Olymp on Fountain, shaves Boros off the play, wide swing out, gets denied. That's 2 dead. Flay still in the middle of it. His 17th and 18th added to the tally, and man advantage held on for now. The camera push comes out with the flash. Snappy dodges it. Galil, it chews through the 2 of them. Flay hits his shot. And as he gets back around into heaven, he looks with the USP. Oh my God, even cutting Snappy off, but Madden makes the difference. The force buy works, the op is grabbed, and a 4th to the board for Falcons.
Full commit with the USP, could have actually slid out, and they let him live for a second, could have slid out and literally got an op shot, and then went for a much easier 1v1, but he kind of didn't know what was about to happen. Falcons, by a hair, have been able to save this round. A good shot in right here. Snappy, I think, really does the brunt of the work with a 2-player push denied. Their flash out of vision. And the T side gets to establish a little earlier now. Still both pistols for Rebels, and that means 10 rounds. So they'll have to win 3 sort of real CT rounds to close this game out. Let's see if that's a daunting prospect for them or not.
A-Site overwhelmed. That one MP9 can't do too much. Snappy's Mac 10. Uh-oh. Dark Peek's about to happen. Yeah. Flay's got you covered. I think the team play between Rebels has been really nice to watch. You know, it really feels like
it's been better, honestly.
5 brothers, man. Not letting anybody die in vain. Not letting anybody have to go out on their own.
I mean, genuinely, that's what they spent. That's what Falcons spent most of their time doing in the off. Like, at the little time, I guess, they had together was like figuring out each other as people. I feel like they were kind of talking about how much like in server prep and stuff like that they were doing. They're trying to build like the natural chemistry. Rebels are like the indie game. Like they're like the unforced, more organic solution. none of the name brand value, but the rounds that everyone wants more than anything else. That's what they get. I'm sure it will go well for Falcons in time, but for now we can sit in awe. All right. Even if they lost a few heads that last round, they still lose the round. And it is still a pistol save here for the Rebels. Let's see about this T side, Snappy. I was pretty surprised by how structured the Rebels were actually. And just like the fact that a default base could work versus such an experienced like team or IGL, I guess, or like as underdogs. Like they didn't do gimmick stuff. They didn't push through smokes at all, I don't think. So hope to see more from them.
I think it's just been admirable trade frags coming out. And in this map particularly, I mean, we can no longer ignore the obvious. Flay is going above and beyond, right? This is like the biggest star performance we've had out of anybody from Rebels.
Wow, for sure. Yeah, he's had some nice shots. I didn't even realize he had 21 kills.
Yeah. So, like, while Falcons slowly start to rack up the round wins here, as they'll get to set the pace and the tempo, let us not forget who got Rebels in this position to begin with. And at any moment, Flay could continue to tear them up once they've got full-blown guns. At any moment, we could get more of that trait potential that we praise as much as we have. But they will all get cleared out at the end of round 16.
I would also just like give a massive shout out to SNX for calling, because all those A hits that they did and the execution behind them were like 3 or 4 full rifle rounds that I think they just blew Falcons away. They had no idea what to do to stop it.
So here we are, led back into the gun round. Rebels had to take a couple on the chin. Now we'll see what the answer is. 3B stack, Flay immediate on the op kill. Madden not gonna waste the chance, closes gap to Pillar, but doesn't hyperextend. Luckily, Casey picks up that slack, gets him off it. Flay looks for his next victim. We got 3 defenders still in position, but with Snappy and Dark, he's feeling it.
The resmoke is good. The CTs are here. I mean, yeah, can they actually just pry their way back in? I don't think so. Uh-oh.
They've got to at least let time go by. Could very well pull one of the 3 Rebels players off this site, because even Rebels don't know what the hell is sitting outside A, whether Bridge or Temple has been pushed. But maybe that actually keeps them on B, because you're afraid to go back to middle.
Yes, exactly. And reclaiming mid is like a whole effort now. So, and you don't technically need to hold on to it. It's up setups. No way, Flay. Wait, blind. He can do anything. 23 and 7 is Flay after that shot.
Takes the second Molotov.
And it may be a round winner. He's looking for another.
He hits that. SNX comes out from Temple, low HP. Sunpius, 30 seconds. Long players close on the corner. Sunpius, he could do this. You damn well know he could. Trying to get over to the dark room, and SNX follows him down. Man. His 4th kill only of this map, but God, does it ever matter. An 11th to the Rebels scoreboard.
Truly, that was special. Man, the setup is solid, and they just came right back into it. And they were really hoping that they would get scared and do something, and there was no other tertiary options here for Falcons. No extremity flanks, no lurks through bridge, nothing like that. It was just a push and pull back into B, into it. Unafraid Rebels.
They burned both their Molotovs throwing it on Plat because the first one missed. Flay just stayed in the corner.
Yeah, true.
No sweat.
Yeah, true.
Bro, you're long.
Missing grenades is it's the worst thing to analyze about a loss. They got a lot to analyze.
Oh, wow. Okay. Man, give him an AK. But the follow-up, it ain't free.
Great timing, Olib. That is the game right now, finding that timing on the swing.
And that's what we want to praise about Rebels, right? Tethering, playing together, just like this. Another 2-man pack. They get it back on Boros. Nothing comes for free at any portion of the map. Rebels there to meet you. Falcons won an A fight. Falcons won a B fight both times, costing them a player and a bunch of health too. So we get into these dirty, muddy mid-round moments, and this is where we have sang praise for SNX. There it is.
Yeah,
goes
man.
across the bridge, catching Magisk in transition.
Very much, yeah. He makes great calls. So many great Polish IGLs here at IEM Katowice. Shuhei, Snacks, Glaive. And now SNX.
And advantage for the retake. Ooh, one piece spotted. SNX, that's going to push Snappy back into the site where the smoke fades. Oh, but he blindsides the long play. SNX drops down dark. That's where both teams wait, and they just slowly pull this one apart. 1 and 2 go down smooth.
No smoke.
Olymp into the clutch.
They'll have to go.
Yeah, he's got to concede it, and Falcons have found a way back in.
They were touching on it, but it actually ends up falling apart. Looked like SNX made the move to win it all, but at least they recover the op. It looks like Falcons coming in right for it, just to check if they can reach it, maybe catch him on the exit. They're looking for it on the ground. Yeah, it was, I think, covered after the initial push right here. Olymp did a great job of jumping on it. Throw the smoke down, dogpiling it. Saved it for later. We'll see.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll see if Rebels can afford to lose these close ones. There was that 8-8 moment on Vertigo where I actually thought they had a chance to win. I really wasn't feeling their Vertigo that much, but they gave away a chance maybe to have played. Maybe to have played. Here on Anubis, they're looking way better somehow, not on their pick. And, well, they might have to try a little harder too, because Falcons, for whatever reason, picked into this map, and we have yet to see exactly why. That was one round. It wasn't exactly convincing, but it was good.
Just like that.
Wow.
Set the pistols up. Flashbang.
Oh, the next flash.
Look at it. Look at them go.
Flared like a
in an instant.
Jesus, that is so fantastic to watch. That is truly satisfying. Hats off to you guys.
Oh, that's a round they'll remember for a long time. Securing 12th off of that. You just made Falcons look like fools.
Yeah, was that a three-parter? 1, 2. That second flash is so beautiful. Op comes in at the right time. Queen to support the pods right there. Flay with 2. And the Falcons go down in that type of situation, man. That is wonderful.
Wow, what a round. A round you can be proud of. And if that is what sets us up to take this series to the decider, to test Falcons' mettle through and through. Sunpius creeps out from E-Box. CT's behind the smokes. Boros gonna find a headshot straight through it. They try to get some spam in. Everybody's here, ready to rock. T's getting kills as they hold on to the bomb plant. Job's not done yet, boys. Flay not able to escape. It's a beautiful round prior, but the game still keeps going.
Okay. Angrily, they ran back into the B-bomb site, gave it another try. That was a classic. If it doesn't work once, try it again, but faster. Does it actually rock the economy here? No, the CT should be fine, right? Because they ended up winning on their save round. So they do end up spending almost every single dollar, however. And in fact, I don't think Casey or Olymp, excuse me, both have guns. They're gunless.
I don't know, man. I saw the way they swung with those 5.7s. These Polish pistols pack a punch.
Maybe they paid a little extra for some better ammo or something.
Ooh.
Could they have like upgraded their pistol ammo?
Yeah, they could be shooting hollow
points.
Yep. Maybe some incendiary rounds.
Yeah, I was literally going to ask, like, fire ammo?
Fire bullets. What? Yeah, okay. I was like, Olin, what is this? Fire retardant boots as well, I guess. But he will get burned back. Has to forego long control. Falcon's going to sweep through and grab it. Now, bomb is still up by Rugs, so there is no follow-through set up by Falcons just yet. But the utility has made this A site pretty damn clear to Magisk that it's really just behind the bricks wall that anybody could be sitting. Although, opening kill to the Rebels. And because bomb's got to be grabbed, that's taking Sun Pius out of the equation for the time being. They do go heavy on B. That's an extra weapon. Seeing as A site's so gone so early and they know it, maybe you just set yourself up economically for the next, unless Olymp could have made something happen. At this point, it all feels far too gone, but again, free upgrade with the AK to Casey. And all you need is one.
And that last round that they won, though, just...
So let this one slide.
Just makes this whole... Like, even though, like, Falcons continue to have now get a better T side, it just makes the rest of these tries, like, probably feel so much better here for the Rebels. They can play it slow. They can slow roll this. They can commit one con. They can try and go for something. It doesn't work out, pull back. All they need is one. Some people might be wondering after they see the score line and it goes to overtime or something, why did they take Falcons to OT? Well, you'd have to watch the masterclass back to find out. You'd feel a little bit more bad for the Falcons. They definitely went up against it. But at the same time, they could still bring it back to OT. They've done it with these players and different combinations many times in the past. Versus the toughest dogs out there. Three rounds to go for the Falcons to see that through. We've seen it, man. Rebels can win at any moment. They're not striking me as chokers right now. They're striking me as chokies.
Flay on the brink of a 30-kill game as well versus Falcons. And from this position is where he kickstarted that last successful round where they secured a 12th. It was pistols in front of the
Oh my God.
This time Kisarek right into Boros.
That is coverage right there, man. He's got your back.
5v4.
No way. I don't know if Olaf can do anything. I mean, it is a 5-7 after all.
Dude, just like that, shot between the eyes.
One clothesline, Pius runs in with his $500 pistol.
Missed op though. Finally, Flay gives a little room for them to thrive within. CT gets squeezed out. Oh, but he wins it! SNX, a double. Just like that, siphons the soul out of Falcons.
Oh my God.
Just when the op shot misses, SNX takes all that slack from 5 and 12. He gets his 6th and 7th, and then who better than Flay to post on this angle, because Madden's thinking that he has a chance. Falcons thought they had this in the bag.
What a win.
And instead, it is the Rebels to be proud as they stand tall on the top of a phenomenal T-side. And you sprinkle in a CT round or two, this is what we get. A 3-map series between Rebels and Falcons. And as we move to Nuke, there is no doubt that this Polish powerhouse has come to play. Written off in the play-in, but very much alive. Time to join the rebellion.
as an absolutely stunning upset there from Rebels on map number 2 as they shoot the Falcons on out of the sky. An incredible showing here. And I mean, there's one guy that we have to talk about, right off the rip. I mean, this dude, this Opper, he's from House Bolton, and he came here to flay.
27 kills, plus 100 ADR. I think he went 5 for 6 in opening kills. He had a fantastic showing. 9 rounds with a multi-kill as well. He was all over the place, the man on your screen right here. We did say it coming into the game that Falcons were massive favorites, and it would take something extraordinary for the Rebels to push this one into a third, and the extraordinary thing happened. This guy on your screen right here played by far his best game in his entire career.
Yeah, absolutely amazing performance by Flay on Anubis, but I think just in general very impressive from Rebels across the board, right? We had a couple of rounds from some of the other members, especially in the first half. You know, I feel like Olimp had a big round where he snuck towards, I think, middle, found 2 kills in a 3v4 situation, turned around on its head, right, when their economy was about to be reset completely. And yeah, I mean, stunning upset, even though the series is still to be decided on Nuke, right? But for Rebels to be able to take just a map off of Falcons is a big feat already.
For sure. I just met the guys out here, and Kisarek took my shoulder and said, Jacob, or Pimp, you're messed up now, because I actually promised that I would bike 150 kilometers on Swift, like an online biking platform, if they were to lose against Falcons, or if they were to win against the Falcons. So,
was that just on the map, or was that the series?
The series. So he looked me straight in the eyes and said, you're going to go biking tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, they're enjoying this.
True. They feel comfortable. They were happy. They were in a good mood. They were leaving the building, you know, laughing, smiling, having a good time, and they should. Taking a map off Falcons is a big scalp.
And I think you can tell it's a bit, in fact, and I to be honest, I just love the joy that you see from them with, you know, every round win, and even more so when the rounds are actually leading to a map win, right? Like in the second half in that force buy, right? Like when they get it done behind the op, like everyone's jumping, screaming, you know, tapping on the table, and it's not in a sort of a shit-talking way. It's like more of a just like, we're so happy, we're doing it, we're actually doing it sort of a way.
Those guys pop off for a pistol win like some teams do when they lift a trophy. I mean, genuinely, there's just joy oozing out of every pore of those players. I mean, you saw in the way they were walking out. They hit me with a let's and go. You know, they're having a good time. They know that this is an unreal story. This is a bit of a Cinderella story, if you will, and they're just soaking up every potential moment of it. I mean, again, another situation where you've got guys across from you like Megisk, right, where it's just like, I'm beating him in the server. You didn't even know that you'd be in this position.
That's the other side of the story, right? Falcons now in more or less shambles. They're going into a third map. They're going in on Nuke. We have seen them play Nuke once in this tournament. That was not a beautiful sight at all. They got absolutely shattered in that game. So if I'm Falcons right now, I'm worried. You know, yes, they are the better team. Yes, they have the better players. I'm not even sure they're the better team, actually. I'm not sure that's true to say. I think the Rebels right now, the way they played here on Anubis as a team was far superior to what Falcons have done so far, but we expect them to be the better team. We expect them to have the better players. Heading into Nuke, I don't know what to think.
I don't want them to be worried. I want them to be pissed off.
Okay.
You know, at themselves more than anything else, because I do think on that map there was a little bit of complacency. It felt with the Falcons players in some of the moves. It was a little bit too lackadaisical.
Okay.
You know, just probably underestimating or disrespecting the Rebels players a little bit, you know, and then they would end up losing those couple of duels, and the round turns on its head, and all of a sudden you're, you know, losing. You don't have a good economy going for you either, and you're in trouble, right? And those rounds kept happening to them, and now they lost the map and are just one map away of being eliminated in last place from IEM Katowice.
I want to pull us back into the positive for a moment here. I want to heap some more praise over on the Rebel side, specifically on SNX. We've got a round here that I think illustrates some of the dynamic calls that they were pulling, some of the ways they were taking command. This is round 19 here, Yanko.
Yeah, this is, you know, the pistols and the saved op, and he just gets the kill. Flash comes in, boom, let's go. And Falcons were setting up for this B-pop, and he just completely annihilate them. That's when you saw them all jumping out of their seats, right? This got them to match point. I mean, just look at the excitement on the side of Rebels.
It's unacceptable. Come on, Falcons. How many times have you played a puck and faced it when that exact play has happened, right? You gotta have at least one, maybe even two players being in an anti-flash position so you can punish that if they were to push out. That's what I meant with Falcons, right? The first first player with the 8 repeat gets the first kill, and at that point the Falcons players have no idea how to react. You see 3 players panicking, all standing open, reacting to the flash coming in. Both of them are dying, they're losing the round. It's like it takes nothing to throw them off guard. One kill that is not going the way of Falcons, there's no protocols, there's no understanding, there's no synergy, and that's why I'm worried for them. If everything is going to plan A, sure, Falcons are going to win on Nuke, but if they have to go to plan B or plan C, it's like it doesn't exist. The players don't know each other, they don't know how they react, and they seem stressed on the server. That round there, that was embarrassing.
And it's very much the opposite on the other side, right? I mean, Scrawny and Londres were praising this in the cast, but the synergy looks on point for Rebels, right? They're all playing off of each other's timing. They're trading each other. They're not letting anything go for free. Even when it seems like maybe they're losing that first duel, suddenly there's a little bit of a recovery there, and Falcons just don't seem ready for it.
Yeah, in a way, they didn't give many gifts to Falcons on Anubis, right? They had to fight for those rounds, and I think going on to Nuke, it can actually get interesting. I mean, Rebels also like this map as much as Falcons do, and Falcons, from the games that they played so far, it has some shades of Ents in it. And when I say that, I mean some fully set or half set rounds, right, that end, especially in sort of low buy situations or non-optimal buy situations where it's, you know, those upper hits, something along those lines, which usually for an underdog team, they struggle with defaults, right? And when they're losing map control and the other team is slowly, you know, outplaying them, outmaneuvering them, against set executes, you can have set protocols, right? Like how do you want to open rounds, a couple of setups that you want to stand in. So this might get interesting on Nuke.
It might indeed. And to find out how they might counter it getting too interesting on Nuke, Banks caught up with Zonic in the break. Let's find out what he had to say.
So I was just catching up with Zonic there, and he said, okay, he understands that this is ideal. He said a lot of problems is on the CT side right now and what they have and what they can do in terms of the secondary plans and how they go into it. But he knows this is not about excuses, it's about delivering now. I just asked him about the Nuke. I said, okay, look, you've had one positive game on Nuke, another game that's not so positive on Nuke. And he says right now, look, we've seen them play, we know what they do, but it's about how you can beat that. He felt like, to me at least, he was setting expectations, though, that maybe if they did fall here, which would be a wild world, then he's like, okay, we're just focusing on where we're going for the next stage. So let's see what they can do. Very low mood and understandable. They've got a lot of work to do. So let's see if that work can be done very quickly in this small break.
Low mood indeed. And let's set the stage once again, right? Because this is the Falcons. By virtue of having that end score, they get the spot here into the groups of IEM Katowice, one of the most prestigious tournaments of the year. They're looking to make a big splash, and now they're one map away from going home with no series wins.
It will be a massive wasted opportunity as well. They have complexity in the next round in this lower bracket. Winner of this game will face complexity, and let's be honest, that's a beatable opponent for both these teams, honestly. So if you're Falcons right now, you're one map away from missing out on a massive chance. We have seen them play Nuke once in this tournament. They played against EF, and they got absolutely shattered. 3 T rounds, and then they lost, I think, 3 or 4 on the CT side, and that was it. They lost 13-6. I hope they would have learned from that game. I hope they would step up a little bit. Boris was an issue on towards ramp on that CT side. I think the T side calling, as you said, it was very much out of spawn. And as said, if plan A is not working for Falcons, I have a feeling plan B doesn't exist. So if Rebels can withstand the first push, I think we have a close game on our hand.
Well, the question becomes now, can the Falcons find a feather to fly on, or will the Rebels continue to shock, surprise, upset, and keep this story going? We'll find out after this.
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike! Elevated level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Well, what was supposed to be a short road for Rebels in this best of 3 has managed to turn to Nuke. Falcons unable to stop that T side no matter how hard they tried. And suddenly we find ourselves in a do or die situation for one of the most expensive teams of 2024. Rebels Gaming punching upwards, to say the least.
Yeah, no joke about that. Saw him in the bathroom, so great calling. And SNX says, you know what's crazy, man? We've only been together for 1 month. It's incredible.
1 month. Rebels
you know
Gaming, what?
The same amount of time as Falcon's been together, so less and less excuses for them, to be honest.
Well,
that was one hell of a last map.
Something they can be proud of. I will never forget that outer B hit. That one op flashbang peak.
Yeah.
But down goes bomb here in the pistol. Still 0 pistol round wins for Falcons in this series, but it looks like that has finally come to a close.
Okay.
This one's going to be clean as you could ask. Heaven player dropping down, gets caught in the process. SNX called a fantastic game back on Anubis, even if his individual level wasn't world class. Here we go. The first of 5. Falcons win a pistol.
To be honest, I think my IGL can frag too well. It's a little bit of red flag. I don't like him that much.
Sure, yeah. Calm down.
Yeah.
It's going to turn into somebody like Jame.
Yeah. Jame Blame.
Glaive.
Glaive?
Yeah.
At one point and now, yeah, that's true. But it's not a
Glaive.
red flag with Glaive, okay? Except
Glaive is officially a fragging IGL as of
once again.
Katowice.
It's 2018 again. It's actually because Glaive famously stole a major from Poland. If we remember, E-League Atlanta 2017, that comeback versus Virtus Pro. That is a dark period in Polish CS history, okay? That was the end.
Now he can make it up for them if they raise one in the Spodek.
Now he could turn Polish, bring him a Katowice, make up for it.
Olymp goes jumping into a quick demise. USP's here. Not meant to get much, and they won't. SNX is flanked all the way around from T-spawn. Flay just killed Snappy. But Magisk makes sure to keep his guard up. What can Flay grab? Mac 10, that's it. Caught out by the Heaven player. He's been found out. The jig is up. Down he goes. 3 kills denied. Falcons, they'll hold up with majority as they establish that 2-0, but it's immediate guns out of Rebels, so let's see if they respond fast.
I've literally never seen Rebels start from the back foot. I don't even know how to approach this. This is just such new territory. It's like watching Prime Astralis lose a map entirely.
Just feels so wrong.
Watching Rebels lose a pistol round, yeah. Rebels Gaming, maybe. On to their first real rifle here. See if they can stop this oncoming T side for a very angry Falcons. They want to say they know Nuke, okay? They should know Nuke. How deep is the gameplay here for Rebels? How deep is the map pool? How deep is the Nuke knowledge in CS2?
Snappy comes through smoke, goes down, first casualty of the gun round.
Are they aware of this potential timing?
They should be. I feel like anything is possible with those smoke grenades up. They should be on high alert. But, he just missed it. SNX turns around as if to watch the garage.
I want to say it's actually still a good sign that he actually checked it. Like, he had a thought, yeah.
Yep, but he just missed it by a second or two. Olymp, gotta look down.
Oh my God.
But he hears him. He sees him, he deals with it. 3v3 back in hand. 2 players come out from Hut. They both get shut down. Kisarek holding that line on the front of the site. Olymp able to get all the way out from Heaven. Sees the shadow. He doesn't react.
God damn.
Madden comes out with a double kill, 6th of the map. But Flay was world class back on Anubis.
Oh, stopping Tetris it's the spot to be in. I don't think there's anything more Madden has to do. Flay can't walk out too far with his op, so it'll be a stalemate for a second. Madden would, of course, not like to deal with this op, not knowing where it's coming from, but you could have a good idea. Early scope comes in.
He's crossing back to Hut.
Found his timing. He got out of there. Oh, wait a second. I think Flay has made the right play.
But he scoped in.
Oh my
no.
God.
Oh, he had the read, but he makes the mechanical error.
I think he thought that Madden was going to sit in HUD and then he would follow him back. I think he couldn't believe how right he was.
Because if he stays scoped on that corner.
He was safe. That was right. That was a great read. That was a great read. And
little self-doubt.
Madden actually played that so well up until that point, too.
Madden off to the races here, starting 7-0 with a 1v1 clutch. Actually, if not, 1v3. Gets the kill on the vent player Kissarak.
Yeah, 1v3.
Gets the upper heaven kill on Olymp.
Ooh.
And then closes it out versus Flay. That's one for Madden to be proud of. 3-0 start and lesser weapons here for Rebels. They're going to get aggressive into the lobby crunch. Trophy will show no contest. Beautiful timing on the peak out of Kissarak. 5-7 goes downstairs, hits the dink. Madden's down to 7 health. An entire pack of players led to the next pistol, but all is good as Boros churns through them. Whoa, Flay didn't shoot.
Wait, they don't cross him up just yet.
Now for sure, Sunpius.
He can stop that bomb as well.
Grabs an op as well for himself. His teammates also hands-on weapons.
Already falling apart.
Snappy's got the AK back from Vent, but this one has hit a massive crater of a speed bump downstairs. Snappy turned away from the op. Flay, loses his face. 50 seconds still.
Yeah, he should have just swung into that, basically. Snappy gave him a chance. They might know one's clock, but I'm not sure. It's a great spot to be either way. Hard to clear, especially with a second CT available. That guy only has an MP9, but he's also unspotted. So, Snappy. Oh, there it is. Info known. Great move. That's the swing I'm talking about. Take it to them.
I love all that trash talk that gets interrupted by, go, save the gun.
Yeah. I love that.
Right back to the server, make sure to grab the op.
I'm the guy who stands up immediately at land. And you see my...
Buddy, you've still got an MP9, man. let's get those guns.
Game's over, son.
But it is nice to see Rebels answer with lesser weapons.
That's crazy because last round, they got 1v3'd. So Falcons, but that also means Falcons only had one player alive that round. So now they're half broke. They're going to buy 3 rifles, 2 pistols.
Oh, a lot of presence shown by Falcons. That's Olymp running downstairs, but he comes right back. Floats around his smoke. Lots of ramp control here for Falcons super early on.
All right, if Flay hits one out of the sky, you got to say Bobby's Flay souffle, okay?
I'll try to remember that.
All right.
Kissarak up on doors, about to have his hands full. 3 players looking to push. Oh, only gets the one. Casey can't manage the multi-frag. We've got Olymp stuck downstairs, and the main wrap comes around with no coverage from the upper outer. Nice slice from Falcons getting into the site like that. We've got, of course, Olymp ready to come up from vent. Flashbangs into heaven.
And Olymp ready to pounce. But it won't be easy for the op to simply get into this. He's got a flash for himself, which is boring. Never fun to do this. And Olymp just testing the waters here. They know he's going to come up at some point, but he doesn't mean he won't get the kill. In fact, he will. Snappy left alive, and he goes down from Batman. Flay up top. The whole coordination is a success. Everything goes so well, and they survive with 3. Wow, that's amazing, man. Not a single kill in that post plant from the Falcons.
I mean, you couldn't point at something that Rebels did wrong there.
That's crazy good, dude. That is so good.
Kissarak getting the better of the timing. Good trade out of Sunpius at least. The way they skirted around sight, got into the back of it, planted safe, but Olymp just flying up, dealing with Boros that swiftly. There to be support if needed, and Flay comes through as the guarantee.
Yeah, everything was literally perfect in terms of target priority, and it's not a situation where the target selection is just one person picking between 3 targets. It's 3 coordinating to do a distraction and then a peek, distraction and a peek, then a distraction and a peek, and in the right order of players at the same time. They did it all correctly. They've been together for a month.
Molly disrupts the potential for the pop. Still plenty of flashbangs here for Falcons and an extra Molotov if they want to throw it out. They will onto the second vent. Good flash to Kisarek. Now he can't see Jack.
Oh, man.
We've got 2 players out from heaven, though. They're not going to waste a moment. Quickly extending.
Oh, okay.
With the vent hold and just churning through the Falcons.
Wow.
Is good. Rebels just not even giving them any space.
You could go up there and like choke spray and mess up your... But they trust each other, man. They really believe they're going to go up there and get those kills. Sometimes the high-low advantage is not real if you have to expose your whole body and like you're aiming into the floor. It's very unnatural. You can really choke and mess up and those Tech 9s can drill you. But they truly have each other's backs. I mean, they really think their aim is all that, and they are delivering on it.
It is.
The rotations are fast.
Dude, the kills from Flay have been something he should be absolutely proud of, right? Those combat off moments in the heat of battle with multiple targets, like when you can't afford to miss a shot because you have to get to the next engagement to cover your teammate in vent, that's what Flay's posting at the moment. That's what he did all Anubis long. No cross allowed here as these lesser pistols try to trickle through. Rebels, well, they've put themselves in a great spot to take a lead, but don't throw caution to the wind. Eagle's still out there. Boros connected for 1. Snappy and Magis still headhunting.
Crazy how they looked so average over on Vertigo. It really just looked like 2 teams that were off form or just not very good or not as comfortable as they thought they'd be on the map playing against each other. Having 2 halves against each other that had moments. Overall, who knows who really wins the game? Into Anubis, which is like lights out from Rebels, into Nuke, which starts a lot better for Falcons, and an equally impressive sort of answer back from the Rebels. Maybe it starts to fall apart severely on their T side since we're in map 3 now. Can only expect their map pool has to suffer somewhere after only being together for a month.
Because they're just looking for anything.
And not having Zonic. Yeah.
Just looking for anything to hit, dude. We need to put another teammate next to him just because he's not getting enough out.
We need to get Flamesy there just so he can slap somebody.
Looking at every camera, dude, frothing at the mouth. Man, they want this. This is the beauty of having like a local hero team.
Yes.
Yes, they have an easier qualifier to get to Katowice, but God, they have to seize this opportunity as they come so far and few between, and so many teams ahead of them. 3 years, we've had people, Poles, step forth and do so little with this chance, but Rebel's a different beast. Job not done, can't get ahead of yourself. Have to stay focused no matter how good those anti-ecos feel.
It's a really good start here for Falcons. They snuck vent, so they can... Oh, never mind. That guy gets hunted out. That was really easy. That sort of takes the wind out of things. So just added flexibility for them to catch lurks upstairs to defend against vent as well. And now they'll just have to hope that their lower players are good enough. Let's see if their rotations suffer here from the CT side going downstairs. New test.
We saw that A-site retake come through. Smooth as butter with the vent to heaven connection, but right now Boros already peeling one off. We're gonna get this late lobby lurk. Kisarek trying to get into the middle, but now Sun Pius hits his headshot.
They're limping in.
Yeah, Rebels, they don't even get a sight line on the bomb site before losing out, essentially. They've already given it up, so nicely done from Falcons. It felt like they had a foot in the door very early on.
Yeah.
Kisarek, hold on.
Wait a sec. There's no way.
No, hold on.
Oh my
God, a Molotov.
There's no way he has time? Does he have time?
They've got to run through. Okay.
Oh my God.
Wowza, if that's a smoke.
Oh my God.
If that's a smoke.
Oh my God. If he had like, I mean, wow, I don't know. If he had pushed to the left side a little bit and then used the...
If he wasn't exposed to double doors, but he didn't know, somebody could have left ramp.
Yeah, who knows?
He's taking a gamble and...
Get on it fast.
Oh.
That bomb may have exploded anyway, but...
Still kills 3.
Yeah, that's good.
Still kills 3 with bomb.
Yeah. Just a test for you. You'll never catch me.
Definitely worth it. Bottoms out the bank accounts.
That's funny.
Keeps Falcons on the edge of their seat.
Yeah.
With that, we're all tied up. But yeah, it felt like early on we could see Falcons already getting away with the round. Slicing through Secret with no contest. Met by fire on red box. Boros holds off. That looming threat of, again, the same round, the same cross, the same cost that came with it. SNX exposes Boros, but guess what? He can shoot back.
Yeah, that was nice, though.
Then he'll take his cross right after. So a third of Boros' health left. Casey catching him. He actually doubled back towards Garage instead. Could have gotten Secret for free, but opts not to. Olymp going to feel the pressure of the ramp hit. 3 players coming straight towards him.
Not bad movements, though, here from the CT. This could be kind of a hard situation to figure out, but I think they did 2 things right here. And oh my God, what a flick by Snappy. That is really nice. That kind of saves it here for the Falcons. It's certainly not over, but yeah, Snappy knows how to get away now.
Casey can try to find him, but Snappy's already on the...
Yeah, he's going to try to make that a long round. Okay. I mean, Falcon's certainly going to end lower, right?
Come on now, they're right on the brink of it. Oh, Snappy actually goes back. Casey finds him.
Yeah, now it's definitely going to end lower.
Leading themselves into Olymp's crosshair. Bomb plant towards Astralis. No cover.
Oh my God.
Wow, Magisk turns it over.
He makes it, forces 2v2. They plant. One player's hands will be busy. Magisk goes down. Casey, low HP. Sunpius 1v2 for himself. And there comes another layer of defense on the attack. Flay with the up versus an upper and a shot in the side of the head. It's a free upgrade here for Sunpius with the round win to boot. And finally, Falcons look alive, energy rise.
And now they're playing the same game. Now they're giving it back. Layers on that one, consistently just whittling it back and forth. Trade late, down to the 1v1. Sunpius just jumping out of the way of that op shot as well, right? How many times have we seen Flay land those shots?
Yeah.
And this time just slightly off the mark.
Yeah. This didn't go quite deep enough.
Man, Snappy just gave it back.
Yeah. Well, it's almost a sign of desperation, right?
Sign of the emotional investment.
Yeah.
Embarrassment is motivating.
It's been
5-7 is deadly. Casey, he just pulled off the double kill with the squeaky push. However, gets stuck into the corner. So, man advantage up for Falcons. They can group right up. Careful. Right down into Boros. Waiting in the vents for him. Flay on the other side with just the USP now.
Sorry, but if I got left click in the head, I'd be dead.
Boros runs away with the butterfly stuck in the side of his ear.
Another one. Just has a foothold in his head, knife stab.
No, Falcons have kept it very reserved this whole time, right?
I think because they've been losing, to be honest.
Through that beating of Anubis.
Yeah, it's like they're just getting excited because they're actually winning.
Feels like that 1v1 had a map worth of
I would have called
up emotion.
For me, it's like reserved is almost to say controlled, but for me, it's almost like it was just like so bleak for a while here. You know, like a slow Vertigo was sort of bad enough. If they won a close game on Vertigo, they're still not going to tell anybody about it. Like, all right, we got through this. Then they lose the next map. I mean, now they're not cheering at all.
True. There's not much pride. I mean, as far as Falcons are concerned, their mentality, a win over Rebels is nothing to be bragging about.
Yeah. They can credit them for being a good team afterwards. I'm sure they won't give them any credit if they lose. They'll just say we played bad. But you had to be here, folks. If you were here watching this, you saw definitely some quality CS coming out of Rebels, but now also coming out of Falcons finally.
Better late than never.
They too still finding out what their map pool is going to be. I'm not too fond of the idea of just giving them some excuse, though. 2 teams that have both put together within a month, except one of them has had such unbelievable name brand value. Zonic as a coach as well, and like just on an individual level should be outshining all of these players, but can't. So no, I certainly wouldn't feel bad for them if some kind of upset happened, because Rebels have very much impressed, and I already hope to see some more games from SNX calling, and some of these players, I hope to see them back. I hope that they stick together. You go that far.
Boros through the red smokes. Oh, they're going to get found out. Boros, the 2 kills on the CTs up front. SNX sliding through. Oh, read like a book by Snappy. But here comes PC denied.
No.
Barrels stuffed out of Boros, and we're starting to get that individual flair from the Falcons.
Yeah, about time. That's good.
3 maps into the series, and they're starting to lay it on thick. Carnage and Chaos and a Boros multi-frag, 4 on the round. As he just layered it up on the red players, followed through to Garage, and he keeps waving at him. He keeps smirking back. We saw Boros with the smack talk at the start of the year. He's brought it since the start of Falcons. Good read on that spray from Snappy as well, right? Just anticipating any kind of movements coming out of main.
Yeah, yeah.
Final round of the defense. Boros looking to tear through outer again. We've got an auto shotty on Kisarek. We got pistols and MP9s and scouts. It's a bargain buy and a scout shot that does hit its mark immediately. That'll turn Boros back for a moment.
Yeah, it actually strengthens the secret push. It gives them a tempo if they want to try to take a peek ups here. And I think, what's Flay working with? Yeah, he's got a flash for top secret. I think they should go for it.
Boros gonna find that fast flank.
Yeah, he's got that.
With support, but the pistol player, it's only damage. Oh, the nade from Olim. That'll get the job done. Don't forget, right? First time that Falcons win a pistol in the series, convert for the 3-0. That's why the Rebels have played off the back foot. Sidelined. See ya. And let's see what Magus can post. Oh my God.
What the hell?
I thought that came through the wall. Oh man. At least one more added to the tally. Rebels, they've pushed this series to a 3rd map, unbelievably so, exceeding all expectations. 1 half left for one of these teams, and we genuinely don't know who. 2.5 maps of struggle out of the Falcons, and finally something to cheer about. Individual level taking it up a notch thanks to Boros and his 16-7 half. It's a 7-5 lead for Team Falcons as they'll switch over to the CT side. The pistol round and conversions finally going their way, and I would say makes a real difference in putting a dent in the round wins of Rebels Gaming. A Cinderella story for the local team that made it to the group stage.
Didn't think it was going to end up like, I didn't think there was going to be one really for this event. Not, they were just so far off my radar. I mean, like, this is really cool. This is, oh, he's got a nice surprise, man. CS just delivers these moments with these hometown heroes, baby. Love to see it. See if they can win another pistol. That would be ridiculous. Certainly not going to win another pistol. Oh, come on. They've already won 5.
Flay starting to swing further, wants more than just the 3. Madden sits up top. He's going to jump and chase and try to take it towards the ramp. I mean, we saw Flay go world class on Anubis. Unarguably, the reason they won that T side as lopsided as they did. Magic's on the chase trying to recover this 2v4. Oh, push.
Okay, sorry, I said 5. They won 4, but I was just talking from the future. I'm not going to spoil who wins, so I won't go that far. But I don't know how they're going to lose this pistol. Surely not. Magic's is already looking at those jewelries. Like, these are kind of expensive, actually.
I would love to have these next round.
Yeah, I mean...
Madden says, yeah, I got the Kevlar too. So they're going to dip. They're going to save it, and Rebels will answer. 5 out of the 6 pistols in the series.
5 out of 6 pistols.
All the way of Rebels.
Falcons versus Falcons. What is happening, man? These are, yeah.
Madden dies the bomb.
How can they play together for a month and their chemistry is so good? It's so natural. Like, they've got such a good fit for each other in terms of all the trading, and they have full execs and everything on Anubis.
Unlike any international team, the one thing they all have in common is the dream of playing in a Spodek.
Yeah.
Because Katowice means more to Polish cores than it does anybody else.
That and learning CS the same way can help out as well. Their own same version.
United in their endeavor. It's a quick answer back, Rebels.
Oh my god, the flashes are excellent, but they get a little stuck up inside the choke points. USP doing work. Magic's with a calmness, puts 2 up right there. And that's actually a quick 8. And I think that that could have gone a lot better for the Rebels. They all kind of were hitting all the door frames when they were trying to get out through the smoke.
It was a very adamant push. As if there was no other option, that it had to be that and it had to be then.
Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, definitely something went wrong right there.
And just like that, there goes momentum. They're going to try it again.
Oh.
They do dive one down vent.
Oh my god.
Oh.
There's no way that works. I've never seen that before. That is so funny.
It doesn't even turn. He's just swinging that thing, hoping it would get longer.
Yeah, $1,500 was so worth it, man. That wasn't even about the plant.
Oh, this game's got it all.
I am crying right now. Wait, was that, it was old? Oh my god.
Poor Magisk.
The way he could just continue. His teammates were running the perfect distraction upstairs, like shooting everybody, dying. Couldn't even hear a thing, man.
He got there in the end, but it is indeed another for the Falcons. But the money ain't bad. Full belt, AK and the util. Actually a weapon advantage over Falcons this round.
Oh man, that was a laugh. But it is also Falcons potentially looking at 10 right now if they stop and stuff this push. Oh!
Oof, through smoke.
Yeah. Good confirmation. Gotta be wary of those HEs. They coming through this? Oh, it's on the pre-fire, and there's fire on the steps. One of them, it's gonna expire soon. Boros coming up.
Boros on the quick hot heels of them. Oh, nice double from Boros. That takes him to 20 and 9.
Oh no, it comes down to Olymp. He's just here with himself. Where's that bomb? Was it in the vent or on the site?
It's next to it.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
Dude, Boros is...
Yeah, he saved that.
Boros is saving him, just like back on Vertigo, where I think the game was getting tight and Boros just went above and beyond. This is going to be 2 maps in the series where we can point to Boros and say, star potential.
Yeah, but it's like, why is it... I don't mean to say why is it Boros, because like Boros is like known for being able to stomp at this level. That was already what he's known for, right? Like, literally. The question was like versus tier 1 teams, can he be equivalent to Nico? But for the rest of Falcons, what's their excuse? They're the ones who are trying to sort of foster the growth on Boros. I guess that makes sense that he gets the frags.
No, I think...
But he's really just... Oh my god, wait, is there a chance to plant? No, it was so close. That's crazy.
Magisk was sweating for a second, but yeah, time expires, decides the 10th to Falcons. It's a little bit of extra money. Madden getting his 1. He tried to get away, but they chased him. The second kill from Boros.
Oh, this is it.
Just finding the player jumping into the vent.
It also stops the vent rotate down. That would have been Magic's dead. Bomb gets hoisted or saved.
You know, we say, why does it have to be Boros? Oh, man, my question is, why isn't it Sun Pius? On Vertigo, when they win, you know, he was sitting at 12 and 12. The Anubis loss, 11-14. He is under a 1.0 rating on the series.
Yeah.
And we're coming into map 3. He's 6 and 12.
Yeah, he has not been here. There he is.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah, not like him. Especially to have a whole series in a row.
Yeah, that's
let alone to a lower ranked team. That's
you know, usually Sun Pius is a great gatekeeper. Here we go. Put him on the microscope, and that's a 2K that softens up the Rebels' approach to the B play. We saw Madden throw himself up from single door last round. Will do it yet again. Olymp loses his head, and Falcons on a quick run to that 11th. That's one Tech-9 tapping downstairs, the other here in the hands of Flay, looking for somebody outer, but CT's doing a good job of keeping their heads tucked. Ooh,
damn, that's a clean peek, man.
In AK, things get interesting. He could come join Flay in heaven.
It's the best spot for him to be in right now.
There's nothing to stop him from getting there.
They have a perfect connection. And honestly, if Casey makes noise, he can actually get someone to make a mistake in favor of Flay if they come up with a vent or something otherwise. They're going to get moving anyways, but looks like why not go? And he could also...
Bomb goes down. There's a player above the hut.
Yeah. Yeah. They're probably not going to figure this out. So he should just be sitting there watching heaven, I think. Or just go and die the mini. Okay.
Now Flag's going to get fully exposed to Madden, who comes back and clears it. So he gets ahead of it. Knows he has to dive. Oh, man.
Oh, the turn was...
He's giving himself a chance. No way, Flay.
Make a moment of it.
Here's it. All 3 from Flay. Popped on the approach like it's nothing.
Like it's a souffle, baby. Up top. Wow, that was sick. Those 2 Tech-9 kills were unbelievable. And the turn to dodge the flash right before that. That's a Kodak moment in and of itself. Disgusting from the man that was stealing his share of the pie on Anubis. Flay continues to serve here on Nuke. No crumbs.
Heart beating, hands shaking.
And I was incorrect, actually. It shouldn't have been backside watching heaven because he was up there in a position that would have been exposed equally or first. So he did need Casey to do something, but he also had to get out of heaven after he died.
I love the way he just pounces into the play, right?
That was beautiful, yeah.
Trying to hold, trying to help. Teammate goes down. Oh, it's all on me. The moment before Madden comes up that ladder. He is down in Sunpius's face, grabbing the AWP on top of it and posting a wonderful 1v3 clutch at the perfect moment. Rebels trail by 3, but have the advantage in the guns. And just one more added to the highlight reel, a reason to believe. AK's chasing down secret stairs. This is the B site compromised already. They've managed to get past that Sunpius op. Sunpius better hang on to that for the follow-up. This B site's gonna crumble.
God, feels so good to get a clutch like that to follow up into what is an anti-eco. Snappy jumps to attention, but he is just a USP player from above, right? Should be no problem. Plant goes down. And it becomes a 2-round game. Falcons have to consider the thought of losing now. They have to consider it.
It's been forced into their mind.
Yeah.
Even with Boros on this level of a scoreline. Magisk enters map 3 as the highest rated player for Falcons. Has had far little impact, tied with Sunpius. And it's a lead, but it's one cut closer.
Terrorists win.
They look equally as comfortable on T side. But I don't know if it's going to be quite as simple. We saw their one upper exact look a little bit rickety. I don't know if they have that much confidence in it. That is a huge arm of the map to not be able to use if you are looking for 5 more rounds, for example, in this situation. Falcons still have CT here. They just have economic fragility to worry about. Rebels are explosive, they have clutch, and they've already shown they can play a default as well. Is the nightmare not over yet, Falcons? That's what we need to find out. And again, for everyone who's just like tuning in or wondering, SNX is the caller for this team. They formed a month ago. I just talked to them in the bathroom in between maps. They were all smiling. Very excited about their performance and be able to, you know, taking that win on Anubis. Looked fantastic. If you missed that as well, it was an incredible T side. I recommend watching that demo. Genuinely, and not for the Falcons, unfortunately. Hate to say that, but they're not there yet. But I just don't know what to say because they're both brand new teams, literally. Attitude, 10 out of 10. They all, they're from their coach. The way their coach spoke in the interviews was that they were going to have a demeanor of positivity, that they were going to take every moment and like soak it up because they want to be a Polish team to represent here in Poland, in Katowice, and they're already proud to see 2 Polish cores through. I had to add that there's also 2 Polish IGLs in Snacks and Shuhei, as well as Taz, the coach, who's the most legendary person here. Besides Snacks, they could either of them making it to playoffs or all. It's been a very successful event for Poland as a whole, and this is just the side story, the dark horse of the side story. You know,
it's the least expected story of all of the
completely. Yeah, it's.
So to see them taking it to Falcons and to see Flay just having these moments of real brilliance.
Yeah.
You know, you take the name tags off.
He completes it, yeah.
In that 1 versus 3 from the rafters to hut, you take the name tags off and just tell me that's versus Falcons.
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's coming from a top 10 team.
Yeah.
Sickening double Tech 9 into instant op kill towards heaven.
And this isn't only one series of success. They also had their best of 1 win versus Cloud9 to open the event.
Yeah, that one sent tremors through the entire pack because it felt like we were beginning Katowice's play-in with two teams that could be completely written off, and M80 not far away.
Yeah.
Little did we realize. Rebels. We're going to seize this chance with both hands. We've got their audio issues fixed up. We've got them trailing by 2, but with the better buy over Falcons. It's the CTs with every penny spent. Rebels extra cash for a rainy day. This comeback's on. All set up by Flay. Bunch of nades coming out into main. They don't find any intended targets. And then we settle in.
Yeah, and again, I think it'll be SNX's calls as well if they are going to pull this back for the amount of T rounds that they need. So he is in amazement that everything's working so well together too. So it's not as if they have some genius casting director that has scoured the lands to form the perfect composition here for this tournament. There was certainly some stroke of luck involved. These guys all working right together. But SNX's calling has been impressive regardless. I will be talking about him for some time after this, no matter what happens. Just say, hey, what about him? What about him as a next up? Always looking at new IGL. So, oh my God, it's actually such low utility here. Every kill hurts that much more.
We've got a whole pack of players coming for Boros.
Oh, he's not ready exactly.
So he plays it safer and dives. Sunpaya sticking in the fire, but they don't jump in front of the scope. They will now charge headstrong down to the B site. Boros and Madden here to hold it, but one of them gets smoked off.
Patient for the nades.
Boros is going to have to do this on his own. They avoid him by going dark. They both die. Both players in the B site fall empty-handed.
It's a perfect explode. They don't have control side, they don't have rep, they don't have decon either, so they're vulnerable, but there's no CTs coming, and there's only 2. They're going back to spawn. That was crazy. I mean, that was a perfect attack. Again, the coordination is excellent. And, you know, the one thing that should be showing the most in terms of, like, no matter how much, like, I don't even know, with teams with time and stuff, it's like when you don't dry run a lot, that shows. When your XX are a little sloppy from coordinating from 3 choke points at once, or 2 major parts of the map where you can't actually see each other, that's stuff that usually experience will complement greatly, right? That's something that is hard to replicate from other better teams that have been together longer. But they are having no problem showing really good timings with each other, attacking choke points, joining up. I mean, look at Boros having his aim split from the bottom of the ramp and over top of dark at the same time. Look how where the T's are right now.
Oh, that's sick.
I mean, it's perfect scaling.
That's such a great screenshot moment from that POV. Like, if you're that guy swinging dark, how do you not feel confident in your team? Because you've got so many layers right in front of you. You know, even if you fail your shot, Boros is doomed.
That's literally perfect scaling. So aim displacement, 101. Easier said than done.
It looks wonderful from our perspective, and it's damning if you're Falcons. Madden, Desert Eagle, no.
Oh, he got 2?
2 kills off the top of Hut. This flurry, it gets stopped in its tracks. Flay to recover again. But no, not this time.
Oh, they tried the upper hit, it fails twice. That's the second time. That's what I was saying, man. They had the, even though a lot of other things have looked good, that one upper attack that was so messy, they ran through the smoke, they died to the Hut guy. Maybe this one was better, but the Deagle shots were even better. Uh-oh. That's a dangerous call to make, and a very scary.
How's he get 2 here?
Oh my God.
Nice shooting from Madden.
Yeah, I mean, it's just gonna happen sometimes. It just couldn't happen right now. Madden saves a day for Falcons.
Huge round for Madden to post.
Rebels kind of like Hisoka. They want their opponents to get like strong before they defeat them. So they never let them have too many eco rounds to work with. They want to make it as legit as possible. So they'll have Casey on a Tech 9. They'll let Falcons get all the guns they need, and they'll go right back to hard mode. Fine. If you want it that way, have at it.
See if they divert away from A. Sunpius looking for his right into play scope.
See ya.
Olymp though, there's a second op on the field. Boros with his catches one elsewhere, and Snappy gotta be cautious. Whole pack of players coming through that smoke. They want Garage. Oh, they get him. Kisarek in with the headshot. Magisk from the A plays got nothing to look at, but if SNX falls off,
I feel like they had
drops. It's perfect.
Oh my god.
The flashbang finds Magisk. Madden on top of Silos.
No!
Cleared out by the IGL.
That's his 8th kill. SNX leading from the front.
Hard mode, like you said, they grabbed this one. Outer so smoked that it felt like Falcons could just sit there, but in sitting there, they let their guard down and they get swarmed, and Rebels take it right back.
And Boros got his kill, and that would have been a perfect play to make. They have outside on a semi-aggressive setup with Sunpius holding the fence. If he gets a kill, they run into Boros. They ran into Boros anyway. Maybe they wouldn't have used him so aggressively knowing that, but that could have been an instant 3v5. But Sunpius gets straight up out-opt. Out-opt by perfect positioning from Flay. Boros finds his, and that's it. An exit frag for him and Rebels right to 10 kills. Or right to 10 rounds. Any outcome possible. And again, that was a big investment for the CT side. They won that 1 round. They're going to throw the op around. I don't know what they're going to buy now. They should have mostly good guns. At least having that op, maybe they'll have a full buy entirely. But this could really and truly be the map if they are not careful with their purchases.
Falcons got every tool they need for this 12th. Oh, they're going to lay on the heat.
Oh.
5v3 in an instant.
Oh my god, this call so brave to make, and it works out beautifully here for Falcons.
They wait for their weapons. They use them well. They spot that bomb on the rooftop. And they have sent a message back to Rebels. You need to fight every step of this way.
Oh my god, it could be instant match point. They came in with no smokes into this round. They had to do something aggressive. Okay, full credit. Finally, Falcons don't look sleepy.
Leave it to Snappy to call something fast.
Yeah, they come for it.
A 3v5 demanded of the Rebels. We've got Madden already inside main. Some players floating around. Ooh, but he sees it. Oh, Sunpius is going to win the duel, but there's a second player on the smoke.
Yeah, he's...
Flay could have gone through, but opts not to.
He is dotting around. Sunpius being really careful, though. He's got a good coverage position. Oh, there it is.
There's finally a response back. They deal with the Spaniard, but Flay at this point's been found out, softened up, and versus 4 with a slow secret crawl coming in behind him. Or is it in front? Missed shot, and there we have it. Falcons take their 12th.
Yeah, they get their 12th.
In with confidence.
Yeah, and this is, you know, not 2 rounds where the upper side weak or the upper side hold is very good and they just sit there and win. Here, they go for the trophy push. They combine it with the lobby crunch, and it's like a perfect use of the purchases. It's not a totally low buy, but it's low kits. It's no smokes. So it is go ahead and loot your enemies. Take the smokes from them inside the lobby and win the round before it gets ugly in the end. It's the right play. Hard call to make this late into the game with the tournament on the line for you, potentially.
Again, all this presence outer playing around the smokes. SNX may just try to crank the notch here. Snappy. Oh, they trade places. SNX is behind this.
Wait, that actually works out so well.
Snappy's still in a good enough spot to recover, and nobody else actually got out onto the site at the same time. That could have been awful. Instead, they're just going to charge 4 strong towards ramp. Boros here to hold it. His chance. Sunpius not going to let that slack go by. Sunpius missing his next shot opens the heavens. It puts an op in the hands of Flay. We know what he did last time. He needs another. He turns. And with Snappy down beneath him, that's where this one ends. Snappy to close it, and Falcons survive.
Oh my god. That was so nuts. They survive in the end after all of that. That is so crazy, man. I think that I want to believe that the Rebels would be happy no matter what happens in this outcome. But they know that they could have won this map. They could have won this series. And it got so close. They have so much to be proud of. That was such an exciting thing to put down for the Polish fans here in Katowice. And even though they've got other people to carry on the banner for them at this event, they have certainly done more than their part.
A true testament to the reason we invite the local teams. Give a shot to the underdogs, and they will grasp it with both hands, trying to join the heroes in Katowice. But at the end of the day, it's smiles across all 10 players because they know that was some action-packed Counter-Strike. Everything left on the server, and at the end of the day, it's fist bumps all around. Beautiful scenes, beautiful rounds from Flay, excellent calls from SNX. Truly a game to be proud of.
Truly a game to be proud of indeed. A nail biter right there to the pulse pounding finish. We got a guy here whose heart rate might still be a little elevated from that one. Snappy joining us after that win. How's the old chest? How's the old ticker?
I mean, I think in general, I think it's fair to say that we're just not playing the best Counter-Strike right now. We made it really hard for ourselves losing that 1-on-3 in the middle of the CT half, and that they made us fight for it. And I also think that we have seen that they are good on Nuke. They also picked it into FaZe, and I think they actually played quite well. But they had a rough time with the starter and on their T side. But they played better than expected, and to be honest, in the counter, I actually thought they were quite hard to read, which is not so normal, I guess, for a tier 2 team. But maybe everyone is just good these days, right?
Well, first of all, congratulations on the win. Could have been worse. I know you're not feeling great, but it could have actually been worse. And, you know, we saw some of that 3v1 that you mentioned. We saw a little bit of that on Anubis, not to the same extent. You know, why do you think rounds like that happen? Do you think it's a little bit of a disrespect from the players? Do you think it's a little bit sort of complacency, being ahead and feeling like you're in control? Because, you know, against a different team, you guys don't play that round quite differently.
I think, to be honest, right now, obviously we're still a new team. Even though we have the core, it was still mainly from CSGO. And then on top of it, we switched some positions. Like, everyone has new positions because we have 4 anchor players in a way. So we had to switch a lot of players into better roles on different maps. So obviously it takes some time to adjust, and I think the uncertainty makes you maybe not focus enough on yourself and your crosshair because you're thinking about what are we doing, and that makes people play a little bit weaker. So I think the uncertainty, and then the second part is just that at the moment I feel like we are multiple people not hitting a good enough individual level, including myself. I think we need to add 10% more, and I think the majority of us can look ourselves into the eyes and say we can give 10% more individually.
Big picture stuff. A couple of weeks ago, you played against Vitality, you played against Astralis, and you looked pretty decent, I'd say, at the Blast group stage. You come into this tournament, you said to yourself, you're not satisfied with how you play. Do you think the level here is higher, or is it you guys, for some reason, not living up to the same high level we saw in Copenhagen?
I think maybe it was because obviously at Blast we had no expectations. We had 6 or 8 practice in total, I think, with the new team. Okay. And we played a little bit better than expected. Then we had 3 days at home pragging a little bit more, and then the expectations go up. Even though they shouldn't be high yet, they should. Like, the goal is still the RMR. But then when the expectations go up, maybe mistakes are reacted to a little bit worse in a way, and you get a little easier. Like, it's easier to frustrate, I would say. But in general, I just think that we are individually not very sharp. And yesterday it was a complete shit show tactically for multiple reasons. Like, we couldn't hit our strats. We had a long talk about like how when we need to simply, like, when we're not playing the best CS, the anchor kind of needs to be that you can rely on your playbook. But when you cannot rely on your playbook because we cannot remember the strats, then obviously things get very tough, right? So I think adding 10% more individually, and then I think we did a good job at least remembering the playbook today. It was fucking good, and Borders played amazing, and actually stepped up and got us through the game today, I would say, on both Vertigo but also on Nuke.
I want to pull that further into this. I mean, this is his scoreline from across the series. But, you know, a lot's been made of Boros within this team. He's perhaps the player you're least familiar with coming into this project. And he's really shown up in this series in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, he is our big talent that we need to shape. And I think that he is starting today especially. I'm super proud of him because he took a lot of what we set in. And he was definitely our best performer today. And actually played super amazing, so I'm really proud of how Boros reacted in the performance here today.
Looking forward, you're still in the tournament. You're now in the lower bracket, obviously, but you survived today. You're facing complexity in your next game. Do you still believe a playoff is possible for your team with the current state of where you're at?
I mean, not if we play like this. But obviously, I do believe that we have an extra gear that we haven't shown. And if we can hit that, of course, I believe that playoff is a possibility.
You're not afraid of complexity?
No, but I'm not afraid of any team. I think
You're afraid of your team.
I'm afraid of ourselves at the moment.
Scariest thing in Counter-Strike.
We simply need a little bit more time and more firepower on all of us at the moment. And I think with time it will get better. But I'm not really afraid of anyone at the moment, I would say. Because you can see even Vitality is mortal. They lost 2 games. We also played them close. So there's no team that is not beatable, I would say, in CS2 at the moment.
I don't know.
You haven't seen any Team Spirit games lately.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you check the Donk stat page.
Donk is maybe unbeatable, but let's see if Donk has an off game, maybe on a stage.
We'll find one eventually. Big enough sample size, we'll find one. Thoughts going forward in that next matchup, like survival here. What's the big message to the team going into the next match?
I mean, I think the good thing was that we improved on all of the stuff we talked about from yesterday's match coming into this match. Now I think we need to improve a little bit, get on the DM servers, all of us, and get 10% sharper. I think that's the next goal now, and hopefully we can show up individually tomorrow.
Well, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see if you can get that.
Yeah, thank you.
10%. Thank you, Snappy.
You're free to leave, man.
Pop that off and wander on out. And it's time for us to shift gears here, right? Because there's another storyline for us to talk about. It was an incredible storyline through the play-in, now through the group. We're talking about Rebels, right? These guys had a hell of a series. They were smiles all the way. Even after that one, they were laughing. After losing, after being eliminated, I saw smiles and laughter on Map Point.
I've never seen a team react in that way after losing a big game in a big competition. You know, it was a massive opportunity for them. Third map, a lot of pressure on them. They came close, I would say. You know, they came close, smelling that big surprise on the horizon. And the fact of the matter is that you can laugh that off the second you lose. You know, they were giving out talks, they were laughing, they were smiling. To me, that's quite impressive. I think they impressed on the server. I think the attitude outside of the server have impressed me as well. And let's be completely honest, I think everyone said that coming into the tournament, coming into the play-in for that matter as well, they were one of the weaker teams, one of the teams we had no expectations for whatsoever. And they by far exceeded those.
They absolutely did. And talking to the side of the Rebels, we had James Banks catch up with them for an interview.
Well, they may have not won the game, but they have won a lot of our hearts for Counter-Strike fans around the world. And that's what I want to start with SNX. You guys fought in every game. You had a massive chance here as well. But does this one hurt more than the other games because you came so close?
I mean, it hurts much more than the previous games because we actually really could feel that we are capable to win the game. So it hurts a lot, but it is what it is.
Who practices and plans out all your pistol rounds? Because you're bloody good at pistols.
I mean, I copy some pistols. We create some pistols. We just also we base sometimes on the analysis with our coach. So yeah.
Well, that worked out really well. And I got to touch on this Anubis because you guys hadn't won an official game on this map. And then you got up against a team like Falcons and get the win on there. At what point did you start to say, okay, guys, like we're doing this, this is going to happen?
I mean, when you play against Falcons, you just you feel like they need to play good. Okay. They are big. They have like big names in their team. Yep. So, but what I want to say is that we couldn't feel this actually in that game. We didn't. I mean, I'm pretty sure in the CS:GO it would be much harder, I'd say. But on this game, like also on the Vertigo, we could feel like every round we could actually win, and on Anubis we felt much better than them actually. And on Nuke we fucked up. Not gonna lie, but as I said, like we play with each other for a month, so for me it's still like a big achievement to play on the Katowice against those nicknames. As I said, but it's a great feeling.
it certainly is a great feeling. You've had smiles on your faces throughout. You look like you've enjoyed it. So how would you kind of sum up, and what would you say about your whole experience from the play-in to now?
I mean, we are really satisfied as for the final result. Of course, after the winning every game, we always we wanted to more. We were really hungry. So I mean, it's fucking crazy actually when you come to this event and you win against those teams, and then you're like, okay, we played good, but actually we can do even more. So we were looking to do as many damage as we could, and that was our plan.
Does it inspire you for the future of this team, though?
Of course. Like as I said, we are still, a new team, and we just need to practice a lot. We just need to fix mistakes. I think we handled the pressure good.
Very well.
So that's it. I'm as an in-game leader, I'm really satisfied. We show that we can win any rounds. We can do the clutches. We can win the rounds without an advantage. So I'm really proud of the boys and the whole event.
And I've got to do a lot of interviews with you guys, and I've become big fans of you guys. Just your attitude, the way you've done things. One final thing, though. Do you want to say anything in Polish to the Polish fans out there? You said you got a bunch of new ones.
Dla polskich widzów chciałem tylko powiedzieć, że dzięki wam za wsparcie, czytam wszystko, co piszecie. Czujemy wasze wsparcie. Myśleliśmy, że będzie inaczej, ale jednak nie zawiedliśmy się na was. Mamy nadzieję, że też daliśmy wam trochę szczęścia i trochę radości, bo o to też w tym wszystkim chodziło. Mamy nadzieję, że jesteście z nas dumni, bo to jest po prostu wielka duma nas rozpiera, kiedy możemy reprezentować Polskę na takim turnieju, jakim jest IEM Katowice, i bardzo dziękujemy za wsparcie.
Polska Górom, because it's the only thing I know, but I've become big fans of these, and I hope we get to see him again at another event soon. We'll go back to the desk.
You're awesome.
You, man.
Man got an essay in there at the end, and it was well deserved. What a showing for the Rebels, a team that no one had any expectations for coming into this tournament. A fresh roster, and golly, did they show out and make some squads sweat. I mean, what a run for these guys.
Yeah, an incredible run. I mean, people saw them as the weakest teams in the play-ins. They managed to get out of the play-ins, come here to the group stages, and then almost take down Falcons, who have the likes of Magiska, 4-time major winner, I mean, and Zonic, the winningest coach in Counter-Strike history, pretty much. So, yeah, an incredible feat from them. I think obviously they had chances in this game. They could have won, but at the end of the day, I think the most important thing they'll take away is some confidence that they can compete on this level, right? And individually, just when it comes to the aim duels and whatnot. So definitely a lot of lessons to be learned for Rebels from this tournament.
That's going to be the fun thing though, right? Because now the fun is over for them. No more Katowice for them. They go back to the online circuit. They go back to all these open qualifiers. And sometimes it's hard for these teams to accept that, that you now have to grind your way through a lot of teams on your own level, so to speak, where it perhaps a little bit more random. We've seen the peak and the potential from the Rebels. I'm curious to see if they can get their way and fight their way into more of these tournaments in the future as well.
I think they totally changed the way we think about the team as well, right? The individual
depends on how they come back and do at home, because we will instantly forget about the Rebels if they can qualify for another big tournament. It sounds harsh, but that's just the way it is.
That's true. That is the reality. I thought it was interesting when Snappy was up here on the desk that he said he found them actually quite difficult to read, that they were doing a lot of things that he didn't necessarily expect.
And SNX was also the in-game leader of that Orcs lineup that was at Pro League, right? That had HS in it, and also All-Imp was on that team. So, we already see a couple of the guys who are there show up at another big tournament. So maybe a couple of names to keep an eye on for the future.
Some banging matches there, huh?
There are indeed. It's going to be a murderer's row of games here as we start to send a few more teams through and a few more teams out here.
Vitality Heroic is an elimination game.
It's a lower bracket game, yeah.
Lower bracket game in the first round. G2 versus Ents for a spot in the Spodek. Kuben versus Taz, a big one. And the last there to finish off the day, Navi versus the loser of Eternal Fire phase that's going on right now.
That's astonishing. That is an astonishing slate of games, an astonishing slate of names. But that is going to wrap up our day here, if I'm not mistaken, here on the B stream. It has been quite a run of games, quite a storyline to close as well. But now it's time for us to say goodnight. There's still action going on over on A, so hop on over and get ready for tomorrow's games as well. We'll see you bright and early here at the Intel Extreme Masters, Katowice. Time to turn out the lights on B.
this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I'll fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal. And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A Stroll's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome, my friends, to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike!
Elevated, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of love, but don't got receipts. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple, that's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Sweep it underneath the rug, we'll only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I live like this, so what This is what I gotta do. This is what I gotta do to feel alive.